Hey guys, we are live. I think. I hope. Are we live? Flipper, are we live?
Yeah, you're live. Sorry, I couldn't get my microphone on.
Oh my gosh, we are live. Big thanks to Norman, who's actually listening there and like putting up with me for the past hour trying to fix this computer stream and sorting everything. Technology decided to crash on us this morning. So here we are, I believe. We're here on Twitter. We're here on YouTube as well. I'm going to send some posts out shortly with all the details so more people can jump on. Harry's in the background running around. Kat's here as well, my wife. And we're here. How is everyone? You all right?
Yes, fine. It's a bit early on a Saturday to be doing this.
I'm
not an early riser, but I am up.
And
are you ready though, Tom?
Yeah, I hope so. Yeah, we're ready for this. I think now we're actually here and we're talking. Hopefully, yeah, we're good to go. It was touch and go even literally 3 minutes ago. We've had to do a system reboot, a lot. Something happened overnight with the computer. I don't know what, and it stopped working, and we didn't have anything. And so I think we're good to go. Hey Renza, how are you? You're there.
I'm here. Hello. Happy early World Diabetes Day, everyone.
Oh, thank you so much for coming along and joining us. And you're coming from all the way from Australia.
Yes, I am. So it's not early here. It's 9 p.m. Saturday was a lovely day, and I am here. But I will apologise because I am still recovering from COVID. So if I keep muting, it's because no one needs to be hearing me cough.
Oh, bless you. I know. And like we said on Messenger, it's appreciated that you're able to join us. We'll have a little chat. Hopefully, we've got you for the hour, but if you need to jump off before then, that's absolutely fine. And
you're very sweet.
Yeah. So that's good. And we have Gary there as well. Hey, Gary.
Good morning. I got Max with me as well this morning.
Hey, Max. Hello. Hi, Gary. How's it going, guys?
Very well, isn't it, Max?
Yeah.
Happy World Diabetes Day, everybody.
Whoop, whoop. You too, my friend. Looking forward to chatting with you guys in a minute. While I just need to sort one or two little things in the background quickly. But maybe we can just, before we get into our sort of takeover, if we start with Renza and Flipper, then Gary and Max, what are you up to this weekend into Monday, which is actually World Diabetes Day, November the 14th? What are you guys doing for World Diabetes Day? And what does it mean to you to raise awareness for diabetes? So let's start with Renza and then Flipper and then Gary and Max, and I'll be back in a second. And I'm just gonna just finish one or two things. And Flipper, if I can hand you the controls for a minute, and I'll be back in a second. Is that all right?
I can't take the controls because
mic
phone.
controls. Mic
I have
controls.
the oldest phone known to man.
Is that okay? Brilliant.
Yeah, no, I can carry on. I am doing a bit of fangirling here. Renza, we've never spoken.
You're doing some fangirling. I'm like jumping up and down because I actually get to not have to just tweet you. I get to speak to you, Flipper. This is so exciting. This is my World Diabetes Day highlight.
Snap. I'm Gary and Max, obviously, but I have spoken to you before, so it's not that I'm non-fangirling.
Well, I'm very excited. I'm very excited about Gary and Max being here because I heard them speak at a conference that they recorded a session at a conference that I in a session that I chaired at, which was pulled together by Belinda Moore, who I know is actually listening right now. So I feel very excited that I'm actually getting to be at a session with them as well. So this is so much fun.
Brilliant.
Yeah.
Oh no, it hopefully will be a fun day. I'll be sort of popping in and out throughout it. Poor Tom, I think, has got the drawn the short straw.
24 hours, impressive.
I know. I intend going to bed and sleeping. So, Renza, as Tom brought up a really simple, quick question that you could answer. How do you feel about advocating and raising awareness of diabetes?
Look, any opportunity to talk diabetes and to raise awareness about diabetes and to elevate stories of people living with diabetes is what I live, breathe, and work for, really. So, I think World Diabetes Day is a really important day because it is all about diabetes. And where I think it's really important is the times where we do get to hear the stories of people who are living with it. And this is a brilliant opportunity. There's 24 hours of it ahead. So this is one way, but I think we're going to see over the next few days a number of really brilliant spaces where people will be doing that, and that is just so important.
Yeah, no, it is nice to draw everything together and there to be lots of information, and like you say, it's just sort of getting what lived life's like for me.
Yeah.
Rather than the science and stuff like that. What about Gary and Max? What about you? Because I know you do loads in this sort of space.
Yeah, it's really important for us to raise awareness. It's really important. So, Max was diagnosed when he was only little, wasn't you? He was only a baby, wasn't you?
Yeah.
And the fact that, us as a family, we knew nothing about diabetes whatsoever. So obviously when that happened and when we went through what we've been through, we want other parents to know, parents that are going through exactly the same thing. We want to know that they're not on their own. It's not a disaster, it's not a great thing, but you can live with it. And I think the awareness of that, but one of the things for us is the symptoms and stuff like that we continually try and get out there to people. But I think it's about making people aware that when they've got little ones, especially for us, and more directed at the parents as well, that they're not on their own. If it wasn't for the diabetes community and all the people that we've met over the last sort of 3-4 years, I don't think
Oh, I'm not
it's
sure
been
if
a
that's
massive help
my
to us,
internet or
massive
your
help.
internet.
So we keep pushing that to make. Oh, it might be. Hello.
Hi.
Oh, we're back.
I'm not sure if it was me or you.
It might be me. It might be, or it might just be my accent.
No, not even any accent sounded like that. It sort of went really Dalek-y and then dead for a while. And I was thinking, is it my internet? Is it their internet? I'm either talking over you or talking into space.
Oh, but no, I would just say, like I say, it's
yeah,
it's really important for us to make sure that people know that they're not on their own out there. And there's lots of people in the diabetes. I mean, like you say, for instance, Belinda and Renza, all the way the other world, and you guys are able to speak to us and give us support the same as we can do with us. And Belinda, while you're on the phone, football news.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's good to study football, guys, so that we can start watching it and follow your team.
I'm playing with it every day.
Play with it every day.
Oh, I'm not sure I'm that committed.
No.
I can't believe how big the pitch is. Well, I don't know if you call it a pitch because is it played on like a cricket round or something like that?
Yes.
I know when I was in Australia, I saw something and I was just like, what?
Sorry, can I just?
And you kick the ball over the bar as well as it.
But who's your team? Have you picked an AFL team to follow? Oh, I don't know whose connection is a bit dodgy, but I completely missed that.
Adelaide.
I think it might be Gary's, because I'm the same. He keeps cutting out a bit.
It could be.
Well, I will never know now which football team you're following, so I
No,
don't
is
know
it
whether
Adelaide?
we need to
Can
be
you
at
hear
war or
us
whether
now?
Adelaide. Yeah. Oh dear. I mean, all right.
I don't know. Which one do you think? Which one do you think we should support?
I think you should barrack for the Carlton Blues. It's the
Carlton
only
Blues.
team.
Okay.
Well, that'll be the opposite that we
Yeah.
support in England.
Yeah.
We support Liverpool Reds, and we can play
Yeah.
with the Blues. Yeah.
Yeah. Let's write that down.
Write that down.
When they're next going to play.
Okay.
Excellent.
That's great. I love it. Yes, it's really Renza is quite a niche sport, shall we say?
Not in Australia. It's not in Australia. It's a religion. So
no, I know, but it's really weird because it is just so big. But nobody else, well, I say nobody, but do you know, like you go to Australia and you're like, what? And then when they said it was played like on a cricket pitch field, whatever, I was like, what?
I know. It makes no sense to anybody, but it makes perfect sense to Australians. And I should just point out, I am like the most, I was about to swear, which I'm not going to do. I'm going to say I'm the most, quite pathetic supporter. Carlton has not done very well in recent years, so I'm very much a fair weather supporter, and so I've had no interest in football at all. But my dad's team won the grand final this year, so I sort of co-opted that, and that was who I was cheering for this year. But I'm a Carlton supporter through and through.
No, I can't be doing with fair weather with people who just support the big teams. It's like football here. If you don't support your home team, unless you've got a good reason for not, like but do you know, like some people, it's your father, grandfather, and they used to take you to matches and things like that. And I have to say, I am a football supporter, but it's a penance. It's not a joy. Here,
that's how I feel, actually.
Yeah.
Although I will say that I watched our grand final this year on a flight back from EASD. So I was actually on a flight cheering like an absolute, like a hooligan, which was just bizarre because I never invested in football. But it was my dad's team and they were winning and I got all excited. And I actually had a flight attendant come up at one point and say, "Are you okay?" And I was like, "It's my team. It's not my team, but they're winning." And so I actually, I can't remember the last time I got swept up in sport, but that was it. Probably won't happen again for the next, 20 years or something.
Yeah. Well, I'm not holding my breath away. I support Derby, and we nearly went under, financially because of an old owner. Anyway, there's a lot of stories. And it's just such a pity because we're one of the oldest clubs in the league. We're one of the original clubs. Plus, we get bigger gates than some of the big clubs, even though we're not in the Premier League. Well, we were for a season a bit ago. But yeah, it's a trauma at times.
Indeed it is.
Yes. So we've sort of done about advocacy and stuff like that done. One question, one answer. Well, that's that done. Let's pass it on. So is anybody doing, apart from this 24 hours, which I have to say is about, I suppose, all I'm involved in this year. Has anybody been doing any of the online things for World Diabetes Day? I know there's usually some that are posting photos or answering questions each day.
I have been offline pretty much for about the last 10 days, or very, very minorly online, which is very uncommon for me, but I really haven't been all that well. I'm definitely better, but I haven't been online. But I do have a really busy week coming up, and there is always so much going on. So I really feel like, in my mind, this is kind of kicking it off because I haven't really participated up until now. But there is so much. There's a DiabetesChat Doc Day event on Now I'm going to say Monday night, but it's Monday. So that's a DDoc event. There's a WHO World Diabetes Day chat as well, using Twitter Spaces as well. In Australia, we've got a number of different things. I'm flying up to Sydney on Monday morning for something, and then we've got a research event in the afternoon. DSMA have got a reconvening for a tweet chat on Wednesday. So it seems like there is lots happening. Like there's lots happening. It's just about getting out there and finding and seeing what everything is that's going on.
Oh goodness! And now I'm going to sound like your mother, Renza. Take it easy. COVID, you start feeling that you're better, but you're not.
Yeah. You
know what I mean?
I'm learning that.
Take it easy, because it can bite you. It can bite you back, sort of thing. Which sounds really pessimistic, and I hope you are better. But I think it is one of those you've just got to let your body take its time, because not nice.
I do appreciate you reminding me. Thank you for the reminder.
No, you're saying all these things, and I'm thinking, she's just saying, I'm not totally over COVID, but on Monday I'm flying to Sydney. Then I'm doing
It's just Sydney. It's just Sydney.
But here in Europe, that's a reasonable flight.
No, it's an hour. It's only an hour and a half. It's actually everyone. Yeah, it's not that far. I mean, Australia's big, but so it's not too far at all. It's a little. Yeah.
When I was in Australia and I was visiting some friends they lived in Sydney at the time, and they were going on about, what do you want to do tomorrow? We could go to the beach, we could go to that. I had a bad leg, so the beach was not a good thing because of walking on the sand. And so they said, we could go to the mountains. And I said, that sounds fine. It was a 4.5 hour drive. I don't do that to go on my holidays.
You know what? I get that. I kind of get that, because I'm in Melbourne, and I'm very I sort of live within a perimeter of about 3 suburbs. It's kind of maybe about 6 or 7 kilometers is as far as I will travel. So I totally get that. I'm not driving 4 hours for a day trip to look at a mountain. Thank you, no.
But it was so funny, and then I felt really guilty, because I was like, oh my God, you shouldn't, it didn't matter. I was fine. I'm just here. It's lovely to see you. I would be happy just going to the coffee shop with the corner. I'm like, no, it's not far. We do this sometimes anyway. And I'm just like, what?
I feel like you need to, it's time for a return visit.
When the restrictions are off, it is in my plans.
Good. Excellent.
Depending on the exchange rate by then, though, that's the problem.
Always a consideration.
Yes, the pound is not doing well, but there. Gary, sorry, have you been joining in with any of the online things?
We've been doing a blue balloon challenge.
I've seen some of your videos. You've done really well.
Yeah.
I think I saw a picture of that on Twitter.
Yeah, it's really good. So it's Medtronic Diabetes. They run the campaign. So the blue balloon is to represent the balance of your blood sugar doing a normal everyday thing. But what Medtronic are doing, which is really good, is that for every post that we post or anybody posts, they donate €5 to Life for a Child. So children that live in other countries that haven't got the finance to get things like insulin and other medicines and things. So just simply posting something to try and raise awareness by balancing a blue balloon it's really good, isn't it, Max? And it helps other people as well.
Does that include retweets? Because I will retweet all of your tweets if that's the case.
I think if you retweet it, but with the hashtag in it, and a tag Medtronic UK or Medtronic Australia or any your local Medtronic, if you like. Yeah, and they're like say they donate £5 just for simply posting something, which like you say, not only raising awareness for diabetes, but also helping other people that are not, who live in countries where they're not then you know they don't get the medical care like we do. So it's really, really good. It's been good, isn't it, Max?
Yeah.
What did we do the other day? We went football and did it, didn't we?
Yeah, we were like, I think we were playing FIFA and
No,
while balancing the
yeah,
ball.
yeah, and football when we went football.
Oh yeah, oh yeah.
Tell me about that one. So we went football, didn't we? Played football.
Yeah, we played football while balancing the balloon. So everyone had a blue balloon in their hand while like passing the ball around, and then they passed the ball to me while I'm holding balancing the balloon, and like doing like casual football and stuff.
You scored, didn't you?
Wow.
Yeah.
That sounds fantastic. That's a win-win, isn't it?
Yeah.
You're doing spreading the word plus raising money, so
yeah,
couldn't get much better than that. Fantastic.
Amazing,
and do you play
guys.
football often, Max?
Yeah.
And I was hearing FIFA there as well, so I'm suspecting some of it's not always outside and with a ball.
No.
Not unless his bloods are high, and then we kick you out of the garden, don't we, mate? But it's snowing, Dad. That's all right. You carry on. You need to bring your bloods down.
Yes, you're getting fresh air.
Yeah, you're getting fresh air, but I'm freezing, Dad. You'll be all right. You carry on. Keep
Put a
running
hat
around.
on.
I love it, Gary. I love it. Well, thank you so much for such an amazing chat so far. Why don't we continue the fun and have a bit of fun? Renza, can you remember you were,
Yes.
I believe, our second or third Diabetes Chat guest speaker back in March. We started in February. What we're now in November. Can you believe it? And
Amazing.
Diabetes Chat, it's just incredible, isn't it? The community has just been amazing and so supportive. And the idea was for me was I was just sat here one night in my living room and I wanted to talk to people, and I felt finally the confidence to do that. And I feel with the community is that we give people the opportunity from all over the world to connect up, to talk, to share, to raise awareness, and just connect and not feel alone. And when I came to Stockholm to speak at the GBDoc symposium, I mentioned all that. And you can just see the amazing community, how it's evolved. And with that, we've done some new things over the last couple of months with our new features, and you didn't get to do this, so I'd like to do it with you, and then we can do it with Max, if that's all right, Max.
Yeah.
Brilliant. So Renza, are you up for a bit of fun? So let me get my computer up. It's called the 90-second questions. And the idea of this is sort of quick fire answers. But obviously, if you want to say a bit more, that's fine. I'm not going to cut you off after 90 seconds. It normally lasts for a couple of minutes, to be fair. But it's just sort of quick fire round questions, just to get to know you a little bit about your diabetes. And there's some fun, interesting questions. Are you up for it?
Why not? Why not?
Why not? And we have to do our sound. We've got some music audio clips, so we're gonna have to play this as well. So hopefully you hear this, and we'll start.
Okay.
So what is your full name and occupation?
Okay, Renza Scibilia. Diabetes advocate is the simple answer to that.
When were you diagnosed with diabetes?
1998, April 15. I was 24.
And what is your go-to hypo treatment?
Probably juice boxes these days.
Do you use insulin pens or pump?
I use a pump, and I have done so for over 21 years now.
What pump do you use?
Well, now I'm using like a 15-year-old bright pink Medtronic Paradigm because I'm using a DIY loop system.
Oh, amazing, incredible. And you know what? If it doesn't matter how old or whatever, if it works for you, you know what I mean? That's the main thing. And we say that so many times, isn't it, with diabetes? It has to work for you, isn't it? 100%.
Yep. Absolutely. And I've been using this one now for I don't know, 4.5 years or something, 4 years, and it's pretty awesome. 5 years. 5 years I've been looping. 5 years.
Whoop, whoop. Brilliant stuff. Do you finger prick or use technology, flash or CGM?
I use CGM.
What CGM to use?
Dexcom G6.
Are you hypo-aware?
Oh, sometimes not. There's no consistency at all. It's all over the shop.
And I guess having that technology, the Dexcom, really has helped your diabetes management and control, and to be aware of when you are having them hypos, because if you don't have that hyper awareness, it's difficult, isn't it?
Yes.
And dangerous. So having that technology, it must give you confidence.
It does give me confidence, but I do have to say, and I have said this for 5 years now, that the thing that has reduced my burden the most has been using DIY Loop. It's just been the most remarkable thing for me and my diabetes management.
Absolutely. What do you think's worse for you, feeling hypo or feeling hyper?
Oh, look, both are awful and for different reasons. But I still do think that those hypos, the ones that, you know, I do feel, and, you know, those eat the kitchen hypos where I think, oh my gosh, if I just do not eat every single piece of carbohydrate in the world right now, I'm going to pass out.
I know, right?
Still, like, they're just awful.
When you finger pricked, did you change the lancets every day?
Every single time I did a blood glucose check, I changed the lancet. And that is a lie. Of course, that's a lie.
I think that's a world first in diabetes chat.
It's a lie. Of course not. Oh my gosh. Look, there is a reason the daylight saving starts and ends. That's when you change your lancet.
I love that. One thing you like about diabetes and one thing you don't like about diabetes?
I don't like anything about diabetes. I would give this away in a heartbeat. I mean, I get why, you know, people say that there are positives around it, and I love listening to people's feelings about that. But my own personal feeling, there is nothing about diabetes that I like. Nothing.
Yeah, I think we look at amazing things like communities and peer support and them things, and it's great. But yes, if you could shift the diabetes to get rid of it and it's gone, you know what I mean? You'd take it, wouldn't you? In a heartbeat. Do you love or hate the smell of insulin?
Okay, so I don't like. I used to say how much I hated it, but my incredible husband one day, years and years ago, one day when I don't know, I was probably changing a pump line or something, and I said, "Ugh, I hate the smell of insulin," and he said to me, I love the smell of insulin. It's a smell that keeps you alive. And it completely reframed the way I thought about it. So I'm quite neutral about it now. But I always think of that anytime I go to think, oh, I don't like that. I think it's the smell that keeps me alive.
Oh, that's a quote. If anyone's listening, you can hashtag diabetes chat, tag Renza, and that is your quote there. Love that. If you're on a desert island, if you're on the diabetes desert island, diabetes chat desert island, what three things would you take? Let's assume you've got all your diabetes amazing things, your Dexcom, your Lupin, your DIY, everything like that, and your lancets, because you're obviously going to be changing them every day, aren't you, Renza?
Every minute.
Every minute. What would you take and why?
Well, obviously, I would need a forever charged mobile phone with Wi-Fi so that I can stay connected to the diabetes online community. That would be critically important. Yes. And I would also need that to be able to watch reruns of The West Wing forevermore, which has got nothing to do with diabetes, but it makes me happy. And my family obviously would be with me, so that's all fine. And also, you know, I don't know, my favourite half a dozen books that I would want to just keep rereading.
There we go. Amazing, Renza. That is your 90-second questions in about 5 minutes. Yay, well done.
Oh, that was
brilliant.
fun. That was fun.
Yeah, bit of fun, isn't it? And it's nice just talk and learn a little bit more about you and your diabetes. So thank you for sharing that with everyone. We'll come to Max and Gary in a second, but let's bring Laurie. She's jumped on the speaker panel. Hey, Laurie.
Good morning.
Good morning. How are you?
I'm good. I'm a diabetic since I'm 12, and I'm 48. And I wanted to say how much technology has changed. The diet, the insulin. I still take pens. I'm working on getting a pump. I use the Dexcom, which I felt like a child at Christmas when I first got my Dexcom, not picking my fingers as much. Right now I do have it off for a couple days, but that's changed my diabetes big time. My A1C was at a 9 and was brought down to a 6.7. Technology's come a long way. So all you new diabetics, you got to deal. It's a hard thing to deal with. It's a very unpredictable disease, whether it's high or low. And I'm glad I'm with everybody here that's also a diabetic. It's not easy. And those family members that are helping us, they don't have it too easy either at times, dropping into the hypoglycemic reactions and hyper when it goes up high. I'm sort of brittle, so I'm sort of a tough case. I have some complications now. I do have it 30 some years, and I have heart failure, both types. I have chronic kidney disease, stage 3. And I also have a thyroid problem. So endocrinologists love me. But it's nice to meet everybody. I just wanted to introduce myself, and I'm glad to see that you're here for support. If you have any questions, I'm willing to answer anything you need to know about my 30 some years of diabetics. And I did get a medal for my 25 year, by the way, from the American Diabetes Association.
That's awesome. That's great. If you still got it, right?
I type 1. I was diagnosed at 12 years old.
No, I mean your medal.
Yes, I still have it.
Brilliant.
I still have my medal. That's one of my.
You'll have to send a picture. Hashtag DiabetesChat and let's all see. And guys, get involved today. Hashtag DiabetesChat and send us pictures or comments, and let's just have a great day. Let's bring in Renza and Gary and Max, following Laurie, what you just said about technology, how it massively helped your life. Gary, let's go to you and Max. How has technology helped you guys? I know Renza was talking about that in her 90-second questions, but how has technology evolved for you and helped you as parents, and also for Max? How has it helped you, buddy?
So from a parent's perspective, Max was diagnosed when he was 18 months old. So the first 12, 18 months of him being diagnosed, me and Sarah were up every single night, every hour of the night, checking his bloods, making sure he was okay, worried sick that he was going to have a hypo through the night and not wake up. It's as scary as that. Also with Max's diabetes is that it's chronic, as in you could give him, his blood sugar, for instance, could be at 4. And when he was little, we could give him literally a quarter of a rich tea biscuit, hardly anything. He would have that biscuit and his bloods would rise up to about 17, like within an hour and a half. It was ridiculous. So we just could not control his blood sugar. It had a massive effect on me and Sarah because we were just tired all the time as well. And just, Max was 18 months old, so he's a baby as well. And it's just, you worry sick. So when he was 3, Max was put onto the Medtronic 640G. And if I'm totally honest, the insulin pump totally changed our lives. And the reason it changed our lives is because it alarms you when his bloods are going high, and it alarms you when his bloods are going low. It totally changed our lives. And Max, what do you think of your pump?
I feel like that it's a life-saving thing to have when you have diabetes, and I think it
you learnt your maths from it, didn't you? So Max, before he went to school, he used to use the numbers on the insulin pump to work out his numbers and counting and things like that. But yeah, no, listen, Tom, it's life-saving. We're on the Medtronic 780G now, and we're very, 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 very lucky to have it, haven't we? And we've got the CGM technology as well, which we get on the NHS, which we are very grateful for and very lucky for. And Max's blood sugars are 90% now over in range on a daily basis, which well, like Laurie said, you know, technology has absolutely changed our lives, if you're honest. And you know, for Max, schooling, so we had a parents' evening of about a year or so ago now, and they were saying that, you know, the insulin pump is helped him at school because the first insulin pump he had was the 640G, and it went off all the time. So within class, he had to keep going out of class, going to get his bloods checked, and he would miss things in the classroom. You know, if it was you didn't like it when it went off in assembly, did you, Max?
No, but on the 680G, we always have to put insulin in ourselves. But on the 780G, it just does it yourself.
It does it itself.
You don't need to do it.
Yeah, so you don't have to keep it. So they're saying that, you know, it's because he's not being called out of class anymore. It's really clever technology and totally changed our lives. Totally.
That's so good to hear, isn't it? And let's bring Renza in. How amazing is just hearing that and seeing the difference technology is helping not only the person living with diabetes, but the support network around them, and in this case, Max's parents, Gary and Sarah.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think that, you know, it's something that we talk about all the time, is just how important, you know, life-saving, life-changing this technology is. We had a massive win in Australia earlier this year where we finally managed to be able to celebrate that we had CGM for all people with type 1 diabetes. It is funded. It's part of our NDSS. It is, you know, there is no copay for certain groups, and then for other groups there is a small copay, which is just incredible. And I wish that we had that sort of, you know, that we were able to have that sort of celebration and that ability to be able to access the technology that people need everywhere. But there's still lots of fighting and wins that we need before we can get to that stage. But I do love to hear the stories of just how technology is working for people in a way that is changing their lives. And I think that we do have lots of those stories to share. I loved hearing that from Max and Gary there.
Fantastic. So, Gary and Max, we had a bit of fun with Renza and we did our 90-second questions. And are you up for it, Max?
Yeah.
Let's do it, my friend. Let's have a bit of fun. Okay. What's your name?
Max Rapson, but you all know me as Captain Lantus.
How old were you when you were diagnosed with diabetes?
18 months old.
Wow, that's incredible, buddy. What's your go-to hypo treatment? So when you're having a hypo, what do you like to go and get?
It's usually orange juice.
Like Renza. There you go.
Yeah.
Do you use insulin pens or pump?
Wheat pumps.
What pump do you use, Max?
The 780G.
Do you finger prick or use technology, flash or CGM?
We use finger pricks.
What do you think's worse for you, Max? Feeling hypo or feeling hyper?
I don't really feel what hypo's like under hyper. Yeah, it's kind of weird, but I don't really feel it.
Does it sometimes when you're feeling hypo, does it maybe upset you a little bit because you might be doing something fun like playing football and you have to stop for a few minutes to treat yourself?
Yeah.
Yeah. What would you say are your hypo symptoms to feel hypo? What symptoms do you have?
None of them.
You don't have hyper awareness, and is that hard for you?
Yeah. It was hard for us, Tom. That's why diabetes control is, as a parent, was really difficult because Max shows no hypo
Awareness,
symptoms.
yeah, and that must be so difficult.
We didn't know whether he was hypo or high or not. It's really difficult.
It must be so difficult to spot and see them symptoms and then act on it. And I guess having the technology, guys, is really helped because you can see the arrows, you can see what your levels are all the time, and it's amazing, isn't it? Well done, Max. You're amazing, buddy. What one thing, Max, do you like about diabetes, and one thing you don't like about diabetes?
One thing I like about diabetes, I can have snacks sometimes. And the thing I don't like about diabetes is when I'm playing football with my friends and then I just have to stop because my bloods are going low.
Yeah, it must be difficult. What snacks do you like, Max? You said you do like to have a treat or a snack. What's your favourite snack?
Usually crisps.
Crisps, yes.
Which
yes,
crisps?
Absolutely.
I think it's the Pom Bears.
The Pom Bears. Absolutely. Do you love or hate the smell of insulin?
I don't like it.
You don't like it?
No.
And, Max, you're going to the Diabetes Chat Desert Island as well with Renza and everyone else who will be there. If you were there, what 3 things would you take to that Diabetes Chat Desert Island, assuming you've got all your diabetes amazing technology and your pump and you've got all that, so don't worry about that, that's there. What would you take?
An Xbox.
An Xbox. Brilliant. What else would you take, Max?
I'm not sure.
Mum and Dad?
Me? Yeah, what about me?
Yeah.
Brilliant stuff. Honestly, that's awesome, Max. Appreciate you answering some of the questions there. That was really good. A big thumbs up to you, mate, for coming on and having the courage and the bravery to do it. You do so many amazing things, raising awareness. You're an amazing advocate for diabetes, Max. A role model, an inspiration. And I remember just seeing a tweet from your dad on the Captain Lantus page, and I sent him a message to Gary, and I was just literally blown away. I was taken back by the story, and I read more into it, and we spoke, and you know what I mean. I'm such a big super fan and follower of you guys. The things you're doing with the books, everything. So a big round of applause for you, my friend. Well done.
Thank you.
I just want to point out how much of a superstar Max is with a 90% or even 90% in range. I'm an experienced diabetic, and I'm at the moment nowhere near that. I'm sort of sitting in the 60s at the moment. And also, welcome to the No Hypo Awareness Club. It's fun, right?
Yes.
Yeah.
I was about to say as well, Norm, that I need to get Max's signature because he is I'm his super fan here. But I've got it, haven't I, Max? You guys sent me Captain Lantus 1 and Captain Lantus 2, and I've still got it here. I've actually got them right here on my desk with me. And in a few minutes time, would you be up for reading a little bit of your book?
Yeah.
Brilliant. So we'll come back to you in a few minutes, but appreciate you coming on and talking with myself and everyone and Renza here. But I just wanted to go back to Renza quickly. Renza, did you want to just tell us a little bit about your job, a little bit about GBDoc, what's it all about and how people can get involved. And yeah, just wondering if you could share a little bit to us guys.
Yeah, let's talk GBDoc, because we, I mean, and Tom, I mean, are you just not one of our favourite voices? I mean, everybody, actually, all of our GBDoc voices are our favourite GBDoc voices. But, and I think one of the amazing things about the GBDoc Voices program is that it is a truly global program that means that people with diabetes from anywhere can be part of diabetes conferences. And so that's kind of like the immediate thing, is that you know, it's a scholarship program that anybody can apply for to be part of, to come along to a diabetes conference. And the next one that we have is ATTD. And when I say come along to, there are places for people to actually attend. Part of the scholarship program helps with covering the flights and accommodation costs, but there are also virtual places, so people will have registration to attend and to come to all the sessions. But it's more than just the scholarship program of being at the conference at the time. It is also being part of a global network that is so supportive. It is hugely, hugely supportive. And there are, you know, nearly 300 GBDoc voices now, and incredible stories of you know, hearing people doing great things, you know, forming these networks and supporting each other to do some absolutely amazing things. And I'm so fortunate that I get to hear and see and know what, you know, what people are doing, and just some incredible examples. You know, Nikki, who tweets at What Nikki Did Next, launched a new initiative, My Type of Family, which is about you know, supporting people, you know, families with diabetes, and hearing stories about people. And there's just so much different stuff going on. So I would really encourage everybody to have a look at GBDoc and to follow on Twitter and on Insta and everywhere else, and learn about what a great program it is. And if you're interested, to apply for the scholarship program. And, you know, I feel like the GBDoc symposium that we had at EASD, which was hearing about different peer support and how peer support pivoted during COVID, and hearing your story there, Tom, and you know, about DiabetesChat was just absolutely wonderful. So, you know, these are the sorts of things that happen in our diabetes community that are truly and genuinely about giving opportunities to other people with diabetes to shine. And I think that's, you know, what's always drawn me to this community and to people in the community, is those people who are all about support, all about building up other people. And you, Tom, are a shining example of that. And I think that, again, that's what drew me to DiabetesChat, was that I could see straight off the bat, this was a welcoming, inclusive community space for people. And I just really love that. And I applaud you. You know, I know that you're spending today, you know, giving people an opportunity to shine and to talk about what they're doing. But my goodness, haven't you just done an absolutely brilliant thing with this space? And thank you for creating somewhere new for people with diabetes to hang out.
Oh, Renza, that's so lovely to hear, and thank you so much. And that's what today is all about, is raising that awareness and giving people the opportunities to talk and connect and not feel alone, and hear amazing speakers throughout the day. And it's amazing to have you and Max and Gary to kick off today. And thank you for sharing a little bit about GBDoc. And guys, go check it out. Throughout the day, we've got amazing GBDoc voices coming on here to share their stories and sharing diabetes around the world. So please keep a listen, tuned in throughout the day, and you can listen to them, guys. It'd be great. But honestly, Renza, thank you so much, and it was so lovely to actually finally meet you when we caught up in Stockholm.
It was so nice, and I think, yeah, it was lovely. And I mean, I think that is always so important, that we do have, you know, create those opportunities. But you're creating those every week, you know, and with this, I got to speak to Flipper. I mean, you know, we haven't managed to find a way to do that, but thank you for creating a way for us to do that.
Yes, thank you. And I must say, Renza, next time you're in Europe or near London, let us know, and we'll get the other Philippa, Pip Pop, and we'll have to meet up.
Oh, please, 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 please. It will absolutely happen. Let's make that happen.
Yes.
Do it, guys. And you know what, Renza? I blame Flipper for all this, because Flipper, right, was the first person that joined my diabetes chat on the first night we did it on February the 7th. She was the first person that came into the chat, requested a
Amazing.
microphone, and spoke to me. So I blame her.
See,
you
you
can
say
tell
blame. You say blame. I say credit. But also,
Yes.
you know, Flipper's one of those people who, you know, she's another one of those people in this community who I have known, and all she has ever done is supported and welcomed and encouraged people.
She
And,
has.
you know, they're the sorts of people that make this community genuinely what it is. And
Of
so
course it is.
I'm thrilled that you have not blamed, you have credited her there with being one of those
Yeah.
amazing people in this community.
I think what you're saying is I'm a chatterbox and I'll talk to anybody.
You and me both, my friend.
Absolutely. Jokes aside, Flipper, yeah, she's been such a rock, and we actually met in London, didn't we, Flipper? And we had the opportunity to talk for hours and in the pub, which is great, meeting people, normalizing things. People were bolusing and people were eating what they can eat. You should be able to eat what you want. And we had a great chat amongst everyone, so that was great, and appreciate all the support Flipper does as co-host of the diabetes chat. And yeah, it's great, and it was great that Flipper came that night and embraced my moment where I wanted to talk, I wanted to connect, and she came and she reassured me, and she made me feel comfortable, and yeah, and I'm really grateful for Flipper and everyone. So let's bring in for the last couple of minutes. We've got about 4 or 5 minutes left. Max, you're going to read a little bit of your book. Which book are you going to read, my friend? So, like I said, which one, my friend?
Number 1.
Number 1. So we've got a couple of minutes. Do you want to introduce your book? Tell us what it's called, and then yeah, go for it, Max. Share your amazing book, and this is what you and your dad have written and made, and it's amazing. So over to you.
So this book is called Captain Lantus. Okay. Better Town was a very special place. The sun always shone, the flowers were super colourful, and everyone who lived there had type 1 diabetes. There was something else special about Beta Town. Right in the centre of town, inside a building, was a magical cube that had to be guarded day and night. It's so powerful and magical that people from other towns want to steal it. Max told his dad as they walked towards the hall. That is why it must be guarded. Max's imagination ran wild. He wondered who wanted their cube and what would happen if they stole it. He didn't have time to ask his dad, though, because they arrived at the town hall where a meeting was taking place. I have a special announcement, Mayor Bolus announced to the gathered crowds. Tomorrow we shall have a food festival. There will be every flavour of ice cream you can imagine, chocolate fountains, and the biggest fruit kebabs in the world. We'll have fairgrounds, rides, music, and entertainers. It sounded amazing. Max grew excited. He was grateful that the cube was there, keeping them all safe so they could enjoy the festival without worrying about their insulin or sugar levels. He couldn't wait to try one of the world's biggest fruit kebabs and maybe a dip into the chocolate fountain. But I have a special request, Mayor Bolus continued. I need someone to guard the insulin cube while the fun is taking place. Just one brave person. The crowd was silent. Everyone looked around, hoping someone else would volunteer. Nobody wanted to sit by the cube and miss the fun of the festival. Look at this, King Carb, the leader of Town Carb, held up a leaflet. Beta Town is having a food festival. This is the perfect chance for us to steal their magical cube. King Carb's men and the Carbonites gathered around him. They will be having so much fun. They won't notice us sneak in and take the cube. It's worth more than gold. I will be the richest, most powerful person in the world. The king laughed wickedly and his men began to plot. The next morning, Max felt a mixture of excitement and nerves in his tummy. He was excited to see what the cube looked like at last, but he was also nervous. What if he didn't guard it well enough? You will do a grand job. His father smiled at him as they walked into town. Music was already playing. Colourful bunting hung from trees, and balloons were tied to the park railings. You are very brave and very kind to guard the cube, rather than have fun at the festival. Mayor Bolus followed Max's gaze to the golden cupboard. At the far end of the room, she hesitated, then whispered, "Inside is a top-secret new invention. It's a special pump that can be used instead of the cube. It's not been fully tested yet, so nobody knows about it, except for you," Max asked. "And now you," Mayor Bolus nodded. "I'm sure I can trust you not to tell the secret." "Of course," Max insisted. "I must go now, but remember, all you have to do is sit by the cube and watch the door. If you see the door open, press this emergency button and help will come." Mayor Bolus told him and left. Max sat by the cube and kept his eyes on the door. As the morning went by, the room was filled with the sound of laughter and cheers from outside. "Everyone is having such a great time," Max smiled. "All thanks to the cube keeping them well and me guarding it."
Amazing, Max. Thank you so much for sharing a little bit about your book. That is just incredible, and I can't believe you and your dad made these amazing books. They are so helpful and supportive to families and children all over the world. I know Belinda's just done an emoji there. I know you sent the book to Belinda and many people around the world, and it's really helped. And we'll leave it there because it's going to just get more and more exciting in the book, and you guys need to go check it out, and you need to go buy it and support Max and Gary in the continued amazing advocacy in maybe creating more books or more activities. I know you were talking about an activity book, but to finish, Gary, where can people just quickly see more about you guys? Where can they follow you? Where can they go see the website? Where can they check out the books?
So the website is captainlantus.com. We've got the about page on there and everything, and we share our stuff. We're also on Facebook, The Adventures of Captain Lantus, obviously here on Twitter and Instagram at Clantus77. And for any of you guys, for any community that are listening as we're speaking now, like you say, anywhere in the world, especially if you know anybody that's been newly diagnosed, and especially children that are just about to go on an insulin pump. One of me and Max's biggest goals, if you like, is that any child anywhere on planet Earth that gets an insulin pump, we'd love them to get a copy of our book, and we will donate those books to them as well. So going, like I say, when Max was 3, he was put on an insulin pump and he was absolutely petrified. Hence why Captain Lantus, a superhero that gets his superpowers from an insulin pump, will make such a massive difference to those children, and it's taking away the fear factor and the worry, but to make them feel like a superhero instead of that it's priceless. So me and Max work really hard in the background to reach out to families and children like that all over the world. So please, if you know anybody, let us know.
I just wanted to say to Max, well done. You have a very, very clear reading voice.
Thank you.
Good boy, Max.
Thanks, you, Gary, for sharing that. And please, guys, go check out their amazing story and their books. They're really, really fantastic, and they are really helpful. And the things that Gary, Sarah, and Max are doing to support people is incredible by donating books, and it's a game changer. And I'm sure we'll talk about these amazing things throughout the day of how we can help people when they're diagnosed with diabetes, and these sort of things are just spot on. So amazing. Renza, Gary, and Max, I'm sorry, we finished our hour. We've done 1 hour, guys. We have done 1 hour. I'm looking at the countdown clock. We've got 22 hours, 56 minutes, and 22 seconds to go.
Well done.
Indeed.
Yeah.
Thank you so much for helping us kick off this amazing 24 hours. Thanks again. I hope you can stick around for a little bit. Renza, please go rest. Go put your feet up. Get an early night. And thank you so much for Max and Gary for coming on as well. Thanks, guys.
Yeah, Tom, well done.
Thank you so much.
Well, big well done.
Thanks, Muddy. Cheers.
We'll keep keep
See
encouraging
you later,
you to
everyone.
keep going. Take care.
Awesome. Thank you, guys. So there we go. What a amazing first hour we've had talking to Renza and Gary and Max, and talking about GBDoc and all the amazing advocacy things Gary and Max are doing with the Type 1 balloon challenge. I've got my balloons here. We're going to do that later on, and we can tweet some pictures up and talking about their book. So that's incredible. I can see Beth, I can see Alison, Tamsin, I can see Rebecca. So I have sent you guys a invitation to speak. So hopefully you are on your phones. I have sent you a request to speak. I'm going to do it again. And then we can kick off our second hour of the 24-hour diabetes chat with the amazing team of Team Diabetes 101. They're here for their brunch takeover. You may see them on Twitter. You may see them on their YouTube channel with all the amazing resources they do. And they do brunch episodes talking to guest speakers themselves and raising that awareness and learning new things. And they're here today for the hour to take over and to have great fun. I'm going to leave you in the capable hands of the guys. I hope you guys listening have got a cup of tea and maybe a croissant or something brunchy to snack on. If it's a 10-gram snack carb, that's all good. Whatever. But Beth, welcome along. I think I can see you. I can see Rose. I can see Rebecca. Hey.
Hey, okay. Sorry, I sound a bit
Yeah.
croaky. I've not been able to talk all week, so I'm glad my voice has returned.
Oh,
Morning,
just in
everyone.
time.
Hello.
Morning.
So are
How
you
is
leaving
everyone?
us, Tom?
No, I'm here. I'm
Oh,
here.
good, you're
But
staying. That's fine. We were
yeah,
like, is
staying.
Tom going? Is Tom staying? Good.
I'll see you in a bit. I'm going now. You've got the controls. I'm going for a chill for an hour. Not at all.
Yeah.
I'm here.
Bless
You know what?
you.
I'm going to put the kettle on, and I'm going to listen in and join in any bits that I'm welcome to join in. But welcome along. It's your takeover. I don't know if you want to go around and introduce everyone. I can see. I've obviously got you, Beth. Got Alison, Rose.
Yeah.
Is Tamsin coming on as well?
Yeah, so I can see Tamsin, I can see Alison, I can see Becky, I can see Rose. Our lovely Vicky's joining us, but she's on mum duties for a little bit, so she'll be here a bit later.
That's
So
fine.
yeah, you can all come off speakerphone. Nobody needs to hear my voice for an hour. So everyone's on oh, there's Rose. She's
I'm here. I've got my coffee. I'm ready.
me too.
Morning,
I've got a cup of
guys.
tea.
I'm here too.
Morning.
Morning.
Some lovely Welsh accents on a morning.
Always the best accent.
I think Becky's got the best accent out of all of us, I think.
Yeah.
If we ever have to do a Team Diabetes 101 advert, I think we're getting Becky to do the voiceover.
The proper Welsh.
That's the agreement.
Yeah. Yeah, mine's a bit boring. I just sound a bit like, I don't know, Marge Simpson at the moment.
It's amazing. You can start your singing career. You remember that episode of Friends where Phoebe catches a terrible cold and then ends up becoming like the best jazz singer ever? It could be a new niche for you, Beth. Yeah.
That's so funny. I don't think I can sing though. I mean, well, I don't know that she could either, could she?
Now could be the time to try while you're on a live tweet chat in front of hundreds of
No,
people.
absolutely not. No one needs to hear me sing.
We've got on our new soundboard system, we've got different musical jingles and voices and songs. So I could always find you a song, Beth, and you could do a solo, you know, or you could all do a group sing along.
I would probably choose a musical number.
Stop Tim on his sound.
So that's fine. Well, we were going to go through some myths and facts and talk about diabetes stuff, really, once everyone's got a cup of tea and stuff. But everyone's welcome to join in with their own myths and facts that they've got. What was the other thing I was going to say? We were going to say, I don't know if I think everyone on the call, we pretty much knows what 101 is, but we were going to just briefly talk about that for 5 minutes once we've introduced ourselves. Should we go around and do that first? I feel like we're getting ahead of ourselves.
Yeah.
So my name's Beth. I'm a diabetes specialist nurse in Wiltshire, and I also partly do the DSM-4pm accounts with Tamsin and Vicky too. I'll go. Shall I say people to speak? Otherwise, we'll get a little bit tongue twisted. Won't we? So Rose, do you want to go next?
Yeah. Rose, and I'm a diabetes psychologist. So I run a diabetes psychology service in North Wales, and I also chair the UK Diabetes Psychology Network. So anything to do with diabetes psychology, I am the world's biggest nerd at.
You are. You're our go-to psych person.
Hi, I'm Tamsin Fletcher-Sol, and I'm a diabetes specialist nurse in Stoke-on-Trent. And as Beth said, I also do the DSM-4pm with Beth and Vicky and Amanda.
Oh yeah, I forgot Amanda. Bless her. She's on a train. Normally she would join us for these things, but she's on a train on her way to Edinburgh at the moment. So we didn't force her to join with a rubbish signal all the way.
She's not on holiday still with her hat. I did see the lovely
bless
the video.
Her, yeah, she was in Sicily. We had to join with her hat on. No, she's back from there now. She's off for a weekend in Edinburgh. So she's a bit stressed because she's also got to be doing her MSc dissertation. So as Tamsin is as well. So bless her, she's under a little bit of pressure, but she'll be fine.
Busy.
Yeah. Who's next? Alison, do you want to go?
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Oh, that's good. I wasn't sure then. Yeah, so I'm Alison Cox. I'm a diabetes nurse. I work in London. I've worked at several London hospitals, and I tag along with these guys to help out when needed.
Oh, you definitely don't tag along. You're like our DSN guru. Becky?
Hi guys, I'm Becky and I'm a now very new post, but I'm a senior lecturer down in Swansea University, and all of my research is in eye health and specifically diabetes eye health. So I do lots and lots of eyes.
You do. You blow our mind regularly with the eye stuff. You're our go-to expert with eyes. Partha's here. Hi, Partha. Yeah, so what should we talk? So should we talk a little bit about 101 for you guys that didn't know? So I don't know, who wants to talk about it? Tamsin, do you want to give it a little sell out?
Yeah. So blimey, it feels like forever, doesn't it?
It does, yeah.
We feel like it's like the COVID deja vu that it just keeps on giving. So I mean, it's 2.5 years ago now, in March, when we were forced into lockdown due to COVID, and obviously a lot of scary information was flying around about COVID and how it would impact people with diabetes. So like a huge group of us, really, wasn't it? I think you guys started it, and I joined in a week or 10 days after the start. DSNs, dietitians, psychologists, and Becky from the eye side, doctors, paediatric DSNs. So like a massive group of us came together and went out onto social media, specifically Twitter, to try and give the correct information and the most up-to-date information that was sort of fact-checked and everything else like that. And we were also there to sort of hopefully calm people's fears and be a voice of reason, I suppose, out on social media. And we did fun things during the day, didn't we? And we were there from sort of March until, was it May, June time that we came off?
Felt like a long time. I mean, we still are kind of there, aren't we? We do still get tags, and people are more than welcome to still ask us things. We've left the account all running and everything, and we kind of do some events now and again, but it was definitely an exciting time.
Definitely not the level it was though, because I remember those early days. Oh my goodness, we were spending. It was at least 13 hours a day online.
Yeah,
it was so intense, and we covered absolutely everything. We did everything from your sort of everything you need to know about sick day rules to. Do you remember that one day when we were doing den building?
Yes.
It was just insane.
And we had kitchen discos. We had like so much crazy stuff going on.
We had Yay of the Day. That was my favourite.
It sounds so much fun, guys. Like, it's great.
And it started out being like a kind of platform for people to ask questions, and then Rose joined on board and got us doing some crazy stuff, and then it went from that to the point like Rose said, we were building dens and traveling around the world virtually.
I just remember.
So we kept the Britishness going. You can't have lockdown without afternoon tea every day. So we kept that going. It was amazing though, because I was reflecting back on it, and I think it was something that definitely kept us going through all of it as well, because we didn't have time to sort of sit there and start panicking about what was going on, because we were thrown so intensely into it as well. So I think it was certainly for me something that kept me going through lockdown as much as it was helping anybody else.
Yeah, I agree. Like we became like the best of friends, and even now our group chats are still pinging all day long, aren't they? And probably not to the extent it was when we were doing the account, but it was crazy busy. But it was good fun. If anyone still doesn't follow that account and wants to ask any questions, like I said, we still have the whole 20 strong gang of healthcare professionals across the UK covering adults and pediatrics and all the different kind of disciplines that we have in diabetes. So you can follow it at @_diabetes101. I think that's right, isn't it?
Yeah, that's right.
Yeah, so they
and
can
there's
follow
the website as well, isn't there? So all the tutorials and education resources went onto the website, didn't they? So
that's a good
find them that way as well.
Yeah, everything we ever did, for those people that have only just kind of been aware of it or just sort of hearing about it now, everything we ever did is all on the website, and you can access all of that information. And it's all for free. You can all download it. There's information about every type of complication, diabetes, all that kind of stuff is on there. Loads of stuff from Rose about psychological support. Loads of stuff from Becky about the eye stuff. Becky, you might want to say a bit more about that, because it's a bit of a bugbear of Becky's that the eye information is always quite scary, which you guys, people living with diabetes always report to us. So Becky goes out of her way to help as much as she can. Are you there, Becky? Oh yeah, she is. There you
go. I am. I'm here. It's screening and the eye results and the way the letters are written. People are always telling me how scary it is, and there's nobody to talk to, there's nobody to ask about it. So we did a load of resources, and they're all on the website for anybody to access, explaining everything from what happens at screening to what your results mean. And we've also got a YouTube channel as well that's got a lot of videos and things on it that will explains what the screening results are, what retinopathy is, what you guys can do to help yourselves, help prevent it, help stop it getting worse. So there's loads on our website, loads on the YouTube channel.
There is. Cool. What time is it now? Oh, we've only got 40 minutes left. So we've all gone away, haven't we, all week and picked our favourite myths and facts. Who wants to go first with one to discuss? Alison, you go for one. You have loads of cool ones.
I don't know about that. Okay, so my speciality, if you like, within diabetes, or one of them, is technology. And Tamsin, feel free to jump in, because I know you're a queen of tech as well. Not that I am, anyway. So I just wanted to, not really a fact, but just to look at and maybe highlight the fact how far we've come so quickly in using technology. It depends on your point of view, obviously, but we've really only had technology. So to give you an example, I don't know if anybody knows, but the first Dexcom came out in 1999. Now, for Max, who was talking so beautifully before we were, that probably seems a very long time ago, but it really isn't. So it was just to highlight that, really. The Libra, which was pretty game changing for a lot of people. 2014, really not that long at all. The first blood glucose meters, we go back a little bit further, but they were the 1980s. First insulin pen, this, I thought they'd just been around forever, 1986. So again, I know that's 30 years or so, but really not that long away at all. Tamsin, it's just in the last 10 years seems to have gone on leaps and bounds, and part of it is great and it's good, but also part of it is quite frustrating for us, because we can't get it out as quickly as we'd like, and some of that's around guidelines, and some of that's around not having enough workforce. But I think for most people with diabetes, or type 1 diabetes, I should say, they're pretty life or game changing.
Yeah, I mean, I agree. I was like on the waiting list to, when Libra brought it out to buy, basically, in 2014, and I remember sitting on that waiting list, and then it arrived, and I stuck it on the back of my arm, and I think it probably lasted, I don't know how long, before I knocked it off on a door frame, as you do. Because you don't realise how close you walk to door frames until you put a Libra or a CGM on your arm, and then you realise that you walk very close to them and rip them off, or your bra strap rips them off, is the other thing that I found. But yeah, I mean, 2014, I mean, like now, I think that that's just feels so long ago now, but like you said, not even just technology, to think that in the last 100 years, insulin, was invented, and that prior to that, people were on starvation diets and things like that to try and control sugars. So, how far we've come in 100 years, to the fact that we've got insulin pumps, and not only insulin pumps but hybrid closed loop pumps, and people are obviously DIYing and actually not even bolusing at all, and and I just think that is just when you're diagnosed in the 70s or 80s, I think to think that in 30-40 years that's where we'd be, I don't think anybody would have thought that, really.
And it's really, if we look at how far we've come so quickly, it's really exciting to think what is around the corner. I mean, we've got the results from the hybrid closed loop study coming out now, and they are game changing. They're showing that people are really benefiting for it. There are downsides. Some people did have episodes of ketosis. We need to adapt our practice around that. We've had to adapt the sick day rules, as we call them, or sick day management, as some people are now wanting to preferring to call them, from the straightforward ones we had for the pumps. We have to be a little bit more technical with the hybrid closed loop ones. But having said that, it is certainly, talking to my patients, and I know Rose will probably touch on this, reducing their stress, their diabetes distress, tremendously, because it takes away Not all, you still have to be engaged, obviously,
Yeah.
but some of those many decisions that have to be made during the day.
I think for some people as well, it's that almost sleeping through the night, isn't it?
Oh, yeah.
Without worries of highs or lows, or the Libra. If you had a Libra on alarming at you to say you're high or low, and having to do something about that in the middle of the night, and actually sleeping through the night, which I don't think many people appreciate, that maybe don't have diabetes or don't work in diabetes, that actually a lot of people with diabetes do not get a good night's sleep because their diabetes wakes them up in the night with one thing or another. So
and then of course, and then that has the knock-on effect on partners, spouses. I don't do peds, but parents of children with type 1, do they ever sleep? Now hopefully we can give them some sleep at least.
Yeah, no, definitely.
And I think it's amazing. I went to a lecture about this a while ago, and it was Pratik Chowdhury who was saying when they got these artificial intelligence sort of algorithms to start doing the closed loops, that when they first started it, these algorithms were doing more than 100 adjustments a day to keep somebody in range throughout the day. And if you just sort of compare that to someone who's trying to manage with blood finger pricking and multiple daily injections, it's just crazy what we're expecting of people. And then we sit there in clinic and go, why is your HbA1c so high? Well, it's because I can't do 100 adjustments a day. I'm a human. It's just incredible, the difference.
The Medtronic 780 with the G4 now, you don't the G4 now doesn't need calibrating, so that's another thing that you don't have to do. It will ask for one sometimes, but you don't have to calibrate it. So the sensors are improving, but the 780 algorithm adjusts the basal rate every 5 minutes. I mean, you can't do that, obviously. It's impossible. So if you've got some tech that will do it for you, it's amazing.
Oh, that's really cool. Rose, you had some cool facts about diabetes distress, didn't you? It's a nice little segue.
Into what Alison and Tamsin were saying about all the decisions that people with diabetes have to make. So I think most people know this by now. It's very well publicised, but people living with diabetes have to make an additional 180 decisions every single day just to manage their type 1, which is huge. Absolutely
that is huge.
And this is something that I bang on about all the time, because particularly in my job, people think that what I'm doing is just sort of looking at depression or anxiety, and that is not it at all, because we know when people are living with diabetes, and type 1 is a prime example here, because it is so demanding, it almost creates its own psychological issues. So people living with diabetes, we need them to not just be at a human level, because it demands so much of you. It's almost getting people up to this superhuman level where you can deal with all of these extra decisions, having to manage pharmacies, having to manage hospital parking, having to deal with GP receptionists, all of this stuff that has to go on the regular. So there's this thing called diabetes distress, which is very, very simply, it's basically a measurable metric of how much you hate your diabetes on a given day. And it's so common. So we know, going through the data in my clinic, at least 40% of the young people that I work with on a day-to-day basis have levels of diabetes distress that are pretty clinical. And Diabetes UK did this massive survey a few years ago called the Too Often Missing survey. And they found that 7 in 10 people who responded, so this was tens of thousands of people across the UK, had experienced these really high levels of diabetes distress. And we know that when people have these high levels, that just everything gets harder, that if you hate your diabetes, it's really natural that you don't want to look after it, that everything feels like a massive chore, like a massive responsibility. And we know if that goes unmanaged and unsupported for too long, then that can lead to more issues like burnout, like depression, and loads of sort of really unpleasant stuff. So diabetes distress is a huge amount of what I work with, and it's quite different to other psychological or mental health settings, and the way that you'd expect people to work. So whereas most people working in a mental health setting would just do some therapy to manage someone's distress and then off you would go, it often takes a bit longer. So I would do a lot of stabilization work with people, make sure they're safe, first of all, because especially in the work that I do with young adults, quite often people are quite risky. So we do that, then we manage the distress, and then we go into what I call the sort of superhuman therapy, which is, now that we've got your distress managed and under control, how can we use all of this stuff to help you manage the massive pain in the backside that is diabetes? So you almost have to do this extra bonus phase of therapy with people. And not a lot of people understand that, and that's why we need specialist diabetes psychologists who really get it, who understand what it is like actually living with this, and then psychologists that can sort of be in diabetes teams, because we can help to upskill the teams, which is so important. Because even if I had a magic budget and I was getting 350 million a week, I wouldn't be able to supply all of the psychologists that we need for this. So what we really need is to upskill all of our teams. We need doctors and nurses who are interested in this, who are switched on in this, and we need it to be a core part of people's training.
Yeah, absolutely. And then you've been like a champion, and you've done loads of stuff with us at the DSM forum as well. We've got loads of YouTube videos with you, and bless poor Rose gets gets brought into anything with this, but it's something that DSNs are, we're not really trained in it as well. Even in our general nursing training, we don't really get trained in things like this. So it's something that we do have to kind of take an interest in. And I know that you've recommended courses that I've done and some other DSNs have done and things, but there's loads of stuff out there. And you've also done your Talking Type 1 series books, haven't you, which you've got out there into clinics and stuff. So for any of you that are interested in or think that you might have some diabetes distress or burnout, do ask your DSNs for any copies of those books. I don't know, they're not available online, are they, Rose? But
I think they might be, actually.
Oh,
so
are
yeah,
they?
there are a couple available on all good booksellers. But if you're in England or in Wales, you can get them for free. So go speak to your DSN, because they will have copies of them. So we've got a book called Diabetes Burnout. We've got a book on needle phobia. We've got a book on diabetes burnout and distress for parents and carers. And then we've got our kids' books as well, which are my absolute favourites.
They're super cute.
So we've got a book called How to Manage a Mammoth, which is, it's basically a secret psychology intervention, because as the mother of young children, I know that if I try and get them to do anything that is at all healthy or helpful, they will know that straight away and they will immediately switch off. So what we did was we hid an acceptance and commitment therapy intervention in a bedtime story. So the book is called How to Manage a Mammoth, and it's about a little boy called Jake who lives with a magic diabetes mammoth called Mel. So yeah, that is one of my favorites. And I can tell you all as well that we've got a new kids book coming out in Wales. It's going to be Wales first, but hopefully we'll get it further, called How to Hold a Hedgehog. And that has officially gone to the printers. So it should be arriving in hospitals in Wales, all around Wales for free later this month. And it is very, very cute.
That is super cute. I have seen some of the pictures, and we were all set doing a lot.
And they also made the mammoth book into a little cartoon, didn't they?
Yeah, so that's up on DigiBeat. So if you search How to Manage a Mammoth and DigiBeat, you should see the little cartoon there. And the little boy that did the voiceover for it, he's so cute. So yeah, definitely worth a watch.
Oh, it's cute. Oh, I just saw Vicky's here. Vicky, hello. Bless you.
Hi.
Are you still sat in the car?
No, I'm out of the car and
good.
in my lounge.
Oh, good. Well, you can say, have you got a fun fact for us to talk about?
Well, I suppose it's kind of down the tech theme route. So I was doing some research, and the first wearable insulin pump was designed in 1976, according to my source, and it was called the Blue Brick, and it probably was, I imagine, the size of a brick.
Yeah, everyone see it, didn't? And they the ones who used to wear as like a backpack and had to...
Yeah. So just thinking about where we are now, and obviously, thankfully they're a lot smaller and easier to transport around, which is fabulous. And I just find the whole history of diabetes really fascinating. I never liked history at school, I have to be honest, but looking back at all the things that have changed and over the years, I just find it really interesting, and I'm just amazed at how far we have come and how far hopefully we continue to go. I just think it's amazing, really. And the biggest message that I kind of heard from the chat before was how life-changing this technology has been to so many people, and I just think everyone should have it.
Yeah, it's lovely as a DSN, isn't it, when you meet someone in clinic that's never used any tech, or and I find this sometimes with the young adults. Some of them are just so anti having anything on them or stuck to them and things, but sometimes, if you can actually get them to just try something, the change that it gives their lives is huge sometimes. I think that's one of the best parts of our job. We're lucky to do it.
Yeah, definitely. And I'm fairly new to the tech side of things, really, myself. So, because I've looked after people with type 2 diabetes for the last sort of 6 or 7 years. So it's a steep learning curve for me as well, even though I've been a diabetes nurse for a long time. Every day is a school day.
Yeah, exactly. I was asked for World Diabetes Day, we were asked by NHS England to give some quotes or some stories about working in diabetes and look at trying to encourage more people, because as we know, there's a huge shortage of any healthcare professionals, I think, to come to the diabetes side. And one of the things I said was it's always changing, and that's why I love it. It never stands still. There's always something new coming out. I was going to say, when we were trying to pick our facts and stuff, I can see Amar's on the line. Are you there, Amar, if we make you a speaker? Because somebody said that we were talking about one of the drugs that we use for type 2 diabetes and the history of that, which was kind of mind-blowing. Alison, you might be able to. I don't know if Amar is there. Can you speak?
Yeah, I can. Amar, are you there, or do you want me to speak?
Yeah, no, you can speak.
So
I have sent a request for Amar, so hopefully
he might just be listening in the background. But I thought he was part of obviously Diabetes 101, and he had some interesting facts after what else. But there we go.
There he is.
Very briefly, so I just whilst doing homework, I'm also putting.
Oh, sorry, Amar.
No, I think it's about these class of medications called SGLT2 inhibitors that we've heard about and heard lots about. They were originally found out about 150 years ago, so 1830s, 1836, from apple tree bark, and what they found was dogs who had it, they would wee a bit more and have a bit more sugar in their urine, and so it would induce this kind of glucose excretion. And 100 years down the line, 150 years down the line, we've got medications that actually work. Don't ask me why it's taken so long, but we've known about it for a long time, and it's now something that we use. So that's an interesting bit of fact. The medications we heard about just recently in the last 10 years have been known for over 150 years or so.
Yeah, it's crazy, isn't it? Because these drugs they've blown up in the last 5-10 years, as we know, and we use them in lots of different things now: heart failure, chronic kidney disease, and diabetes. Alison, what were you going to say? Similar kind of thing.
It was similar. It was just to fill in case Amar couldn't come on. But yeah, no, the SGLT2. So there's a myth. Now I don't know if this is myth or not, but way back before we had insulin. So insulin came in the early 1900s, and then they finally developed some that could be injected safely. We all know about Banting and Best and McLeod, etc. back in sort of 1929. But before that, people were on these starvation diets, as Tamsin mentioned, and I'd heard that they were fed bark. And I thought, that was a myth. But now I'm thinking maybe there was a connection, as this element is found in apple tree bark, so that help them excrete more of the glucose via the urine. So yeah, it's amazing how things develop, and things that were at one stage thought to be true, as we get better, as we have more research. So the guy who first described type 2 diabetes, it was in 36. I looked this up before. And he actually said avoid fruit. And so, I mean, I'm sure the other DSNs might agree. So often when you come in, people are saying, oh, I know I can't eat fruit. Not true. So, you know, we have to tackle some of these myths and barriers sometimes. I think
absolutely.
Oh, I thought I'd gone off air then. Sorry. It just
Oh,
goes
no, we can still hear you. It was going a bit funny. Oh, no, we could hear you.
Okay. Yeah, no. So, yeah, things develop, things change. We have to keep on top of it. But hopefully it's always improving.
Yeah, absolutely. God knows where these drugs will be taking us. So like Amar and the Goggle Docs are a good bunch to follow because they're always on top of where the next
they
where these
definitely
drug
are,
classes
yeah.
are coming from, aren't they? Cool. Becky, you've got some really cool eye facts that only you can tell us, because I get confused just at the anatomy of the eye, let alone all the words that you use. So I'll let you go.
Yeah, well, I can continue the history lesson then if you want. And so my first fact that I found out when I was writing my thesis was that the retina was first seen in 1704, and they first viewed it by putting a cat underwater, if you would believe, and that's how they first saw what the retina looked like. We didn't get our first ophthalmoscopes until the 1800s, 1851. And they first started describing retinopathy in 1855, and they would employ medical artists to draw the images of the eye, because obviously that was before we had photographs or could take a picture. But I think we didn't get... Oh, my dog's going to go nuts now. Hold on.
Oh, hello, Baxter.
He always has to join in on everything.
He does. He's a very happy little dog, isn't he?
Yes. We didn't actually get any treatment for proliferative retinopathy until the 1950s. And that's when we first found laser, which is crazy because that's still used today, and it's, you know, our main treatment for retinopathy. And studies for that came out in the 70s and 80s, I think, and proving how effective it is at treating retinopathy and sort of preserving people's vision. We got vitrectomies in 1970s, and our brand new, well, they're not brand new anymore, but they're 20 years old now. Our VEGF injections came around in the 2000s, which is crazy how much that is evolving. And this year we got our first dual VEGF and Ang2 injection. So things are really evolving in the ophthalmology space and in the treatments for retinopathy.
I'm so glad you've given us that little update, because I am chairing a session about retinopathy and ophthalmology at DPC, and I thought it was you doing it, didn't I? So I was like, this will be okay. And now you're not doing it. So that's good. No. So I'm glad you've explained all of that to me. I'll have some questions to take along.
Yeah, the new therapy. So in all these therapies all have really crazy names, don't they? And I always thought that diabetes was unique in this, but it's not, because the new therapy for anti-VEGF is faricimab, and the brand name is Vabysmo. So
Vabysmo. Yeah. Sounds like some kind of Pokemon name.
I know, it's really crazy. I have no idea how they come up with these names for these drugs, but yes, those were my fun facts for retinopathy.
We do have some funny names for the drugs. I think the GLP-1s. I don't know though. The SGLT2s do have some cool names, but they kind of roll off the tongue a little bit more. But yeah, they are funny how they come up with them. Although Patrick Holmes, who also was one of the GPs on our team Diabetes 101, told us, and I don't know if was it Amar who knew. Amar might know this, if it's true, but he said the people that name drugs are basically two women that sit in an office somewhere in America, and they just come up with the random names. I don't know how true that was, because I'm quite gullible. I know. Do you think it sounds true? It probably is.
Yeah, I'm probably quite drunk.
We're just sitting there,
imagine just sitting in a dark office somewhere.
I heard they always try and get X's and Z's in them because that sticks in people's mind, and it sounds a bit.
Oh,
I don't know,
really? There must be some psychology
wild,
to it,
possibly.
There's loads of psychology with medication. I don't know how true this is, but there's loads of stuff about how the colour of your tablets and the shape of your tablets, especially in things like pain medication. There was a thing about there was a particular brand of ibuprofen that made their pills pink because that made people feel they were stronger. There's all sorts of stuff about that. So there's loads and loads of research into how we think and the placebo effect in medication. So this sounds like my dream job, just sitting in a room developing drug names. I'd love that.
I did hear that when they do come up with the name, they have to check in every single language possible that it doesn't mean something.
Oh yeah, that could be awkward, couldn't it? Yeah. Oh, cool. So, Beth, we were talking earlier about sort of what we would love to happen for diabetes services, and so much has happened already with the changes, and I guess a lot of the changes in technology are things that none of us ever really anticipated could happen. But if you had a bit of a sort of magic wand for diabetes services, what would you like to see happen, and what do you think, how do you think things are going to change in the next 5 years?
Oh my gosh, that's such a hard question. I still, when we were chatting about it in the group chat, I was driving and I drove all the way to Portsmouth, so a good 40-minute drive, and I still haven't come up with the answer. And everyone probably always thinks more staff, more money, more time. I would love more time to spend with people. I would love everybody to be as passionate about diabetes as we all are, so that everyone gets the best care that they're entitled to and things. I don't know, Vicky, Tamsin, Alison, from a DSM point of view, what do you think?
I would love to be able to offer people like the technology, for example, or the medication that is best for them without having to go through all the red tape and the guidelines and the rigmarole of, it's not on our formulary and we can't prescribe this and all that business. But I was asked a similar question actually, as an interview question, if money was no object, what would the perfect diabetes service look like? And that was one of my responses, to be able to give what people needed without all the restrictions that we sometimes face.
I think it's the barriers and the borders, isn't it? I mean, we say it's a national health service, but it's not a national health service, is it? Because what I get in Staffordshire and what I can do in Staffordshire is different than my colleagues in Cheshire and Shropshire who are on my borders, and I think that's the frustration, is that people can see that their neighbours down the road are under a different funding or GP, and they've been able to get a Libra or a Dexcom, and and they can't really understand why I'm saying, well, no, I can't do that because I'm not, I don't have that kind of power or whatever at this point in time. And I think that's the frustration, is that it is still a postcode lottery, and it shouldn't be.
I agree. I think my wish would be, so we have the integrated care boards now, which is what it's the CCGs are changing to, but an ideal, because we're central London, I deal with up to about 15 different ones, and they all have a different form for the same device for the same group of patients, and some will make a decision there and then. Some will make a decision in a week. Some I'm still waiting a month down the line for them just to give the go ahead for what is in fact a very straightforward, clear-cut decision to me. Maybe I'm biased, I don't know, but it's so frustrating, and it's frustrating for us. Must be even more so for the patients, and it must be very difficult to understand why we can't just give them something when the guidelines are there, the national guidelines are there, but the local adoption is fragmented at best,
and just so slow. It's just so unbelievably slow, isn't it? I think
I could have a group of 10 sort of 8 patients with type 1 in front of me if I'm doing a Daphne course, and I can guarantee that one, I can give a Libra 2 straight away because their ICB has got rid of the blue tech forms as we have them. The next 2, I'd have to do a blue tech form. The next patient might need a CGM because they're hypo unaware, so I have to go through either an IFR process, an individual funding request process, or if I'm lucky, it's a 1-page blue tech form and it gets approved very quickly. So it's just
it's frustrating.
does your head in sometimes. It really does.
And I think as well, it's like they employ us to be diabetes specialists, but half our time is spent justifying our job to other people for them to tick the forms and stuff. Like, I don't understand why we aren't just trusted to do it ourselves, because that's what we're employed to do. But it's like we're asking other people to tick the boxes and the forms when we've already assessed, made the assessment and things. It is annoying.
Yeah, I've got one ICB who've agreed that they can have the CGM, but they haven't sorted out the process, as they call it, yet. So we're still waiting. And these guidelines, the updated ones, came out in March this year, and we're fast approaching December. So very tiring.
We're still waiting. And I think it's as well is that they don't understand the terminology. So I get emails about CGMs and they're talking about pumps, and I'm like, oh, what are you talking about? I'm like, I need to know what you're talking about. And then they come back and say, oh yes, but this is our terminology. And I'm like, it's not your terminology. Use the right terminology.
It's wrong. Your terminology is wrong.
Use the right. And so like I think the people that you're dealing with don't actually even understand what they're talking about and what you're talking about, and that makes it a really difficult conversation to have with people when you're trying to get all this funding sorted and all these processes sorted if they don't actually even understand what they're sorting really.
So it sounds like with our magic wand we'll get rid of all the red tape.
Which will free our time up, so we'll get more DSN time. So kind of a little bit of a win-win, because we try and avoid, they say if you've got all the money in the world, but it does come down to that, and you do have to rationalize. There isn't a magic money tree, as it gets called, or a bottomless pit of money, but there are ways of saving the money within. If we didn't, if I didn't have to spend sometimes it can be up to 8 hours a week doing paperwork, that's 8 hours I could be delivering clinical care. Given that I'm part-time anyway, it really bites in.
We talked about, didn't we, as well, sort of when not long after 101 was created, about how we would have our own 101 diabetes centre with all of us working together. So that would be nice if our magic wand could do that.
That would be the dream.
Where in the UK we'd put it, I'm not entirely sure, but food for thought.
We'd have a hub, and then we'd have to have a hub, and then we'd all be in our, we'd all have our little areas. Maybe.
Yeah, we'd take over the world, is what we'd do. Start small, and then take over everywhere.
But always stopping for afternoon tea.
Always, most important.
And den building.
Yeah. I remember, going back to what we were talking about right at the beginning, I remember Amanda contacting me and saying, would I help out with this new thing they were starting on Twitter? She said, we probably won't, this was in March, 2020, we probably won't need you till May or June. I think 2 days later, she was like, Alison, no, quick, come. It's just like, it's madness.
Well,
it's going everywhere.
We never assumed, we were just literally like, right, who can we get on board to help? And we literally contacted everybody who we know who uses Twitter fairly easily and frequently. And there it was born. But I don't think any of us ever realised how big it would become. And but like we said at the start, it's the most fun project I think I've ever done in my career so far, and I'm super proud of it. And everybody, it was all in our own time, and everyone did it just from the love of, wanting to support people with diabetes. And we got as much as support, didn't we? So.
And the first day I came in was the den building day, and there was I'm like, okay, right, I can build a den. If I can find some cushions, what are we going to do? But it was but it was very widely appreciated, I think, looking at some of the comments we got, but not also the patients with diabetes, but right at the beginning when we the group came out with that fact sheet about COVID and type 1, that was sort of pounced on by the diabetes teams around the country, because literally they had nothing to give patients and they were being inundated with calls of people, understandably very concerned about it. So it was more than just the patients. It was healthcare. It was a wider group of healthcare professionals appreciated it as well.
Yeah, and then like the tutorials and stuff we did, like they've been shared so widely, and I know Dominica, bless her, who's on here, shared quite, we had lots of guest speakers as well coming in, but a lot of the stuff was translated for the Ukrainian people as well, wasn't it, during their recent conflicts there and stuff.
Yes,
so
of course.
Yeah, I think it's definitely done some good. So we've got 7 minutes. What should we do in the last 7 minutes, Tom? Does anyone want to ask questions? Do we want to do another fact? I haven't said my funny lizard fact, but to be honest, I talk about that all the time.
Hi guys, it's Mel. Sorry, I'm just coming in on the continuous glucose monitoring bit. Can I just add a comment to you guys?
Yeah, go for it.
Please do.
Okay, so you've seen me. I'm Mel. I'm the community diabetes nurse. I used to be a hospital one before.
Yeah.
And I just wanted to just say to you guys, we are all one team. I'm really trying to champion ICGM, intermittent continuous glucose monitoring, not a pump, in the community, and CGM. But the problem we've got is that the pushback is from the trusts. So the pushback is the funding, as you may have discussed. But I just wanted to quickly say to you, it's all going through at the moment with across the Black Country at least. And I start them. I start them, and we don't use blue tech. And it's so difficult because the primary care systems are saying we need funding to be able to train our staff to start patients on Libre and Dexcom and the others. And I understand that, but I also understand it's a glucose monitoring system and our patients have got the right to have it. So I'm with you guys. I just wanted to pop in on that because I really do support you guys. And I think you're amazing on here because I really need you. I need you to support me.
We're all one big team.
Thank you, darlings.
I think it's just like the CGM stuff that we were referring to might be the more, like the Dexcom G6s and 7s and Guardians and stuff that people can loop with their pumps and stuff. But I mean, we haven't said, everyone's kind of saying that they need training. I know that like the people that Vicky worked for, Eden, have done a huge primary care package for people needing to. I don't know if Vicky, you want to say more about that. I don't know. I know that you did some like learning, didn't you, for CGM?
Yeah, so we've got for any healthcare professional anywhere in the UK, it's free. If you either Google Eden glucose sensing or have a look on the Twitter page, it's free to register, and healthcare professionals can do it at their leisure. They can dip in and dip out, and hopefully it just increases knowledge and confidence maybe for those who it's new for, or even those who know about it and want to learn a bit more.
Yeah, it is a totally new thing. And we were in the same position, as I've said before. DSNs were in this position, when it all blew up about maybe maybe 5 years ago, something like that. And it was, but we all just have to get on board with it. And it is just a new way of looking at glucose levels. But I mean, like you said, patients are entitled to it, and it, it benefits them much more than, glucose monitoring. But yeah, hopefully. Anybody else want to say anything? We've got 4 minutes. We'll stick to time.
Thank you to Mel for championing it in the community, because I did a brief spell in the community as well, and it's a different world, but we are all one team. So I think forging those links between secondary care, primary care, or tertiary care, whichever level you're coming in at, is vital. So thank you, Mel. We've got you back, so keep talking to us, and hopefully we can help as well.
Yeah.
I think my sort of take really is, and I've said this all the time, pumps, you guys. I don't talk pumps. I don't do pumps. But what I've got is patients coming out the woodwork with type 1 diabetes who are seeing all the media and they're saying, I want to start using a device. So they then say, nobody's offered it to me, and that's not a reflection on anybody. These patients that have gone away into a hole in COVID, if you like, and I don't really want to say COVID, because we're out of that now. We've got to get out of that. And do you know what I see it as? I see it as a way in for these patients to see what tech can do for them. And then if they come back to me and say, Mel, I'm revolutionised, I feel so much better, then I'm starting to see the Libra view, and I'm seeing these curves, and I do me tweets occasionally about my South Asians, and then I'm thinking, this patient specifically might want to look at a pump, and then I refer them in. I mean, it's not many of them that would actually want to go down that route. So what we've got to remember is you guys are in it, and that's your bag. And I was a secondary care nurse back in the day, but not with pumps. And now I'm seeing these patients who are sort of opening the door. And if they're opening the door, we've got to let them in. And then we've got to make sure we look after them correctly. So we produced a document for the Midland Wide group on education, and we've championed Eden in that. So I already know about your pathways and stuff. I think it's more the GPs saying, we've got no funding for this. We can't do it. We don't know what it is. And I think that's the crux of the problem.
Yeah, that's really helpful, Mel. Thank you. And I think Mel raised a really important point, which I think is a theme that really came about with the 101 account, but is more important more widely, is that it's having people with diabetes that are advocating for a lot of these things. And for those of us that saw everything that happened with Libra, getting that through, the amount of attention that took, getting things like eating disorder services to have the attention that they needed, with things like the We Are Not Waiting movement, with the closed loop systems. So much of that has come from people with diabetes who are advocating, who wouldn't let that go, who went and got powerful people like Partha involved, who really advocated for this, using things like the charities, but also raising this attention on social media. And I think this is one of the elements of the 101 account that was so powerful, was that it wasn't us about us as a group of healthcare professionals. It was the community. It was people with diabetes and the support that came from that. And I think that is a huge element that is missing from NHS care as we currently see it. We don't involve people with diabetes in our services enough. And I think if we did, I think if we enabled people with diabetes to advocate, if we paid people with diabetes to be able to advocate for us, I think that would create huge change right across the NHS and would really, really help. And I think so often we as healthcare professionals end up in these positions where actually we're having to speak for people with diabetes, and we shouldn't have to do that. I think we need to enable people with diabetes to get their voices heard at the high up levels. And I think that is something that accounts like 101 enabled, and social media and things like this diabetes chat has enabled, because it's a great leveler where people can directly contact decision makers. And I think that's something that we need to see a lot more of going forwards.
Oh, that's a good ending, Rose.
Beautiful ending.
It is. Is Tom there? Have we done our hour?
I am. Thank you so much,
all day
guys.
otherwise, so you better let us go.
Well, we can extend. We can have 48 hours. We can have 24 hours just listening to you guys, right?
Well, I think we'd get muted eventually.
And you definitely would sound like Marge Simpson then, Beth, if you kept talking on there.
I would, yeah. I've got my soothers.
Yes, I think I might need a pack of them later on.
You probably will.
But thank you so much to all of you, Beth, Alison, Tamsin, Vicky, Amelia jumped on at the end, Rose, Rebecca, Amar that jumped on, you know what I mean? So we've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 amazing healthcare professionals that have joined us in this hour, who are supporting people with diabetes all around the UK. We just honestly appreciate everything you do. And I think bringing it back to the Diabetes 101, I think in them particularly hard times over lockdown and stuff, it was hard, and like you guys have said, it was good for people to connect with you guys and teams, but also it did you guys it helped you as well. So honestly, thank you so much for this morning. I've really enjoyed it. I've been sat here with my cup of tea. I've had a bit of lunch, and I've just sat back, me and my wife, listening, really fascinated, and I just appreciate your time today.
Thanks so much for inviting us.
Very
Tom,
welcome.
You're doing a great job.
Yeah, good luck with the rest of the 22 hours now, is it? 22?
We've got on the, because we're streaming on YouTube as well, guys. So if you want to click on the Diabetes Chat account, you can see some various bits of information. And on there, I've got like different screens with different keyboards and mouse. On there, you'll see the tweeted post, the pinned post, and it's got all the links that people can connect to there. You can listen in on Twitter here. You can, of course, request the microphone. You can tweet along, use the hashtag DiabetesChat. You can watch on YouTube. And later on, I'll put my webcam on and you can see me do a bit of the Type 1 balloon challenge and things like that. And also, it was sort of a last minute sort of thing. I have set up a sort of just giving funding and fundraising cause. I chose JDRF UK as I think all of the amazing charities. There's so many, and I could have chosen so many. But if you're able to share it or donate even £1, whatever, I think every penny will help. So it's all there in the tweet, in the pinned tweet. But honestly, from the bottom of my heart to all of you guys, thank you for coming on. Wow.
Yeah, you're welcome. Good luck.
Whoever did that clap, I didn't even know you could do that till last week.
Yeah, so I went on the little wand thingy and it says soundboard.
Yeah.
And there's loads of little faces and stuff. I thought it just did an emoji like everyone else, but when I press it, it does a clap. So, but
it's
there
amazing.
You go.
There we go.
There's
Thank you, Beth, for
no
helping
Is Paul on
coordinate
next?
this. So yeah, here he is, Mr. Diabetic Dad himself, and
I was hoping
the lovely
he's going to play some
Jules.
Oasis. I'll stay for that if he does play some Oasis.
Let's hope so. Hey, Paul.
Hi guys, how are you?
Good.
Not
how are you?
Excellent.
Right, I'm gonna go because I'll just end up chatting.
We can chat. That's okay. I think Jules might want to join in though.
Yeah, it's fine. Go for it. See you guys later. Have a good day.
See you later. So welcome along, guys, to the Diabetes Chat. This is our third hour. We're 3 hours in. We've got 21 hours, 55 minutes, 54 seconds to go. And now we're joined for the third hour with the amazing Diabetic Dad. And he's going to take over and do a Dad's Chat with us, with the amazing Jules from GBDoc. And they will be talking about 3 amazing, important topics: diabetes communities, peer support, and mental health. I know the guys will be talking for a little bit, and then I will welcome Q&A. If there's any questions, please tweet along Diabetes Chat. And yeah, let's get involved. Let's get a bit of discussion going. And if you want to come speak to the guys, come request a mic. So welcome, Paul. Welcome, Jules.
Thank you so much, Tom. Can I just say that was an excellent chat with the 101 guys. The HCPs there do such good work. I mean, not just in clinic, and as you can see online as well on that new 101 account. So yes, today I'm going to talk to Jules. As Tom says, Jules is the lead volunteer, I guess, on GBDoc. She also launched the Enough Now Doc account a couple of years back. So we'll get into that in a second or two. I'm going to tell you a little bit about me, as if you don't know about me anyway, because I'm all over Twitter all the time. But my name is Paul. You might know me as Diabetic Dad. I occasionally make videos about diabetes, and sometimes I interview other people to talk about their life with diabetes. Those videos are known as Dad Chats. I haven't made one in a while, but there's a few on YouTube. So no videos today. We're going to just stick to audio. So I've been a type 1 diabetic since 1984. I was diagnosed on my 8th birthday. I lived with some eye complications due to diabetes, but they're now stable. I blog, I make videos sometimes, as you know. I tweet too much, I'm sure you know. I mentor some other people who have type 1 now and again. I'm also an ambassador for ELSA Diabetes. I volunteer for GBDoc. I make some of the GBDoc things that you can see online today. I do some work with Action for Diabetes. What else? Oh yeah, I co-admin a type 1 support page on Facebook for men. And I nag people to use alt text a lot on their tweeted images. I think that covers it. I think that's me. So let's move over to Jules. She's the founder of Enough Now Doc and the lead volunteer for GBDoc, as I said. Good afternoon, Jules. Can you tell the listeners a little bit about you and your diabetes?
Yeah, I'm Jules. On Twitter as Jules BHRH. The HRH was a title that was given to me. I'm not a real HRH, as the postman once thought I was, and I had to explain how a member of the royal family was living in a council flat. So that was all a bit embarrassing. But that was kind of gifted to me by the GBDoc community, because I think just to reflect my longevity, or, you know, in other words, my old age, probably. I had a weird diagnosed as type 2 when I was 18, because I was too old to have type 1. That got, when I was trying for a family, then I got re-diagnosed as a type 2, as a type 1, sorry. And that was when I was about 23, 24. So I've been a type 1 for like nearly 30 years. Although now it gets even more interesting because they're testing me for MODY. So I don't know what I am. I don't know what I am, but I just identify as a diabetic. I think we'll just use that. The overall banner of a diabetic. On an insulin pump, been on it for 12 years and using Libra. And that's kind of me.
Okay, sounds good. I don't know an awful lot about MODY, but maybe we'll get onto that a little bit later. So you launched the account Enough Now Doc. So let's talk about safety, shall we? Let's get the harsher one out of the way. Let's talk about safety in the community. So you launched the account Enough Now Doc. So what caused you to do that, and what's it for?
Well, I'd had some unsolicited DMs from people, and I think I tweeted that I was fed up with it, and some women came to me in DM and said that they'd had the same thing, and as us women do, we all started talking, and it turns out that some of the same names were cropping up of the senders of these unsolicited messages. And so I set up Enough Now Doc because, not as a witch hunt, but as a support for people who have had this kind of thing happen to them, because it's not only online, it happens in person, it happens at diabetes conferences, conventions, or, you know, any type of real life gatherings, but particularly, or not particularly, even some of the professional ones, and that's really not right. So we set this up, or I set this up, just to support people, because it's not a witch hunt. We don't name names, but we do support people, and if they want to take it further, then we can support them with that as well.
So it's fairly concerning. So I mean, it's not fairly concerning stuff, is it? It's concerning stuff. So I'm aware of a few of the things that have been said and been shared to that account, but I'm not a part of that account. That account is solely managed by you and women. So if I could ask you, when you say men sent you an unsolicited DM, what was the content of the message? Was it anything to do with diabetes at all?
Well, it started off with a comment about a tweet I'd made about diabetes. So diabetes is used as the way to get talking to you, and then it just kind of goes off on a slightly more serious route. I can't really tell you the content, to be honest, Paul, because let's just say it was a photograph.
I think for protection issues for everyone, I think not going into the content is important, but the reason, I guess, what led you to create this community that you've made, isn't it, really?
Totally. And so many other, I'm saying women, obviously it can be the other way around. Men can get the same attention and men can come to us as well. But at the moment, it's women. It's women who are I don't want to use the word victims, because we're not victims. We are the subjects of this sort of behaviour, and it's just not on. It isn't.
Yeah, I mean, as Tom says, we won't name names or identify anything as such. Of course not. No. Yeah, and as you said, it does seem to be women are not the victims, as you say, but sort of the target of this more than men.
Yes,
if that might be fair to say.
Yes, definitely.
I guess you must have had conversations with women, as you said. So the sort of content that you know of, the conversations between men and women in these DMs, were they the same nature? Was that commonplace?
Yeah, they were all very similar. And one of the things that we say is that we're not looking to stop anybody's fun. I think we are all consenting adults, and if you want to have fun, then have fun. If you meet somebody in the community, then hey, good for you. But as long as it's done safely and as long as it's done consensually, and that's the important bit, is that when in most cases men send these things, women haven't asked for that.
Yeah, so all sort of an unsolicited nature. And and that's when they feel uncomfortable and perhaps come to you to talk about it.
Yeah.
So that account's a couple of years old now. Doc. So since that happened, since the launch of that account, have you noticed a change in anyone's behaviour, in men's behaviour specifically, perhaps? Or is it an ongoing issue today? I mean, I as you know, I've noticed one or two individuals who have sort of vanished since the launch of that account. Whether that's been the motivation for them to vanish or not, I don't know. Those individuals mentioned to me openly at conventions and online as well. So I guess there's some legitimateness to that. So have you noticed a change at all? Has social media been a little bit quieter in that way, or are things still the same today as they used to be when you launched that account?
Well, I launched that account during the COVID lockdowns, so everything went online, didn't it? With all the Zoom stuff, and then all of the electronic communications and social media just came into its own. And that's where, you know, a lot of this was happening, obviously, because there were no real life meetups and what have you. Now that there are the real life meetups, I think we're going to see it changing now, as these become more regular, because it happens in real life too. So we've had instances where women have gone to conferences, for example, and you know, had to stay the night in hotels, and they've had late night unwanted communications from men. Oh, I'm in the same hotel, you want to meet me in the bar for a drink? And it's just creepy, and shouldn't be happening.
Yeah, no, I firmly believe the same thing. So I'm, you know, being on the opposite side as a man, it's a little difficult to say do this, do that, do the other. But you know, maybe as a woman, you've got more insight in terms of safety. So let's move on to the safety aspect of the DOC. So I began Diabetic Dad a few years ago, and I've never felt unsafe. That might be quite common for men on the internet and on social media up until earlier this year. And there was some nastiness going on, and I took a few days out, and it left me to question if I actually need Twitter, need social media. Perhaps women who are, again, I don't want to use the word victims, but you know, on the nasty end of this sort of communication, feel the same way sometimes, and maybe some of them do disappear. Maybe some of them do delete accounts or hide because they just don't need that in their life. So let's talk about safety. When it comes to safety, have you got any advice for women or men, indeed, when it comes to staying safe within the diabetes online community?
Yeah, I mean, it's for any sort of social media contact, it's common sense. Block, mute, report, unfollow, use all of those options. Never feel guilty about blocking somebody. Don't ever feel guilty about that, because at the end of the day, blocking somebody helps your mental health. And that's what's important, because this really can drag you down and make you want to give up social media. And why should you? Why should you? Because of the actions of the absolute minority of individuals. So, I mean, use all of those options. If you're going to meet people in real life, I suggest doing some of the group meetups that happen, because obviously safety in numbers. And if you do meet anybody, meet somewhere public. Again, that's just kind of something that us women learn. That's what we need to insist happens. And one of the other things is just to think about think about your actions from a woman's point of view. If you're walking down the street, for example, and you're walking late at night and you're walking behind a woman on her own, cross over to the other side of the road. Don't make her feel threatened. You can do something similar online if you think about your actions. So if a woman has tweeted that she's feeling lonely or vulnerable, or is having any problems, then instead of going into her DMs and taking it out of the public domain, which can make women feel awkward, just say to them in an open message on Twitter, sorry that you're having a bad time. If you need to speak to somebody, my DMs are open. And then you're giving the decision about further contact, etc., to that person, to that vulnerable person. And they can then decide whether they want to chat to you or not, without having somebody sort of slide into their DMs and then having to worry about, I don't know who this person is, I don't know what they want, I don't know where this is going. So that's the only advice I can give. We do at the Enough Now, we're not a counselling service. I'm the survivor of domestic abuse, and I've had a lot of counselling myself, so I feel that I can be quite empathetic, but we can signpost people to charities and what have you, to get some help about these things.
Yeah.
We're not telling you what you can and can't do. We're just advising,
Yes. I mean, I'm sure that's for the best as well. I mean, absolutely. In terms of if you wish to offer somebody some support and some help, I think, maybe the best thing to do is to just openly tweet them, openly message them.
Mm-hmm.
It's not always Twitter, is it? It's other social media platforms as well. Just openly offer that assistance before you jump into a DM. It works the same way, as you said, in day-to-day life. Perhaps you wouldn't go and walk up to a woman and offer some advice openly, and maybe that's the same online. It should be something where you consider the other person's safety and feelings before you do that.
Yeah.
I mean, blocking absolutely is effective. I think I heard Dan Newman talk quite well about that a couple of years ago. Maybe it was it Connect One, I think it was called, that you had an involvement in, and I think you spoke to Dan about safety online, and he just put it quite plainly but wonderfully that if you see something online that you don't like, or somebody is behaving poorly in a poor way, then just block it, just block them, and move on, and don't have any second thoughts about it.
Yeah.
And since I've heard Dan say that, that's kind of how I've lived my social media. And maybe there's a few more people blocked on there than perhaps should be, but nevertheless, it keeps the peace for me. I mean, Twitter has other tools as well. When it comes to safety, you can mute individual accounts, or you can mute hashtags or keywords, just anything that makes you feel negatively.
I was just going to chime in on that, actually, from a guy's perspective, because I've had a little bit of sort of, let's say, nasty things thrown my way in prior times. I found muting, if a platform offers it, a better tool than blocking, because if you block someone, they go make a new account. If you mute them, they just scream at a wall all day and you never see it.
Yes, yeah, absolutely, a good point. And I think maybe Parker mentioned something along those lines a few weeks ago, that he sort of hits the mute button instead of blocking, because blocking can turn people into martyrs, and as you said, that they can come back with a new account and start again and start the same subjects, and perhaps if they don't know that you're not listening to them, or you don't see their tweets even, that might be the best option. Just hit the mute.
To let them scream at a wall for as long as they want to, because they don't know that they've been muted, but they do know when they've been blocked.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, good point. And I suppose maybe the other option could be to lock an account. I mean, we all want to talk openly and talk to people with diabetes and engage with them. But sometimes, perhaps if you have blocked somebody and they are making new accounts, locking your account so people need to ask permission to view your tweets might be an option, at least in the short term.
I know for Twitter, they also allow you to remove a follower as well. So if you lock your account, at least on Twitter, and someone's already following you that you don't want to, you can go onto their page and remove them as a follower, so they'd have to re-request to see your tweets. That's a bit of a useful tip for you if you didn't know.
I didn't know that. That's excellent. So there's many tools on Twitter when it comes to safety in that way. We're talking on Twitter today, but I think all the social medias have similar sort of options, and it's worth investigating those when it comes to keeping yourself safe, keeping yourself happy, and just keeping your mental health in check.
I think
when it comes to using social media.
Yeah, I think what's important is that social media can be good, and personally, I think that peer support is one of the most important tools in my management of diabetes, and so being able to contact your peers safely is really, really important. And obviously, you don't want to stop people doing that. And locking your account can lead to that a little bit, but it's your mental health that's important. So if you want to block, if you want to mute, you do it for your own mental health. If you want to contact people, you do that for the peer support, which helps your mental health. It's all sort of based around that, really, I think.
I was going to say as well, don't be afraid to take a mental health break day. Maybe deactivate social media for a day or two if it's getting a bit overwhelming. I've done that a few times. It genuinely does help.
Yeah, I have as well. I've taken social media breaks, and your head it just gets emptied of all that stuff that you were thinking about.
It does, absolutely, it does. And I think because we live in a society where the phone is almost in our hand so often, we're just habitually using social media, and almost we use it so often it can become a job. And unless somebody's paying you to tweet or Facebook post or anything on social media, it's not a job. You don't owe anybody anything.
Absolutely.
And take some time off. Definitely. The mental health aspect is massively important, especially within normal life, and especially within diabetes life. I found GBDoc supportive when it comes to mental health within diabetes. As a GBDoc info volunteer, I notice accounts will tweet us or tag the account, occasionally me. And those individuals are looking for that kind of peer support, I think, more so these days. Is that your perspective as well, Jules?
Yes, I think so. I think we're all becoming more aware maybe of our own mental health and how we can help and support our mental health, which is one of the reasons that the GBDoc is my day job. I'm in a way unfortunate that I'm unable to work, so I've got some spare time, and I give that to the GBDoc so that we can have all these different accounts. We do the tweet chat, we get everyone together for a tweet chat every week, and we've got the fantasy football, which I'd rather not talk about because I missed the deadline today, so
I'm so bad at doing that. I always forget my team to change it all the time, and then I get about 4 points, and I'm like, oh man, but it's my own fault.
And do you find, Tom, that you say the deadline's at 11 o'clock, at 11:06 you go, oh, I've got to check my team, and you're 6 minutes late?
Yeah, I reckon diabetic dad Paul, I reckon he's got a timer on his phone, and he's up and he's prepared. 9 o'clock, he's got his team done.
He's going through the team news, isn't he, and all the podcasts and stuff.
Hey, just because you have a timer on your phone doesn't necessarily mean you listen to it. I'm kind of guilty of that.
Yeah, that's very true, actually. Yeah. So we've got all those type of things to and that encourages peer support. It's good for your mental health. It's a bit of banter. It's not to do with diabetes, which is quite nice sometimes. And what else have we got with the quiz? We do a quiz once a month, which Tom hosted last month for us, which was a brilliant one. And I didn't win that either. And
Thank you.
so it's you know, there are lots of different ways of getting in touch with people. The you know, peer support doesn't have to be one-to-one.
Can I say one thing? What I really like about the GBDoc is, like, there's loads of things, and you got the tweet chat, but I really do like these extra things like the fantasy football and the quiz and things, because I think we live and breathe diabetes literally 24/7, and it can, I know for me, from my point of view, I'm using my personal point of view, same with you guys in this chat today, is I get overwhelmed sometimes. So having that sort of other side where I enjoy football, or I enjoy doing the quiz, you know what I mean? It's not always thinking about diabetes, and you do, and obviously the people associated to the accounts and maybe from like the diabetes community, but it's nice to actually connect with them with other interests, as you would do with your friends. I guess you might talk about diabetes sometimes, but most of the time you're probably talking about something else, saying, oh, have you done your football, or you know what I mean? So
yeah,
I think it's really supportive, because I think if you were constantly thinking about diabetes all the time, it would just blow your mind, wouldn't it?
It would. And we've got a stitch club as well, for those crafters amongst us. We've got a website.
I saw I didn't realize Flipper put something up, and I didn't realize you got a stitch club. I might have to get my wife involved. Does it have to be a particular like, I sound like I don't know what I'm talking about now. Does it have to be a particular type of stitching? Like, I think my wife crochets, is that the right word?
Yeah.
Is there a difference between knitting and crochet? I don't know.
There is a difference, Tom, yes. There's we call it the Stitch Club. It just covers all crafts, any craft.
That's good.
So yeah, crocheting and knitting, which is different. Yeah, all of those things you can do, even if you do, you know, cross stitch, make your own greetings cards, anything like that.
What if my mum does all of them with a nice embroidery machine?
No, that's still okay. That's still okay. No judgment.
My mum's got an embroidery machine. She does some beautiful things. I think, what's the word for it? Applique is one of them.
Oh, yeah, yeah.
She does some beautiful designs with it.
Oh, wow. Yeah, share some of those.
I'll have to grab some pictures. She's done like aprons and everything for people. Like people who want, you know, you get aprons with like names and stuff on them.
Yeah, yeah.
She's done like applique patterns on those, and obviously normal stitching patterns and stuff like that. So she's done some really good designs. I'll have to get some pictures for you.
Yeah, that would be great. That would be brilliant. We've got a list of all of our accounts is on our website, which is gbdoc.uk. So yeah, you'll find it there. So just give us a follow on Twitter and send us the pics. That'd be really good.
Yeah, it's good that we've got so many sort of angles on other people's lives. You know, like Tom said, we can get overwhelmed by diabetes quite easily. So it's good to just, you know, share the little hobbies and things that we've got, and, you know, change the subject sometimes. And I don't know if you guys noticed, when we met a couple of months back, yeah, the subject, I mean, we all met at a get-together at a pub, there's a shock, called the Steam Turbine. And it, you know, we just sat in the garden, and there was we just had a chat, didn't we, I guess? And not all of that conversation was based on diabetes.
No.
Often about, as we said, football, fantasy football, and the other things we kind of got in common. I'm all for meeting people with diabetes. I've never had any negative thoughts after meeting new people, and that's happened a lot over the last few years. I think, yeah, if you do meet people, meet in public. If you can meet with a bunch of other people, that's a good idea, for your safety, of course. And GBDoc has organised quite a few meetups, get-togethers, I suppose, over the last few years. What has been your feedback on that, Jules? Have you heard anything? Have we got anything else in the pipeline?
Well, earlier this month we had a big trip to Cadbury's World, which, you know, a bunch of diabetics at Cadbury World. We're breaking stigmas here because yes, we
diabetics can't eat chocolate, right? Can they?
We can. It's what insulin is for. So yes,
exactly.
We were breaking stigmas, and yeah, we did that, which was brilliant fun. Lots of people came to that, and it was just such fun. We've got Gillian and Julie on Twitter. They've organised a Christmas markets visit to Manchester, which is happening on the 27th of November. Meeting at 12 o'clock and sort of doing a tour of the markets, and then probably going to a pub for you know, a bit of a chat and a catch up. So that's the next thing that's on the cards.
That's a good one to break stigmas as well, because I was always told, "Oh, diabetics can't drink alcohol." Yeah, we can. Yeah, we can.
Yeah, we can. Yeah, I'm quite happy if anybody, you know, is concerned and they'd like me to do research for them. I'm quite happy to be the metaphorical guinea pig, and I'll happily drink and tell you what happens to my blood sugars when I do that. Quite happy.
Cider versus beer. There you go. Work that one out.
What was that? Sorry.
I said cider versus beer or lager, should I say?
Depends, doesn't it? If it's a fruit cider, they're loaded, aren't they?
Yeah, but in theory, you know, it should put sugar up a bit with what's in it, and you know, alcohol should bring it down a little bit and all that kind of stuff.
Exactly. Yeah, I think that's it. It's a bit of a balancing act, but with lots of practice, you can do it. Yeah.
Yeah, cider sends me to the sky. It doesn't matter what I do.
I tweeted recently, actually, this isn't beer related. I like a good iced coffee. I'm a bit of a bad person for that because they're really, really bad. But there's a specific one that I can basically use as a hypo treatment. It's one of the Starbucks Frappuccinos that they do, a nice one. And it's chocolate and coffee, and it's so sweet. Like, I can go from a stable, like on my Libra, a stable like 5 odd, all the way up to about 16 after just drinking. It's only 200 mils of, I don't know, whatever liquid is in there that they concocted, but it's basically a hypo treatment.
Yeah, I did that once. I've only ever had one Frappuccino in my life, and I just sailed up to 17, and I was amazed how sweet it was, and I've never dared go
well, the thing is, I can have the normal, like, because I'm, you know, I'm an iced coffee. I guess you could call it aficionado, but maybe not. I like the Costa ones, but the Costa ones maybe will put me up from, let's say, 5 to 7 or 8, which I kind of expect. These ones, I could literally go all the way up to 18, 19.
Yeah, they are loaded, aren't they?
I actually posted it in the men's type 1 diabetic group on Facebook.
Oh, brilliant.
Yes, of course you did. Yes, I saw that one. Of course I would. Yeah, it goes to show, doesn't it? We can go out, we can enjoy ourselves as much as anybody that doesn't have diabetes. I know we've got to watch the sugar. We've got to take a look at our CGMs or finger sticks or whatever to manage our blood glucose. That has to be a thing. It doesn't have to be a thing, but you're playing with fire if you don't. I think one image that stands out in my mind at the pub meetup that we had, Jules, was it Ash that ordered that enormous dessert?
Yes.
Yeah.
That picture's on the website. That was brilliant. I think
it was brilliant.
The picture is that and her insulin pen, I think.
Yes.
It was an enormous ice cream based dessert, wasn't it? That could have fed a family of 4, I think.
Yeah, wow. That was huge. But I mean, fair play to her. I think she managed most of it, didn't she?
She did. She did.
Yeah. That away. Yeah. I mean, these meetups that we have, they've been happening for the last few years, I guess, haven't they? And
they stopped for COVID. Like everything else. So we're sort of introducing them back now.
And we tend to plan them on a sort of national scale, don't we? And invite anybody, no matter where you live. England, Wales, Scotland, Northern Ireland. Any doesn't even have to be in the UK. Just pop over and come and say hi. But these national ones, they tend to start or spark off sort of smaller community get-togethers. I know you and I attend a lot of the Midlands ones.
Yeah.
And I think did you mention that Gillian has a Manchester? What is it, Gillian and Julie Tickle? Are they doing the Manchester one?
That's right. Yeah.
Yeah. So that's on November
27th.
27th. That's it.
Yeah.
So anybody in the Northwest, Manchester, maybe that's easy for you to get to. I don't know if we're planning anything in December or in the new year as a GBDoc get together, or whether anybody has asked you, should we have a GBDoc convention? Just all us guys.
Lots of people have asked me about that. It's something that sort of used to happen when GBDoc first started many years ago. And in fact, I met one of my best friends. I met her there, and a few years down the line, I was asked to be her daughter's godmother. So there you go. Nothing to do with diabetes and making friends. So yeah, that was good. So they did used to have them, but there was questions over the funding and things like that. So though it would be good, we would need lots of people involved. We'd need to somehow probably have some money involved. It would be a big thing to do, but the enthusiasm for it to happen is definitely out there. So if anybody wants to volunteer, then please feel free, because we could do something. It would, our sort of strap line is always for the community, by the community. And Diabetes 101 was saying at the end there how important it was for people with diabetes themselves to be able to speak, so that professionals can understand, can listen to us, listen to our stories, and that the day-to-day stories, what it's like living with diabetes, not necessarily what it's like running a marathon with diabetes, which is fantastic if you want to run a marathon. I've got MS, so that's a wee bit difficult for me, and I wouldn't want to do it anyway, if I'm honest. But I'd like to talk to somebody else about how doing the hoovering, you run the hoover around and your blood sugar takes a dive. This is like the perfect chance to speak to people about that kind of thing. So yeah, it would be good. It would be good to have a conference, but yeah.
It's just organising it all and finances and absolutely don't hoover, don't vacuum.
No,
it's a
housework
hazard.
is bad for your blood sugars.
Tell my wife that, guys. Come on.
Yeah, so we've got don't vacuum, don't iron, don't wash up. Yeah, dusting as well. Yeah, definitely don't do that.
And cutting the grass, that's another really bad one. Don't do that.
Yeah, absolutely. It's hazardous. These are the complications of diabetes we don't talk about enough.
Exactly.
Okay, I think how long have we got left now? Oh, about 10 minutes or so.
Yeah.
I think Tom mentioned at the beginning of this, he's got a Just Giving page set up.
Yeah.
Go and take a look at that. Go and donate. It's all good stuff. And you know what I'm like. Go and donate to stuff. Help people.
If you can afford it.
If you can afford it. Yes, if it fits
Absolutely.
within your finances. Yeah.
Yeah. You know what I mean, guys? It's difficult times for everyone. And however you can support, if it's just retweeting it, or if you can donate, I don't know what the minimum is, but if it's £1, I don't know. Every penny will help. I've chosen JDRF. There's so many amazing charities out there, and Ian only enabled me to do one, so I chose that one. But if we can get £500, that'd be great. But yeah, only if you can, or however you can support it. It's in the pinned post under the diabetes chat, so you can go check that out. And if I can, we have had one donation so far, amazingly, by Captain Lantus, and they just said, Tom, you're doing amazing setting this up, 24 hours. We'll keep supporting you throughout today. Good luck, amazing course. So well, thanks for that, guys. And like I say, if you can help in any way, then brilliant. But if not, like, just come in here and talking, and that's helping the cause, isn't it? It's raising awareness of diabetes, and that's what
and perhaps
the main thing to this is about.
Sorry, I didn't mean to butt in, Tom. Sorry.
Go on. Sorry.
I was just going to say that perhaps people that are here in the chat, maybe if you all were able to retweet your tweet about the fundraising part of it, let's just start rolling that out and getting that across Twitter, and see if we can just reach more people.
I think that's a good idea.
We've got such an amazing day today, haven't we? This is our third hour so far. It's going really quick, and we're on YouTube as well, guys. So there's a stream on there. So in the pinned post, you will see loads of information about today. It's got the link to this, which you guys are listening to, how to get involved with the microphone or tweet along, use the hashtag DiabetesChat. There's so many messages coming through. The Just Giving fundraising page is there, and also you can watch us on YouTube as well. But yeah, we've got such an amazing day ahead, and I'm on the YouTube stream, guys. It says we've got 21 hours and 10 minutes, 45 seconds to go.
Hey, Tom, are you staying awake for the whole thing? Are you doing the whole?
Yeah.
Wow. Good luck.
I am. Hopefully, fingers crossed. But I am hoping Chris, who co-hosts with us, will be connecting up overnight for a little bit. But we've got such a good lineup, and throughout the whole day, but from midnight onwards, we've got hour after hour after hour of amazing guest speakers. So it'll keep me going, and I won't have to talk for them hours for that length of time.
If you don't stay awake, Tom, I'm going to Amazon Prime like an air horn or a cattle prod to your house.
Yes.
We'll make sure you're awake.
Now you've gone for that, but I was thinking more along the lines of coffee and Red Bull. So I think that.
Oh, Red Bull, yeah, we could give him some Red Bull. That makes it nice and high.
Yeah.
Yeah, Kat's got me some. You know what? Actually, I did have a hypo last night. In the middle of the night, of course. We're talking about lack of sleep in the last chat with the Team Diabetes 101 group. But last night, I was like, I came down, went for the hypo treatments, and I was like, I've literally run out. So I spoke to my wife this morning. She went shopping. So I was like, you need to get me hypo treatments, because I can't be at 3 a.m. be scavenging around the kitchen trying to find anything. So I've got some midget gems. I've got some full fat Coke and some jelly babies.
Well, the bonus is, when on the live stream, we can actually watch you go forward for hypo treatments as well. So
later on, I will put my camera on, and you can see it if you want to. But it's been.
Sorry, I don't know about you.
Go on, Jules.
When my son was younger, I don't know if I should admit this or not. I used to raid his sweetie stash for hypo treatments like when he was in bed.
Hey, that's your right as a parent, though. So
is it that's
yeah.
Okay.
You put a lot of time into your kids. You reserve the right to nick a sweet or two.
Yeah, it was always good after he'd been trick or treating. So I knew that for the whole of November I was okay for hypo treats.
I was just about to say trick or treating is great because they're all in smaller packets.
Yes, yes, and just the right amount as well, isn't it? It's like
and the day after when they're all like half price in the shops, you can just go and raid the shops and just buy all the perfect sized hypo treats. It's fantastic. I love it.
Yeah.
Yeah. The other thing is to buy chocolate or sweets that your kids don't like. If that exists for you, do that, and then you've always got a nice.
Well, my little sister's not much of a sweet tooth anyway, so I could pretty much get away with any sweets for that.
Excellent.
Yeah, that's good. Can I just add to that what Tom was saying a moment ago? Tom, I don't know if you get enough thanks for the things that you've done for the diabetes community. I think maybe you have a little bit in some quarters, but maybe not nearly enough. And that goes for the same with Jules. People just aren't aware of the time and effort, the energy spent putting these sort of things together. That again, same for Jules when it comes to tweet chats and the whole GBDoc community. This sort of thing takes hours and hours of organising. And
you should see the planning documents that Tom does for DiabetesChat. They're like long.
Yeah, I can imagine.
Yeah. I've seen his desk. It's just computers and phones all over the place.
My wife has said after this weekend they're going. She wants the dining table back. Bless her. I'm liking a set. We could maybe get them on the wall so we can free up a bit of the table, maybe.
Tom, don't even try it. Don't even
I know.
I kind of know what she's going to say, you know.
But honestly, Paul, appreciate it. You know what I mean? I get a lot of thanks, and it's really, really appreciated. But I do this because I enjoy doing it, and I do it because I felt so alone with my diabetes for many years and disconnected. And through seeing amazing things on Twitter like GBDoc and things like that, I just one night just thought I'd set up a tweet chat, diabetes chat on like on the spaces, because I use the spaces for like football chats because I'm a Liverpool fan and I used to just do that. And one night I just thought, I'd just see if anyone wants to talk, and it just grew from there. And yeah, there is a lot of work behind the scenes, and it feels like a full-time job. And I think and Jules understands, and my mission is to continue to grow the team so that this isn't reliant on me. I want to be part. I want to be part of this community, and I'm a teacher. I got a family. And this is on top. And all I ask is that if there's anyone ever wanting to join and help in any way, and we can work out what your involvement is. And Jules, I'm sure you've been through that and go through that, isn't it? Like, we appreciate any help. It could just be, I don't know, just doing a tweet, sending a post out, or it could be anything, couldn't it? But yeah.
There's so many sort of little community things on Twitter, especially at the moment. Yeah. And I think it's good to support all of those when you can.
Of course. Yeah.
I always feel bad that I haven't been able to support DiabetesChat as much as I would have liked, just simply because of the time of the day. You guys go live for me, but I'm when I can, I do tune in and send the odd tweet if I can help. And I think that's important all over when you see something positive happening. Just to highlight it. There's a lot of negativity and doom and gloom in the world and in diabetes as well. So if you do see a positive thing going on, tell your mates, tweet about it, post about it.
That's a hint for Tom to do another 24-hour space at some point so we can get you back on again.
Absolutely. Norman, I'm only 3 hours in, mate.
Yeah, but you're still laughing, Tom. You're still laughing.
Yeah. Give me
21 hours, 3 minutes and 55 seconds to go.
There we go. But honestly, Paul and Jules, today it's been amazing and fantastic. You both coming on. I didn't know if you wanted to summarize the discussion, Paul, if you wanted to.
Yeah, I'll take a minute off your hat. You know, I'm always good at talking. Always, you can't shut me up. Yeah, I mean, just as you said, it's been cool to get the opportunity to talk about a mixture, I think, of subjects there. Some not so nice, and some at the opposite end of the scale, and lovely, like peer support and helping each other. And I think, as we were saying there, people don't understand the work that you do, Tom, and that Jules do, and that Jules does, and that many other people do with their communities, and how it's done with a good heart, and it isn't done with any agenda or underhanded motivation. It's just done for support, because if you support other people, ultimately you will support yourself. That's how I look at peer support and the whole community.
Yes.
What you put
That's
into
that.
it, what you put into it, you'll get back from it.
Of course, yeah.
It's give and take, isn't it? And you know, we need help sometimes, and we get help, and then we can offer help when other people are in that situation, and that's what the communities, any community, is all about. You know, you don't always get on with everybody. That's just life, isn't it? It's not the diabetes community that have, you know, issues. That's life for everybody. We don't all get on, but the majority of it is very positive, and we do get on, and we can share information and share experiences, and that makes all the difference in my eyes.
It does, yes. And and don't forget, while Jules was kicking some spam into the subject earlier with GBDoc.uk, the GBDoc has got 2 more slots on this. Are we calling it a diabetes bonanza now, Jules? Is that what we are?
Oh,
yeah.
I like that.
The answer to that is yes, because that sounds very cool.
It does, doesn't it? I like that. Bonanza.
Also,
yeah.
nothing wrong with a bit of shameless self-promotion.
Yeah.
Get a plug in. It's not it's kind of a plug. Alex is listening. Alex is hosting the GBDoc quiz, and you're going to love that, because it's Alex, and we all love Alex.
We love Alex.
Later, Jules will be back, and we all love Jules. She's going to come back and do the tweet chat.
Yeah.
At 8. And I think Mo's helping you out, isn't he? With this
I've
one,
got
Jules?
Mo helping me co-hosting, because I get a little bit confused at times.
But this day, this bonanza is a team effort, guys, isn't it? And when I sent you guys a tweet, it's probably August time now. Essentially DM'd him and said, look, it's a team effort to make this day, and there's so many amazing people coming on, communities from all over the world. We've got people from Pakistan coming later on, India, America, different parts of the world, and GBDoc, and got so many people getting involved and helping shape this bonanza. I love it. And yeah, I'm looking forward to the quiz later on. Louise, well done to Louise for setting it up and organising it and helping. I'm sure I'll say all that again later on. But she even sent me the questions, but I haven't looked at them. I swear down. And all you need, guys, later on is a pen and a paper at 3 p.m. We're going to have a quiz, and Alex is going to be hosting. But I have not looked at the questions. I just had to do it just to make sure everything was set up. Okay.
Tom, the important question is, did Louise send you the answers?
I don't know, because I didn't look at the whole thing. It was like a PDF document with about 7 slides or something, but I didn't scroll down. I opened it to go, yeah, it's there, and I come off it. So I don't know. And yeah, so yeah, that's going to be great fun. And then later on tonight, like Paul said, we're going to have a tweet chat 8 p.m, 8 till 10, and we'll go through it all more later. But basically, the GBDoc tweet chat account will tweet out the questions and introduction things as they normally do. So you can tweet along on there. Please do that. But also you can come on here, and we can we'll basically talk it through. We'll introduce it. We'll ask the questions, and then between me, Jules, Mo, we'll have a conversation. Anyone else on the panel can come talk, share their answers, and then we'll get Jules and Mo to read the comments back from the GBDoc tweet chat. So yeah, lots of exciting things coming up from GBDoc and everything else. So thank you guys for your time today.
No problem.
Go rest up for a little bit. And
thanks, Tom.
You're very welcome. And from my side, honestly, thank you for everything you do for everyone in the online diabetes community. It's greatly appreciated. And I had the honor to meet you guys 2 times now. One at TAD and one at the meeting in the Midlands, which Paul mentioned before. I wasn't able to get to the Cadbury's World, unfortunately. I was actually meeting Norman on that day. We were looking at the setup for this, actually. And yeah, like you and like you say, we've got the Christmas lights catch up in a couple of weeks, and I have seen Tony and Mark and a few of the Brummy guys are heading out today. I think they're having a meet up today. So yeah, it'd be nice for them to catch up, have a few drinks, something to eat, and yeah, so it should be good.
Super. It's been lovely to speak to you guys, and thanks for the opportunity today, Tom.
Thank you, Paul. Thanks, Jules.
No problem. Thank you for having me.
You're welcome. There we go, guys. Amazing chat with Diabetic Dad, Paul and Jules on online safety in the communities, on mental health and peer support. Really fascinating, and appreciate all the amazing things that they do. We are, what time are we? We are 1 p.m. UK time, and now we're into our 4th hour of the 24-hour bonanza, as Norman mentioned, and we've got 20 hours and 56 minutes to go. A few little things just want to mention. You can check us out on our Twitter page, and you can see all the links and things to our live YouTube stream. You can also see our fundraising page just given for JDRF, and we'll have a look at that shortly and read some of the amazing comments on there so far who have donated. So thank you so much, guys. That will make a difference for JDRF UK. So thank you for that. And this hour is the open forum chat. And just like we do on our diabetes chat every Monday, is we have sort of guest features with a guest speaker, and then we have the open forum chat. And that's so important that we can just come talk and connect and talk with people from all over the world. And just, yeah, if you want to talk and share anything, you're more than welcome to come say hi and share your journey with diabetes, or if you have any questions. But please send any retweets out or messages to let people know we're here. Like I say, we're here all day. So if you want to get involved, please come say hi. But this is your time. If you want to come chat, this is the open forum chat. So it'd be great to talk. We've got Norman on at the minute, and Jules is there. Norman, are you enjoying yourself so far, my friend?
Vaguely, something like that.
Oh, it was touch and go this morning, though, wasn't it?
That was your end, my friend. I do want to point out, though, that on the stream it says 1 p.m. to 2 p.m. is Dad's Talk, not open forum. I think you might be an hour behind on the stream text.
I think I have, yeah. I will change that.
It says 2 to 3 p.m. is open forum chat.
Yeah, I will change that in a few minutes' time.
Just want to know if I was going crazy or not.
It was probably me last night doing the editing up till late trying to get it done. But yeah, I'll change that.
But you did it. You did it. That was a good
thing. No one's going to mind. It just means you have to get Dad Talk back on for another hour.
Could do.
Bless him. But yeah, it's been a really good couple of hours. And if you want to get involved, you can. You can come say hi to me and Norm. So Norman, why don't we talk a little bit, if you're happy, about your diabetes.
I can't use many words that aren't that are not family friendly.
I am not editing a 24-hour chat, Norman. So,
yeah, you are. You know you are.
Yes, I beg of you not to include any of them unfriendly words.
Not family friendly words.
Oh my gosh.
It's diabetes, isn't it? I mean, everyone who's here who's diabetic knows what it's like. So, yeah, it's just like I was diagnosed when I was the equivalent of year 7 in the UK in school.
Yeah.
So first year of secondary school, and I went to the doctors with what looked like a boil on my leg, and the doctor said to me, "I think you might be diabetic." Now he probably smelt it on my breath, but in my head I'm thinking, "Are you stupid? How do you think I'm diabetic from me walking in with what looks like a boil on my leg?" Anyway, brought the sugar test kit out, and I was H high, as in not on the scale.
Yeah. Wow.
So that was fun. I just had a 500 ml bottle of full fat Coke as well. Just before I went into the doctor, so it was probably high. No one actually ever told me what number I was. I was just too high for that particular meter to read, and it was the industry standard at the time. I'm pretty sure they still use those meters in some of the hospitals.
Yeah.
The ones with the crappy like green backlights on them.
I can't remember them, to be honest.
I can't remember the name off the top of my head, but it's one of the ones I actually first had when I was diabetic, and they had 30-second test strips that eventually went down to 5 seconds as the technology improved.
Yeah. I'm sure, wasn't there a minute one, or did I imagine that?
I have no idea, but yeah, it's been a journey since then. I never got offered anything like peer support. I also never got offered any technology, although, to be fair, technology is a lot newer than that in that respect, so fair enough. But even when stuff would come out, I never got offered smart pens. I never got offered like the Libra. I had to fight to get the Libra when it sort of was first available, funded is probably the better word, in my area. And now I got it, and I'm aiming for a Dexcom G7 when my DSN calls me soon. Trademark.
Absolutely. So, how long were you finger pricking for?
Up until about 2. I don't even know how long I've been on the Libra, to be quite honest. Probably 2 years ago.
Yeah. And
there you go. 17th of November is my call with my diabetic specialist. So I'm going to be campaigning for some form of actual CGM.
Absolutely. And it's, I guess, a big difference between finger pricking for many years to now having the technology. What would you
go on?
What would you say are the impacts for you? What the positives of using the technology, the Libra?
Well, for me, I'm using an unofficial third-party app, which for now will remain nameless in case any big companies are listening and don't like it, to turn it into a CGM. So I've actually got sort of CGM functionality now, and that's been an even bigger game changer, which is why I'm actually going to talk to my specialist on the 17th and try and get a proper CGM that I don't have to mess around with to make it work. And that
was something you actually got
from DiabetesChat, yes.
Yeah.
It's funny enough, and it's worked great ever since. I'm actually now in a private group with the person who develops it, and I'm currently running a testing version of that app that supports, let's just say, more modern phones. And it's been a lot more reliable as well, because obviously being a third-party app, we've got so many things to sort of work around to try and get things to work. But it's as accurate as scanning with the Libra app, so I'm happy with that. But yeah, just in general, between finger pricking, like mine's a bit of a weird case. I use a lot of technology. I make websites. I did a DiabetesChat website, but I build service stuff. I need to be able to feel my fingers to be able to do that, because you try typing when you can't feel the ends of your fingers, it ain't a good experience.
No.
Same for putting components into computers and stuff like that. Building computers. If you can't feel where you're putting things into a computer, it's not a good experience. And with the amount of times I was having to finger prick, I mean, there was one point, I think for a year or two, that I basically didn't do my blood sugar because I needed the use of my fingers to, type and stuff.
Yeah. And was that also a mental thing or more physically because it was hurting your
More
fingers?
physical. Because I need to, like, I type quite fast, but I need to type quite fast to do what I do. I also do remote support, so being able to type to someone, I can't be spending 5 minutes prodding with one finger. I've got to actually be able to type properly to do it. And if I can't figure what I'm typing, I'll just make constant mistakes.
Yeah.
And again, same with building computers and stuff. I need to figure out there's like lots of fiddly bits inside computers as well in places that you need to be able to like feel where you're putting a cable because you can't necessarily see where it's going. And like when I've got bits of my fingers that I can't feel anything on, it makes it really hard.
So having that technology right now, like when you got it 2 years ago, it really just changed things for you, right?
Yeah, it changed the game in that way. And then now I've got sort of pseudo CGM functionality. It's even better because I can actually anticipate when my sugars are going up because I've got a constant, like, basically arrow and reading of sugars, on my lock screen and my status bar on my phone. So it has actually brought my control better in combination with newer insulin that I'm on that's very, very fast acting and slightly dangerous, but, it works. It's been a game changer. Like, I've had, majority of my days have been over 70% in range versus anywhere from like 30 to 45 to 50% before.
Mm-hmm.
So with the CGM functionality and the newer insulin, it's been a lot better. But technically insulin's technology.
Yeah. And
so newer technology.
So when you were diagnosed, what insulin were you administered with, and how
Not
has
a
it
clue.
changed?
It was a mixed one. It was a Nova one because it was in one of the original Nova pens, and it was like I think it's a 70-30 mix. I don't know what of, but it was a 70-30 mix of fast acting and slow in whatever order they decided to do that in. And that was an absolute ball ache because it meant like constant, 3 meals a day, making sure I eat, which I don't do. I've never been able to do that properly, but I'm a bit of a grazer when I eat. I'd rather eat lots of small things more often. And apparently that's true with quite a few diabetics in general. But yeah, I've always been like that. So it sucks to have, like, most of the time, I'll have breakfast at like 11 a.m. because I don't want to eat when I've first woken up. Because I'm not taking that mixed insulin, I don't have to worry about not eating as long as my sugars are stable.
Yes. Because when I was diagnosed, I was with Lantus, and then it went on, and I was always on Nova Rapid. I've always been on Nova Rapid, well, for a long time. And then I changed to Lavamere. When would I have changed that? Probably about 5-6 years ago now. Changed over to Lavamere, and I do hear and see a lot of people have Lantus, or it seems to be when they're diagnosed they have Lantus, and maybe more so from what I've read, more in younger people, like children. I don't know if it's a more friendlier insulin. Maybe I don't know the ins and outs of the speeds and how quick it kind of absorbs in your system.
Well, if it's Nova Rapid, it's now renamed as Nova Slow. So I will give you something. If you want a bit of a stigma that's, well, in my mind, I wouldn't really call it a stigma, but it kind of is. When they first moved me on to multiple daily injections, well, I mean, it was multiple with mixed insulin, but you get the idea. Where I've got one long acting and however many short acting a day, they called it a teenager oriented medication because, teenagers are unpredictable and all that kind of stuff. So, a bit of a stereotype there, but I don't call it anymore because, like, new patients that I've seen, has to go for a pump, obviously.
And you said you were diagnosed in year 7.
Yeah.
Did you tell many of your friends? Did they know? Did school know?
I didn't. Most people in the school probably knew I was diabetic because I had a few special privileges because. Let's just say I had a nice conflict with one of the teachers because they were a bit of an asshat. So I made sure they knew that if I needed to go, I needed to go. Also applied to toilet trips because, well, being diabetic and going to the toilet quite regularly is, hand in hand, or it was when I was diagnosed. It's not so much anymore.
Yeah, absolutely. I remember back when I was in. Oh, I just lost you then, but then you kind of came back. I do remember with me that I didn't really tell many people in school. I had my close friends, I guess, and I don't know if they told people, like if they did a special assembly. Tom had been off
as far as I
early.
know, I was the only diabetic in my school up until I was year 9.
Yeah, same. Oh, okay.
I've told this story before if you want to hear it.
Go for it.
There was a second kid in year 9, absolute like Bruce Bogtrotter off that film. But it was a lovely kid, and he ended up being low sugar. Right now,
I don't know if
been in the
I
school.
don't know if your connection's gone a bit
also,
funky.
they don't know if it's going to be tablets on me.
Let's have a look. I think Norman's just had a few connection difficulties, so let's send him an invite again to join up. Hopefully, we can get him back up. Hello, Norm. You kept losing you, dipping in and out, and I was trying to understand what you were saying. But I thought, you know what?
I was saying I had a bit of a story from being in school. How I was the only diabetic kid until year 9. And I've told it on Diabetes Chat before. And basically, when I got to year 9, another kid came to the school, essentially Bruce Bogtrotter, if you remember that character. But it was a lovely kid. And he was sat low sugar in the office, which no kids ever got to go and sit in, like the reception office. It was like the outer bounds, holy area. And he sat there and he was low sugar. And all these staff were running in and out. The door must have gone about 40 times. Like in and out with staff, because none of them knew what to do. I'm like, hold on, I've been in this school for 2 years. You've seen me have many low sugars and quite a few highs, actually. You know exactly how to deal with it. Why aren't you dealing with it, or even sending the kid to deal with it if you're not allowed to? Do you know what I mean? And anyway, I took a pack of dextrose tablets over the counter. The staff were like, what are you doing? What are you doing? I said, just tell him to eat them. And he ate them and he was fine. He was my best friend for another 2 years after that.
Amazing.
Because we were the only 2 diabetic kids, but you think like all the receptionists even knew I was diabetic because I'd been there when the canteen was closed to say, hey, get some staff to go to the canteen. I need something.
Yeah. Honestly, like,
it's a lot better nowadays.
Having someone like that to connect with, it must have been really great to have someone you can normalize things. And actually, I said to her yesterday, I said, you'll have to get me some cake. And she's like, well, like Brucey on Matilda. That's one of my favorite films, by the way. I was like, yes. But she never. But she has got me some chocolate digesters. I'm looking forward to nibbling on them throughout the day. For sure. Yeah. So why don't we? I just need to run the toilet. You can tell we're live here.
Well, that's fun because I've got to go because I've got to sort a bunch of packages downstairs, so I've got to mute for a bit as well.
So what I'm going to do is I'm going to play the 1 minute, 2 minute audio. I'll be back in a minute. And if you guys want to come join myself, you can come say hi on the microphone and we'll talk and hopefully catch you in a minute now.
I should be able to accept people, hopefully, if this works. If anyone wants to join and request a mic, feel free, and I'll accept you. We can have a good chat.
Hey Norman, how are you been doing?
Hey, sorry, my connection's lagging a little bit. I'm good, Sam. How are you?
I'm good. I figured I'd come chat with you. It's been a little bit since we've talked.
Yeah. It's well, it's going to be a long 24 hours. I didn't plan to be here for anywhere near that amount of time, but unfortunately, Tom has to.
I will be in and out. I got to take my daughter over to the ER because she's been pretty sick this morning.
Oh, well, I hope she's gets better soon.
Oh, it's, stomach bugs and all that fun stuff.
Oh, we had one of those in our house recently, the 24-hour pooptacular level.
Yeah, I'm glad that's the only thing we're not having.
Anyway, how's your week been since the last diabetes chat?
Oh, it's been pretty good. How about yours?
Not too bad. Thanks to new insulin I'm on and pseudo CGM functionality with my Libra, with a nice third-party app. Most of my in-range times have been 70 to 80% recently. I've had a few 99s to 100s as well.
Oh, that's good. Hold on, I have to look at it. I always forget. This week, I have been 94% in range.
Just the past 24 hours, I've been 89. I've just scanned it.
That's the same as mine. It's 89 as well.
Hey.
I love using that Dexcom, the Clarity app, where it tells you all that.
Clarity is good. What's it? Is it Libra? Yeah, I think Libra has a report like that as well in their app somewhere. It's not quite as comprehensive, I think, as Dexcom's, but with a bit of luck, I'm going to push hard for it because I've had. Basically, I'm using a third-party app to get CGM at my Libra 2.
I think you'll like the Dexcom if you switch to that.
I'm going to push for the G7 because they can submit individual funding requests for it. Because I know normally it's not funded at the moment, but the thing is, I have next to no hypo awareness.
And that'll be good. There's a lot of good things I've heard about it. It only has the 30-minute warm-up time.
So yeah, that as well. It's just I could go for the Dexcom one, but the thing is, I want the automation. Even though I'm not on a pump, I like the predictive alerts that the G6 and the G7 have. Now my Libra doesn't, but with the setup I have, I do have predictive alerts. It will say, low expected in 30 minutes or whatever. And I want that with that, and I want to be able to like integrate it and have my family follow it and stuff like that, which you can't do with the Dexcom one. And the Dexcom G7 is cost neutral to the Libra, so in theory, I should be able to get it.
I'm hoping at the beginning of next year, it'll be approved here in the US, so I can switch over to the 7.
That makes sense, hopefully.
And I like the G6.
Yeah, technologies have come a long way. You were saying, sorry?
I like the G6. It does. I mean, it definitely helps.
I was gonna say the G6 would do everything I want, but from not from my point of view, but because most things like that are provided on the NHS over here, aren't they? From the NHS's point of view, the G6 is expensive, which is why they're rolling out the Dexcom one, which is basically a G6 with worse software.
That makes sense.
So it's basically a lockdown version of the G6, so you can't get all the predictive alerts and the follow and stuff like that. That's literally it. But the G7 is the same cost as the Libra 2, from what I've heard, which means there should be no issue me getting a G series one where I get all the fancy features.
Exactly.
If I get the G7,
and
because it's the same cost for the NHS, so it shouldn't matter.
I agree. And see, I don't use an insulin pump either. I use my Lantus, and I use Novolog as well.
That makes sense. think Novolog's Nova Rapid over here, or something similar. Same company, anyway. Oh, you're right there, Sam.
Oh, yep, I was here. My daughter was talking to me, so I had to mute real quick.
How's the family your side?
Oh, they're doing good. Just my daughter. She's, sometimes she's 13 and she has a little bit of issues like what goes on. Obviously, we know she has her autism that I've told you guys about. So sometimes when she's sick, like how we would feel sick and we could deal with it, to her that kind of intensifies. So sometimes I don't exactly know how bad it is.
I have a 16-year-old sister that's under very similar kind of status there, so I relate to you there.
Yes. So between them and my stuff, I'm like, I got a busy day.
Tom's taking a sweet time, aren't you, mate?
I'm just listening in, guys. Just enjoying listening to you guys. Sam, why don't you, if it's all good with you, can you share with us a little bit about your connection to diabetes, and then we can have a little chat.
Yeah, absolutely. I am a type 2 diabetic, have been for about 8 months now. So that would be my connection. My father was also a type 2 diabetic, and that would be my connection with diabetes.
Yeah. And you know what? The diabetes chat was set up for all types of diabetes, and it's great to hear all the amazing stories from everyone. I think primarily we do tend to get a lot of type 1s, probably like 90%. But I think very recently we've got more people involved, and it's great to see more people getting involved when they feel comfortable to do so, from different types of diabetes. We did a couple of weeks ago a parent and carer chat on Monday, just gone actually. We did a research event, and it's great to hear about all different types of diabetes, and it's nice for you to come on, and it's great that you're part of the community and you feel hopefully welcome here. So what led you to your diagnosis with type 2 diabetes? What symptoms were you having? What did you do?
Well, I wasn't feeling very well, and so I was going to the doctors, and we started out because I had gained a little weight, couldn't figure out where it was coming from. So we noticed that it was my thyroid levels that was acting up, and so I was getting really low thyroid. And then we also noticed that my liver functions were going a little higher. So then we started checking my A1C, and we saw that it was kind of fluctuating and kept going up. And then we realized I was probably diabetic, and since I started taking insulin, my A1C is now back down to a 6.2, so they said now I'm under control.
And what is your medication that you're on now? And can you tell us about finger pricking technology? Can you just explore a little bit with that with us?
Yeah, absolutely. So I do take Lantus at nighttime, as well as I use Novolog. I don't finger prick that much because I do use the Dexcom G6.
Yes.
Which I only really prick if I feel like if my meter says I'm low, but I don't feel low.
You don't feel it, yeah. Is that all funded? Is that all funded within your care package, or do you have to self-fund? I'm not sure how it all works with over in the States.
Actually, my insurance covers, so I don't pay for anything out of pocket.
Brilliant. That's great, isn't it? That's amazing. And having the technology, is it great to have your data and see what levels you are at, and you can see the trends of what direction you go in, and you can act more precisely with it?
Absolutely. I can definitely tell a difference, especially if I see the arrows going down. then I
Yeah.
know that I'm going to go to a low, so I treat it a little bit before. If I
Yes.
see I'm trending up, I know I need to do a correction, and so it makes it very nice.
Of course, of course. So yeah, and do you have any sort of other communities, like within the type 2 communities mainly, that you connect with, or have you maybe not seen any type 2 communities out there, or what are you involved with online?
Honestly, this is the only group I've been
Really?
involved with. When I was first diagnosed, they sent me to a class which was like an hour and a half long.
Mm.
And at the end of the class, the lady was like, "I'm not really sure why your doctor sent you here. You seem to know exactly what you need to know." I was
Yeah,
like, "That's great."
And did you get to meet other people with type 2 there?
No, because it was just a one-on-one meeting.
Right, okay.
So, and which was nice. I mean, I do have a sister that is a type 2 diabetic. Me and her do not talk about it a whole lot because she has uncontrolled diabetes because she chooses to, unfortunately.
Yeah.
So we don't talk about it a whole lot. I try to support her as much as I can, but it's hard to support someone that don't want the support. So I kind of just wait for her. But
To
other
come to
than
you.
that, yeah,
Yeah.
I just come here every week and chat with you guys.
Amazing. And do you think that it would be great to connect up with more people of different types of diabetes? Do you think it's important that we can try and welcome them here? And is there a reason why they may not want to connect up with diabetes online groups? Like, from when I was speaking to someone in Stockholm when I went to the ESAD conference who has type 2, they were saying that, and he was talking broadly, but from his point and from what he's gained experience over the years, is that some people with type 2 feel maybe disconnected with it, and maybe it's different to type 1, and they feel that maybe people blame them for having type 2, which is absolutely ridiculous. And do you think maybe that's why some people with type 2 maybe don't connect up, maybe? What do you think?
I think you could be absolutely right on that. And what people sometimes, I think, maybe with type 2 may not realize is type 1, type 2, it's all very similar. We're still taking insulin the same way. We still have to check the same way. Sure, is
Insulin
it
for type 2 is a bit of a newer thing, because back when I was diagnosed, type 2 was purely like diet and tablets.
Correct, yeah. And then, you know, other than having type 1 or type 2, you also have people that have steroid-induced diabetes.
I didn't know that was a thing.
Yeah, then they all...
I will say my granddad's type 2, but he's of the age where if it hasn't killed him already kind of thing, he doesn't care. He takes his tablets, but that's about it.
I think everyone's on their own sort of journey and path, aren't they?
Yeah.
And they have to do what's right for them. But yeah, it would be... we've always had that mission of being inclusive for everyone, and we want to try and cover every aspect of diabetes as much as we can. And as the founder of DiabetesChat and host, that's my sort of goal, that we can connect with everyone and hear amazing stories from all sides of diabetes. And you know what I mean? We have this thing in common, this unity. We've all got diabetes, but everyone's story can be so different. And it's great to learn and hear and actually just normalize diabetes. Like, for me, I didn't have anyone to talk to really, and now I have the honor that I can come talk to you guys and just hang out like we are now. Like, we're into our 4th hour of the chat, mid-afternoon here in the UK, and we've got 20 hours to go. But yeah, it's great to be here. I just wanted to say, guys, listening in, if you want to retweet or share any of the amazing stuff that we're posting throughout the day, please do. And I did post up a little bit ago on the Diabetes Chat page more information of how people can join in today. So you can obviously listen in through Twitter, you can request the mic or tweet along using the hashtag Diabetes Chat. And also we are fundraising today. I only set this up early hours this morning. I just went for it, and I could have chose many amazing charities out there, but I went for JDRF UK in this instance. And yeah, we're fundraising for them guys today as well. So if you can in any way help support that cause, whether it's retweeting or making a donation where you feel comfortable, please do, but don't feel obliged to do that. It's to help people with diabetes. So yeah, if you feel you can support in any way, please help with that. And I've got a few comments on that. So when you do make a donation, you can leave a comment, and we've had a couple of donations. Captain Lantus says, Tom, you've done amazing setting this up, 24 hours. We will keep supporting through. Good luck, amazing cause. James Ridgway, DSN, and Eden Educator has sent a message and made a donation. Thank you, Tom et al. So that's everyone involved in today. For all you're doing for the diabetes community, it is helping to make our lives happier, healthier, and better. And a big smiley face there. So thank you, James, for your lovely donation and comment. And I just want to add on to James's et al. That today is about everyone involved in making this day special. And we have connected with people from all over the world, from different parts, and from the UK, America. We have connected with people in Pakistan, India, the Philippines, Australia, New Zealand, and already today we've connected with Renza in Australia, and Gary and Max, Captain Lantus, here in the UK, and the amazing Max read a little bit of his book, which was incredible. That was great. And then the team, Diabetes 101 team, came on and spoke about the amazing community that they set up during the lockdown. And they said not only did it help them, but of course it helped people living with diabetes, because I think we all felt quite disconnected during that time with everything, not only diabetes. So that was a great session there, and really enjoyed that, connecting with 8 amazing healthcare professionals who do amazingly for the communities and people with diabetes, and even online, their presence online is very supportive. And in the era that we live in now with Twitter and technology, it's great to connect with these people, because I think a lot of the time you are on your own with diabetes. It's your diabetes, and it's great to connect with healthcare professionals and peer support and things like this, but you don't always get that time with your HCP, your diabetes team, because it's hard to do so for whatever reason. You might get your assigned time throughout the year to go to your appointments, and I think was it Partha that quoted, was it 2% of your time in the year is with your team? So it's not much. The rest of the time is you, 98% on your own, and it's what you make of that 98%. So yeah, amazing, James, for your lovely donation, my friend, and your supportive message. Dominica says, thank you, Tom, and the Diabetes Chat team for all the hard work and uniting diabetes community weekly. Happy World Diabetes Day 2022. Amazing, Dominica, and thank you so much for everything you do. We had a great catch up a couple of weeks ago when you came on as our guest speaker, and you gave us a insight into dentistry and oral health, and that was very important. I know you've done some amazing work with the Team Diabetes 101 team, which I mentioned earlier on. But yeah, it's amazing for all the advocacy work you do. And I've actually got the Duck 5 ETs with me here, and I'm going to have to tweet along later on some pictures of the Duck 5 ETs that Dominica bought. They went to a diabetes auction event last year, I believe, and they donated. They were fundraising for charities, and in the process of that, Dominica won the Duck 5 ETs, and yes, it's great for her to spread that awareness for diabetes, and she sends the duck off to people throughout the country, around the world, and it's nice. And she messaged me a couple of weeks ago. Well, when I say a couple of weeks, it'd be early September now, to say would I be interested in taking the Duck 5 ETs to Stockholm, and I was like, yes, absolutely. So I did, and she came with me, and we had a great time having selfies with everyone. Amazing GBDoc voices, and yeah, it was great. And I can see Joe there listening in, and we'll be connecting with Joe tomorrow UK time at 6 a.m. Hopefully I'll still be awake, Joe. But yeah, it was amazing to go to Stockholm and to raise awareness for diabetes and represent DiabetesChat. And I took, like I said, the Duck 5 ETs with me. So again, thank you, Dominica, for your lovely comment on the Just Giving page, and your generous, really generous donation.
You still haven't brought the duck to see me.
I know, we still have time. She is still with me, Norman. So we do have lots and lots of time to do so in the coming weeks. Hopefully, I need to send Dominica a message back to see when she'd like me to ship her back. I've come very attached to her, and so is Harry. To be fair, my son, he loves the duck.
Oh, it's going to be harder getting it off Harry.
I know, right? We might have to make a new one. But yeah, amazing stuff that Dominica does for everyone. And like I say, thank you for your lovely message on the Just Giving page. And also, we have the donation from someone anonymous. I'm not sure who it is, but thank you again for your generosity to help with our fundraising for JDRF today. For anyone that's just joining us, we're here for 24 hours, 20 hours, 15 minutes to go. We're here for World Diabetes Day, which is Monday. We're hosting 24-hour Twitter space today till tomorrow, 10 a.m. We're into our 4th hour. It's going quite quick so far. And throughout the day, we're going to have guests from all over the world. We'll be connecting with them, having great takeovers and having great fun. And yeah, it's going to be really, really good. And moments like this where it's the open forum. So if you want to come say hi, please come say hi and spread the message out. But Flipper, I see you're back. You're back home.
We've only got 20 hours left.
20. I like how you said only there, Norman.
Yeah, well, it's my job to say it to make sure you're at least somewhat tortured.
Only 20 more hours. I think you'll be telling me all this evening. I think you're the official clock.
I'll make sure I pop in on the hour just to remind you of how long you've got left. But yeah, hey, welcome, Flipper. Nice to see you back.
Yeah, hi. I just had to pop out to the shops.
Did you buy anything interesting?
I was going to say, did you buy anything interesting?
Well, some people will not be surprised, but I'd ordered some wool and it had come in. So I had to collect it. You can't leave it just sitting there.
No. We were talking about stitching before, because when I think you were listening in when Jules and Dad and Paul were talking about GBDoc and all the amazing mini sort of groups they do. They obviously got the main GBDoc count. They've got the football, fantasy football. They've got the quiz and the stitching club, which I didn't know about. Philippa, do you want to share a little bit about it? Because until I saw your tweet the other day or whenever it was, I didn't even know about it. And I've been seeing you making things the last year or so, and yeah.
I like to bore people with them. Here, look what I've made. Look.
What inspires you to do it? How long have you been doing it? And I know you've sent some amazing sort of things off to people throughout the world, haven't you?
No, I've always knitted and made since I was a child, so I've always done that. And I think I'm trying to think when it was. I sort of, knitting is mainly what I do, but I do tapestry and other things as well if the mood takes me. I have a lot of half-finished projects. And when my nieces and nephews were younger, I used to knit picture jumpers for them and things. And then I sort of hadn't knit so much apart from shawls when they had babies. And then I spotted some, and this is my personality, I spotted some lovely orange wool. And I thought, oh, I like that, but what could I make with it? And I had an old pattern that I'd made for the kids years ago, literally like 25 years, or probably 30 years ago now, over 25 years ago, for jelly babies.
Yes.
So I thought, oh, I'll knit jelly babies for my great niece and nephew. I think I just had the two at the time. And then I carried on knitting them because I had the wool left over. And I thought, what am I going to do with these? And I went to a Type 1 meetup picnic. And so I took a bag of them with me. And
brilliant.
I sort of said, if people want to buy them, I'll donate all the money to the Penzi Trust, which is a brilliant little charity that helps support children from underprivileged families in India. So it provides the insulin, visits to doctors, but it also pays for their schooling and school uniform and school supplies, so that the children can get an education. They may be the only one in the family that is getting a full education. But it means hopefully when they're adults, they'll be able to support themselves in their health needs, like providing insulin, etc. It's a brilliant little charity. It really is. It's all volunteers. But like during the pandemic, some of the families, because a lot of them are like day workers and things, they haven't got steady jobs, the parents. And obviously during the pandemic, that just stopped. So they provided grants to the poorest families so that they had money for food, and also arranged so that they could get insulin locally, because some families travel hours to get to the clinic, which obviously they couldn't do during the pandemic because of being sort of locked down. So yeah, it was brilliant things. So I sold them at the picnic and managed to sell them all. And then I put some pictures online just because I think they're cute, and a couple of people said, oh, I like those. And so I sort of said, well, if you want one, I can make one. If you want to, sort of send some money and I'll donate it to charity. I've must have sold knitted things, quite a few £100, definitely over £500-600 worth in the last few years. But yeah, every so often I just get a niche, and at the moment I'm doing fruit and vegetables for no reason other than it keeps me happy and smiling.
What you need,
but yeah,
eh?
So yeah,
it means like your fruit. It means your fruit and veg isn't going. Can't speak. It means your fruit and veg is not gonna go all rotten, is it? It's gonna be a fresh fruit basket.
Well, it might have fibre, but no nutritional value. That's for sure.
And in desperate needs, you might eat it.
Yeah, there's quite a few crafty people in the GBDoc, and I think it was Jules who set up the account originally, because she does knitting and crochet and things, and Abby obviously does a lot of crochet, and I'm forgetting all the names of all the people, because there are some amazing people who do amazing things, a lot better than I am. And we just every so often, it's not the most active account, as in it's not every day something's posted, but just every so often somebody will post something they've made or whatever. So it's just a really nice sort of account. So yes. And during the pandemic, it was a bit more active because I think more people were doing things then.
and when we met at TAD Talks last year in February, March, you had a bag full of various characters, and you gave me one, and well, not me personally, but you gave it to me to give for Harry, and he absolutely loves it, and it's great. He plays with it most days, and it's one of his favorite little cuddly little toys. And I saw that you made a Captain Lantus one.
Yes, I sent that off to Max.
How awesome!
But I've been meaning to get it to him for ages. I did it.
Yeah.
Might have been during lockdown. I can't remember. But it was at a couple of events I thought they were turning up to, and then they haven't. And the one event that I thought they had the Type 1 Artists night. That I didn't go to it, but I knew loads of people who were, and I just didn't even think that they might be going, and they did, and I could have sent it for them there. So I eventually managed to get around to asking for an address, and I posted it.
Brilliant stuff.
Yeah.
And did you know when we did the quiz? Did your friend receive the book that you won?
I have to be totally honest. I haven't checked up with her.
Yeah.
I'm sure she would have.
Yeah.
And even if not, sort of thing. And I'm
sure she would have. Yeah.
Ella's the right age for it, so I'm sure they really enjoyed it.
Absolutely, brilliant stuff.
So do that. Yes.
Yeah.
You need
guys,
have to find more crafty people.
Yeah. When can you make a diabetes chat one, or would that be too intimate to make the detail of all the letters?
Do it.
Yeah, no. No.
I'll donate £10 worth of materials.
Probably need more than that.
I was going to say doing letters. I'm not sure how
But it's hard,
be, and I do it because I enjoy it.
Yeah, you don't want it to be a job.
A chore, yes. If it gets to be a chore, although sometimes when I've sold them, I sort of make a load up and then I'll put out, if anybody wants them, and I'm always amazed that people do. And then people will say, but I'd really like this, and this, and you think, I can make that. And then somebody else will come like, but did you have a? And I was like, but I could make one. And every time I do it, I say, I'm not going to do that. I'm not going to do that because it puts me under pressure. And I don't like it because I'm one of those.
Yeah. It has to be on your terms sort of thing. Yeah. Absolutely.
And so I put myself under pressure and then I get them done and send them off. And I'm like, I'm never doing that again, but I know I will.
Here's Captain Lantus here now.
Yeah.
Flipper, it's Gary.
Yeah, hi.
No pressure, but I need about 4,000 or 5,000 of those Captain Lantus ones that you made, because everyone keeps asking me about them. And I'm like, I wish I could make them because they are absolutely amazing. They're so good. When we received them through the post, honestly, overwhelmed. Amazing. So good. But like I said, everyone keeps asking us, where do we get them? Where do we get them?
So maybe at some point I'll have to knit a few up. It will not be anywhere near 4,000, I can tell you that for a start. But just
come on, Flipper, you can do 4,000.
Yeah, it's not that many. You've got a week.
No.
How many do you actually take to do one? How long does that take to do one?
Oh goodness, it's quite a few hours because it's deceptive. Sewing them up and making them up and putting the features on takes longer than you think, because I always think an hour and I'll be finished, and then 2 hours later I'm still going strong.
Absolutely.
But 2 hours later, you're going to say an hour and I'll be finished.
No, it's like that. I don't know, actually. I'm trying to think. 5 hours, 6 hours.
Blimey.
We've got 20 hours and 4. We've got 20 hours and 4 minutes left. So if we're going on that, you can make 4 in 20 hours. Is that right?
If I sat here and did nothing else, I've got vegetables to make. I'm sorry. I was sat here earlier. This is how funny it is. Sewing veins on the leaves of beetroots.
Of course.
As you do.
As you do.
But no,
Brilliant
Gary, at
stuff.
some point, it maybe I could knit just a few, and it would
Yeah.
be few or something, and do something together. And if you wanted to do something,
Yeah, that would be
and if
honestly,
it's
it'd
for
be
a
brilliant to do it.
diabetes charity, I'm happy to.
Yeah. No, honestly, it'd be brilliant because like so I have honestly genuinely been asked by so many people, where'd you get it? Where'd you get them? I've posted the picture on Twitter just a minute ago with Max holding them. He's the Iron Man and Captain Lantus. Honestly, so brilliant. They really are. And some of the children that we reach out to, obviously young, really young children that just been diagnosed. So like I said to you before, we look out for, so we go to all the diabetes groups and stuff and look for newly diagnosed. So they're sharing pictures of their children, bless them, in hospitals and things like that, where, you know, and that's why we send them, but it'd be great to send them something like that as well. We always get asked for different stuff and what have you.
I don't think I
know
could do them in that quantity.
Yeah, no, I know. Yeah, but they're so, honestly, they're so brilliant. They really, really are so good. Really so good.
But no, maybe we'll have to do that and do a raffle or something like that.
Yeah, definitely. Yeah, that would be good. That would be good.
I'll add that to my list of things, but I'm sorry, I've got beetroot and peas to do at the moment.
Philippa?
Yes?
Hi, darling. How are you? It's Mel.
Oh, hi.
How are you?
I am fine.
Oh, yeah, I've only literally just joined, but I presume what you were talking about is the little things that you knit, and I've still got my little one that you gave me almost probably a year ago, and you said that you made it for our little group because we have to deal with enough pricks in our lives, and because it was a little hedgehog.
We had a get together on World Diabetes Day, didn't we, last year?
Yeah.
We met in a pub, a group of us. So I knit some little blue hedgehogs. They're only little, about an inch by an inch.
Yeah, they're really tiny.
Yeah,
They're
so I just
cute.
took those, and everybody who turned up got it, because we deal with enough pricks. So it seemed like an appropriate creature.
Flipper, I now need you to make me an IKEA meatball, a realistic IKEA meatball. Listen, if you're sewing veins into leaves, you can most definitely do an IKEA meatball, can't you?
Well, but pretty stylized. An IKEA meatball would just be a ball.
There's texture in there. Come on.
Yeah, but I'm knitting.
I've just had a message before we connect up with Jade, the amazing Jade Byrne, for our next session. I've just had a message from my wife who's listening upstairs. I think she's doing bedtime with our son, and she's just said, because she's tuning in, she says, if she can do a crochet pattern, then I can help out. Can you do that? Cat can be your
I don't crochet.
minion.
I don't crochet.
There must be a way of doing it, surely.
I don't know. There must be. I'll tell you what I have to do, because I haven't got any at the minute, because I haven't done any of those little dolls for a little bit, because vegetables and fruit have been my obsession, and Humpty Dumptys. I've got a lot of Humpty Dumptys as well.
I'll take one of them.
I've got Humpty Dumptys.
I'll take all the King's men.
Something. I haven't got all the King's men. But no, the little men, I think, when you knit them, they're flat. And it's how you sew them together gives them the features. If that makes sense. So I can, I have to have a look round, see if I've got one that's flat. And then I can send that, and your wife can see.
She can have a go, can't she? She can work for you, and you can get on Gary's order of 5,000.
You can be an independent supplier.
Yes, indeed. So, guys, welcome along to the Diabetes Chat. We are on our 24-hour Twitter Space marathon. Norman called it Bonanza before, our 24-hour Twitter Bonanza.
I didn't call it that. I just agreed with it.
You agreed with it. We are here for another 20 hours. We've done 4 hours. And now we have got the amazing Jade Byrne, who will be taking over for the next hour here. Jade, welcome along. How are you, my friend?
I'm good. How are you?
I'm good, yeah. I'm still full of energy. Give me another 18 hours and I might be like, But
I'm glad I'm here in like the 5th hour, not later on.
Did you not see the small print? You're here for the next 19 hours with me, Jade.
Jesus, get me a bottle of wine or 3.
Quick. Indeed. How are you, Jade? You all right?
I'm great. How is everyone? I hope everyone's good.
I'm good.
Got lots of games planned.
Yes.
I was like trying so hard to find game shows that I could like adapt to make it diabetes themed, but I think I've managed. Not that that was my task, that was just an idea that I suddenly came up with. I decided I wanted to do. But can I introduce, please, is that okay? If I introduce the lovely Natalie Balmain. Natalie, hello.
Hi, everyone. Thank you for inviting me, Jade.
You're welcome, love. You know, I always love to spend time with you. Good crack.
Well, you know, I've got a lot of time for you because there's not many people I would be willing to join a space and play game shows that I've got no idea what I am being let in for.
I've tricked you into it.
Hey, Natalie, you okay?
I'm very well. How are you? Hi, thank you for having me.
Oh, it's our pleasure, and it's going to be great fun. And did you want to introduce yourselves, guys? And then I'm going to be quiet, and Jake and take over. But did you want to introduce yourselves to everyone? And Natalie, I didn't want to say anything without you doing it because I don't know, spoilers and all sorts. But go for it.
Jade, did you want to go first? I mean, this is your space, so.
Okay, all right then, I'll go first. So I'm Jade. I'm also known as Pricks. I'm at Pricks Official on all social media. It all started because I created a one-woman show, a play called Pricks about my life living with type 1 diabetes. And then since then, I've written a children's book, Daisy Donald, and another children's book actually for ISPAD, called The Incredible Discovery of Insulin. No, it's not called that, it's called Insulin. Don't even know the title. Insulin, The Incredible Discovery. And I've created Prick's short film, which I'm literally waiting at the moment to receive the final version of.
I'm so excited for that, by the way.
So yeah, I've done lots of type 1 things. Yeah, I'm basically I'm an actress and writer, and now a type 1 diabetes advocate. And I met the lovely Natalie India Balmain at a ball in Leeds. It was the Promise Ball that the lovely Debbie organises. A few years ago now, we've been to 2 together, haven't we? Let me hand over to Natalie, who can introduce herself.
Yes, so shout out to the lovely Debbie Marsden for organising those Promise Balls every year where Jade and I met. So hi everyone, I'm Natalie. I'm obviously type 1 as well, and I've popped up a few times I think in the diabetes space over the years because I launched a company back in 2016 called Type 1 Clothing, which was clothing that was adapted for type 1s to allow them to do their injections more easily or wear their pumps more easily. But more recently, I was on a Channel 4 show called Make Me Prime Minister. So for anyone who watched that, it was basically a bit like Apprentice, but for politics. It was a competition reality show, but quite a serious one. And I only went and won the blooming thing. So weirdly now I've officially been crowned Britain's alternative Prime Minister. So please submit all of your general concerns and worries across the country to me at the genuinely at alternativeprimeminister@gmail.com. You can tell me everything you're worrying about, and I will be campaigning in the near future.
You're going to get a flurry of emails now, Natalie.
All problems, all your worries.
So, shall I take over then? Shall we start my planned activities?
Yes. And I think everyone listening here is going to have so much fun. So guys, get involved, tweet along, Diabetes Chat. Just spread the news and let's have the best, funnest hour. Go for it, Jade.
Fabulous. I've found some intro music, so let me just play my intro music. Welcome to Jade's Game Show with special guest contestant Natalie Balmain, where today you can win absolutely nothing. Welcome. Hang on, the stream's almost finished. To Jade's Game Show. Sorry, I am having too much fun right now.
Oh my God, that was
I like your
awesome.
game voice. Your game voice is awesome.
Oh, but I'm after a job. If anyone's got a job as a voiceover for a game show, I am available. So I thought we'd start with Take Your Prick, okay? So that's a play on words for the game show that is Take Your Pick. So at the start of Take Your Pick, if you remember, Des O'Connor, well, in my era, I think it's gone on for a lot longer than that, but in my era, Des O'Connor would get his contestants they get to come out and they had to try and do the yes or no game where you cannot say the words yes or no at all. You'd ask them questions, and as long as they got past 60 seconds, they got on to the next kind of round of the game. So that's my plan. I already have one very special guest contestant, Natalie, but I need to find another 2 contestants. So I thought what I could do is I could invite people to have a go. And if you get past 60 seconds, you qualify to be a contestant for the next game. I hope that makes sense. Does it make sense? So if you're a listener and not a speaker, but you want to have a go at Jade's yes or no game, which will be kind of diabetes themed, then just request to be a speaker and the lovely host will allow that. Now, Natalie, when I get my first you're already a contestant. You don't have to do this game, Natalie.
Right, okay.
Because you will make me a prime minister, like you've just qualified already.
Oh, brilliant.
But you're going to be my very special, what do they call it? When they have a right hand, or they have someone that helps them. My brain's just gone down.
Oh, brilliant.
Yeah, your my special assistant. Okay, my beautiful assistant. There we go. Natalie's going to be my beautiful assistant. Norman, you're unmuted. Are you willing to take part in the yes or no game?
It depends if I can cheese it or not by using alternative words to the word yes, because it's technically not saying yes.
Okay, as long as it isn't yeah, I will count as a yes, or nah for no. Like, as long as it's not like really similar to yes or no, it's fine. Natalie is going to be the one that's on the lookout for you tripping up while I focus on asking you the questions.
Right.
And also start my timer. Are you ready for it?
Sure.
Okay. So I'm going to start the timer, and as soon as I start the timer, Natalie, you listen out. As soon as he said anything that sounds like yes or no, call him out. Let's see if we can get past 60 seconds and have our first contestant. Right. Ready. Steady. Go. Do you have diabetes?
That is confirmed.
And what type of diabetes do you have?
I have type 1 diabetes.
Did you say type 2?
1.
Okay, type 1 diabetes. And you've had that for 25 years, did you say?
Oh, no, not 25. Well, since I'm... Oh, wow. Wow. Okay, I failed that.
1 second in there.
The way you said that, I didn't think you were asking a question. That was clever.
That was very clever. To do it.
that was very clever. I'll give you that one. I'll accept defeat there.
Excellent. Right. It looks like we might have. Is Johanna wanting to take part? No, I thought she was. No, she's not. Sorry. Oh, hang on.
Max will,
Is the
Natalie.
advantage of Captain Lantus wanting to have a go?
Yeah, Max will have a go.
Excellent. Right. Let me just reset my timer. Natalie, have your ears ready? Yeah.
I'm ready.
Listen out. And who did you say it was Max I'm talking to?
It's Max, yeah. Well,
wonderful.
Max,
right.
Okay.
Ready. Are you ready, Max?
Yeah.
Good. I might go easy on you because I like the sound of your voice. Cute. Ready, steady, go. Did you say your name was Matthew?
That's not cool. Well, you got to say something.
Not at all.
Oh, that's a good answer. And do you have diabetes?
Confirmed.
And what type do you have?
Type 1.
That was type 1, you said, yes?
Of course I said it.
Oh, and you've had that for 37 years?
Not quite.
Okay. And so was it more like 25 years then?
8.
8 years. And you are aged 59, is that right?
9.
Oh, right. Oh my gosh, you just got past 60 seconds.
Yay!
Hey, well done.
Well done, Max. You are going to be
there as well with one of the answers.
you are going to be competing against Britain's alternative prime minister? Alternative Prime Minister, Natalie. Right, we need one more person to have a go at the yes or no game so that I've got 3 participants for our next game. Who is willing to have a go? I can see Alison.
Shall we make Tom do it?
Oh, that sounds like a good idea. Tom, are you up for that?
Got to keep him talking, keep him awake.
I'm ready for this. I'm ready for this.
Okay, let me reset my timer.
Unless Alison wanted to do it. Alison, did you want to do it?
Alison, if you request to be a speaker, you could have a go. I love Alison. I met Alison back in 2018 in Edinburgh. I don't think she wants to.
Let's invite her up, and then if she accepts us, we'll.
You do, okay. You invite her up. You do the admin bit, the behind the scenes bit.
Can I just say, I was really impressed with Max's strategy there.
Oh, Max is awesome.
That was the ums were a brilliant strategy.
It was.
That was it. That was very clever. I'm going to take notes.
Alison's a speaker.
Oh.
Hello, Alison. How are you?
I'm laughing.
Would you like
here? Laughing at this game, honestly, because I do now remember it. I'm testing.
Right. Are you ready to have a go then, Alison?
Not very good.
Right, I've reset my timer. Are you ready?
You're allowed to say yes for the are you ready?
Yeah, you're allowed to say yes before the timer starts, so that's okay. Right, okay. Ready, steady, go. Are you Scottish?
Obviously.
And do you have diabetes?
Definitely.
And is that type 1 diabetes?
It sure is.
And do you use injections or pump?
Pump.
Do you like it?
Preferable.
Okay, and what's your favourite hypo treatment?
Coca-Cola.
Did you say coconut?
Coca-Cola?
Coca-Cola. Oh, that's your favourite, is it?
Sometimes.
And is there any other hypo treatments you like?
Lift juice.
What was that, sorry? Lift juice?
Lift juice.
Okay.
Used to be gluco juice.
And does it taste nice? Yeah!
Fabulous.
You passed! You passed! So we got Natalie, we've got Max, and we've got Alison in the next game.
Woo!
Are you ready? So the next game, am I on the right page here? Right, okay, this is an interesting one. And I was going to do this originally. This is Jade's prick is right. Oh, it doesn't really make any sense. I just wanted to turn the word price into prick. So, so it's basically based on Bruce's Price is Right. Now, one of the first games they play on that game show is they have 3 or 4 contestants up, I can't remember exactly, and they each have to guess at the price of someone, and the person that gets closest to the price goes through to the next round. Okay. So I thought I was doing a lot of research into something, and I thought it'd be the interesting thing to guess at would be the cost of the insulin in different countries. Bit kind of like so I go, this is where we can all get worked up.
No Googling
about
allowed.
Farmer greed and stuff like that. But so I'm going to give you an example. So these costs have come from the World Population Review website, and they're the 2022 costs. Okay, now it's costs per vial of insulin, and the cost is the list price. So it's not what, so for example, if you're in America, it's not what the insurance companies then put on top or other people put on top. It is what they buy it for. Okay, so I'm going to give you an example so we know what kind of prices we're working around. So in the UK, 2022, it's in US dollars as well. I don't have it in pounds, sorry. So in US dollars, insulin was $7.52 a vial. Okay, so I'm going to give you 2 other countries so I can get my final 2 players through to the final round. Okay, so the first country I'm going to ask you to give me a price on, and Natalie, you're playing this round.
Okay.
Turkey. Okay, and I'm going to come to Natalie first. So it's in US dollars. What price do you think a vial of insulin costs in 2022 in Turkey?
In Turkey, I'm going to say it's about $18.
Okie dokie, I've written your answer down. Lovely. Let's have the lovely, cute little Max next, please. What do you think the cost of insulin per vial in Turkey is right now, Max?
$9.40.
$9.40. Lovely. And Alison, what do you think is the cost in Turkey?
15.
15. Wow. I tell you who's definitely made it through to the final round because they got this round correct. It's Max. Because it is only actually it's only $2.64 in Turkey per vial of insulin. It's the cheapest country in the world. Yeah, cheapest country in the world. So I'm going to give you to Alison and Natalie. You've got to guess at this next one now to see who makes it through. But we're going to switch from the cheapest country in the world now to the most expensive country in the world. I'm giving you a clue there. So the USA, Natalie, what do you think it costs? List price, remember, before they add all the extras on. List price per vial of insulin in the USA in US dollars.
Oh God! I mean, I feel like the insurance companies add a lot on, but I'm still going to say it's probably quite expensive to start with. I'm going to say it's something like $60.
Lovely. And Alison?
Yeah, I'd agree, but I mean, it's a huge difference because they add on a hell of a lot.
Yeah.
And I feel like we should know this because I kind of read it all the time. So it's kind of just a bit higher or a bit lower. I'd say it's lower, but I've got to give a number less than 60.
Got to push you for a number, Alison.
Say 40.
Thank you. So I'm going to tell you who's through to the final round with Max. She is a wonderful lady. She might have won Make Me Prime Minister. It's Natalie!
What? I really want to know the answer, Jade.
Yeah.
It's $98.70.
That is disgraceful.
Yeah, but then some companies are selling it for like $600 a vial and stuff.
600 up to 600 up to some of them.
I read 500 or something somewhere.
On this point, I don't know if anybody's seen this, but obviously you all know Elon Musk has taken over this lovely app recently and decided to let people buy blue ticks. And a lot of people have been making fake accounts. And I don't know if anyone spotted this. It was on my stories earlier. Somebody made a fake account for Eli Lilly and put out a tweet saying insulin is now free for everybody. And Eli Lilly's stock has dropped by billions. Oh, really?
Yeah. Yeah, they've had to put out a tweet today saying, obviously, you know, this wasn't us and this was a fake account and please don't be fooled. But that's obviously doing them no favours either, because now people are replying to their tweet and going, we didn't believe it. We never thought insulin would be free in this country anyway.
Yeah. Yeah. No, I think I would love to, like, I was doing so much research into it all recently, and it was just shocking to see the difference in prices in different countries. I tell you what, the website's really interesting, actually, that I mentioned. It's the World Population Review. That's where I got it from. And you can see they don't have every country on there, but they have a lot of countries on there. And then you go on the map and you click on, you can see how much it costs for different types of insulin and stuff like that. This is the average price per vial that we just did. So anyway, I've got the lovely Natalie and Max in my little final now. Woohoo! So this is the fun one. Let me just find my little notes for it so I can make sure I know my answer. There we go. This is play your carbs right. Play your carbs right. Just like Bruce's play your cards right, where you have to guess higher or lower. So you're each going to play this individually. So first up, we will have the lovely Max, okay? So Max, you're going to go first. I am going to start, there's 4 items. I'm going to give you the carbs on the first item, and then the other 3 items, you have to guess if it's higher or lower than the previous one. Does that make sense, Max? I just realised, if you've never seen this show before, that might be very confusing, and you are 9?
Yeah.
Yeah, okay. Let me explain it again. So the first item I'm going to give you is a blue ribboned chocolate bar, which is 11.8 grams of carbs. I'm then going to give you another item, and you have to guess whether it's higher or lower in carbs than the blue ribbon. Okay? So the blue ribbon is 11.8 grams of carbs. So the next item I'm going to ask you about is a packet of beef hula hoops from a multi-pack bag. So it's a 24-gram bag of beef hula hoops, not one of those big grab bags, one of the little beef hula hoop bags. Do we think it's higher or lower than blue ribboned?
Higher.
Yay! Well done. So that is 15 grams of carbs. So beef hula hoops are 15 grams of carbs. Do you think that 2 tubes of Froobs yogurt, you know the Froobs yogurts in the tube?
Yeah.
Do you think they're going to be higher or lower than 15 grams of carbs?
Lower.
Well done, Max. They are 8.8 grams of carbs for 2 tubes. So finally, Max, if you get this one right, I might have to do a tiebreaker between you and Natalie if she gets through this as well. So let's just wait and see. So the last thing I'm going to ask you about is a Warburton thin white bagel. So it's not one of the big fat bagels, one of the thin white bagels, okay? Is it more than 8.8 grams of carbs?
Yeah, it's higher, I think.
Yay! Max, you are super. It's 25 grams of carbs on the nose. Well done, Max. So we've definitely got Max is still in the game, Natalie. Are you feeling the pressure?
Yeah, I'm not fancying my chances after that performance.
Right, well, this is what I'm going to start you off with, Natalie.
Okay.
Well, I think I'm going to give you an easy start, okay? But it's
Okay.
not going to be an easy. Sainsbury's apple juice from concentrate, a 200 ml carton. Okay. That is 20. I'm going to tell you the carbs. It's 21 grams of carbs. So that's your starting one. Okay.
Okay.
Your next one is Bits a Whisper. So you know the Whisper Bites, the Bits a Whisper.
Oh yeah.
A quarter bag, which is their 27.5 gram portion, what they recommend. So quarter bag of Bits a Whisper, 27.5 grams portion. How many carbs? Do you think it's lower than 21 grams of carbs or higher?
I think this might be a bit of a trick one. I think maybe this is a little bit lower than 21 grams of carbs.
That your answer, Natalie?
That's my answer. I might have fallen a bit there.
Yay! It's quite a bit lower, actually. It's 14.5 grams of carbs. So keep that in your mind, your 14.5 grams. Your next item is I'm giggling to myself. Sorry.
Sounds
Next
like an evil
item.
giggle.
This is quite right. This is a tricky one.
Okay.
Is a deli kitchen carb light wrap a tortilla wrap? A deli kitchen carb light wrap. Do you think it's higher than 14.5 grams of carbs or lower?
Is it a full size wrap or is it a mini wrap?
Full size wrap, yeah.
Full size wrap. But it's carb light. Oh, this is tough. I don't think there's much in it, but I'm going to say it's a little bit more.
Well done! 14.6.
Oh, you are a sneaky one.
Oh my.
Oh dear. And finally then, okay, let's see if I have to do a tiebreaker. I think I know the answer. A bag of Skips crisps, standard multi-pack bag, a 13.1 gram bag of Skips. Is it higher or lower than 14.6 grams of carbs?
Oh, you know what? Skips aren't very much, are they?
I'm not giving you any clues.
Well, we know the hula hoops earlier were 15 grams, weren't they? And
Yeah.
I think I'm on 14.6. I think you're really doing me one here. Like, this is a close one again. I'm going to say it's lower, but only just.
You are correct. Well done. It's not only just, it's almost half. It's 7.5 grams of carb.
No.
I love Skips. I eat them all the time. That's why every item not on here is in my cupboard. So that's why I love carbs. You know, there's chocolate, there's crisps, there's fruit.
I'm coming round to your house. You sound like you've got great stuff in your cupboard.
So I'm going to have to do a tiebreaker. I'm going to have to do a tiebreaker with the lovely Max and the lovely Natalie. Are you ready, Max?
Yeah.
Are you thinking you're going to do well?
I think so.
I hope so, because
I think Max has got it in the bag.
I'm not supposed to. I'm supposed to be impartial here, but if I had to back a winner, it'd be Max, Natalie. I'm sorry.
It's all good. I mean, I would too, to be fair.
Okay. I'm going to give you a little clue, Max. Right?
Yeah.
I'm going to give an extra hint with this, which is for both of you, and you both have to guess because one of you, I don't think you'll both guess the same amount. So the tiebreaker question is: how many years have I been diagnosed with type 1? And I'm going to tell you how old I was when I was diagnosed, just to give you a bit of help. I was 4 years old when I was diagnosed. So I want you to both guess at how many years, what figure would you put on it? And Max, I'm going to let you go first on this one.
29.
Great. And Natalie, what's your guess?
Oh, I'm going to say, is it rude if I guess more years, Jade? I'm sorry. I'm going to say.
How about just getting the right answer, darling? It doesn't matter.
I'm going to say. Oh, I'm sorry. I'm going to sneak in there. I'm going to say 30.
I can't believe that you would steal a win from a 9-year-old boy, Natalie. The correct answer. And you know what? I love you both because you both made me younger. So I'm happy about that. It was 33 years last week.
Oh, well, no one would have ever guessed that, Jade. No one would have ever guessed that.
You know what? Will you do me a favour? Max, get your dad to send me your home address and I'm going to send you a little gift in the post because you were fantastic. And Natalie, I'll just say I'm not sending you a gift because you're not 9 years old.
No, that's true. But actually, to be fair, I'm going to send you something, Jade, to send on to Max as well.
Oh, fab. We'll good at both. So well done, Max. Can we give Max a little clap? Well done.
Well done. That was good, wasn't it?
You did
well done, Max.
Well, Max.
And do you know what? Max only didn't win because he was being more of a gentleman there.
I was going to say that. I was very rude then. That was very rude of me to make you older.
I did realise, after I said when I was diagnosed, I did realise actually I think Natalie has more of an indication as to how old I am, so maybe that was an easier question.
Actually, do you know what? I really didn't, because I guessed older because I thought it was going to be younger. So,
No, I'm 37.
I really screwed up on that one.
No, we're going to send Max. We'll both send Max something lovely in the post.
Oh,
Absolutely, absolutely.
Oh, you're welcome. Oh, such good manners as well. Oh, I love him. He's great. Can you have him as a speaker next time, Tom? Can we just have Max?
Absolutely, the Max show, right?
Like, he just melts your heart, doesn't he?
I think
Yeah.
I think so.
We actually we spoke to Max at the very beginning. So the first hour we spoke with Renza and Max and Gary and Max.
Max! No,
yeah.
I'll have to go and find it on
Go
YouTube.
back. Yeah, go back. And Max, you read a bit of your book, didn't you?
Yeah.
How cool was that? It was great.
I'm definitely going to go and watch that back, listen to that back. That will be fabulous. Thank you. Right, okay, so you guys have got me for another 28 minutes. 7 minutes. I'm just watching the clock tick over. I promised originally, Natalie, if you want to, you can hang around, and obviously I want you to stay and listen, but you don't feel that you don't have to speak anymore if you don't want to. So I want to say a massive thank you to you.
Thank you so much for having me.
No, you are so wonderful, and you are so inspiring to so many people out there with type 1 diabetes on that TV show. Like, the work you do is always incredible.
Bless you. Thank you.
Thank you so much for joining me today and for playing along.
Thank
And you
you
won
guys
another
for
game
having me.
show. Gosh,
Thank
you
you
win them
guys for
all.
having me. Honestly, I'm gonna stop now. I'm gonna stop.
You'll be putting this on your CV, right? Surely.
No, 100. This is going above the Make Me Prime Minister thing. Winner of Jade. Right, absolutely.
Thank you so much, Natalie.
You'll be changing your bio on Twitter. It'll be Britain's alternative prime minister and Jade's prick show.
Absolutely right. Absolutely right. I know which one was more difficult. It was this one.
I tell you what, I do need to actually, I just realised I was meant to say the Play Your Carbs Right game idea I've totally pinched from Jason Wills, who works at Insulet, because they're playing it on World Diabetes Day on Monday.
Brilliant. Oh, well, shout out to Jason.
So I've got to say thank you to Jason for giving me that idea.
Sharing is caring, all right? Sharing is caring.
Absolutely.
So I promised Tom originally, Tom said, oh, will you do this? Then maybe you could do a bit of a show, and I was like, yeah. But then I was thinking, I want to do something more fun. So that's why I did some game show games, and it gets everyone involved and chatting. But I did promise Tom that I would share some of Pricks the Play stuff with you guys. So if you've got any requests, if you have seen Pricks, and when I say Pricks, because I've got so many Pricks, it's like, oh, I forgot, I've got a shop as well. I forget what I do. I mean, for the play. So if you've seen the stage show, the one-woman show, and there's any bits you did want kind of enacting over audio, I can do. But I have also got some bits prepared that I can share with you too. So I will take requests. But I thought it would be fun. Well, not fun. I thought 2 bits which might work well for you guys to listen to are the bits that can refer to, well, I won't give away what happens in the end until I've done these 2 bits. And I will give it away. Yeah?
Jade, could I just say one thing?
Yeah.
Could you keep it as friendly as you can? Only because I don't want to be editing a 24-hour space after doing 24 hours.
What are you trying to say? You're trying to say I use bad language? I know the bits
I know you will.
The bits I've picked, I believe. I'm now quickly scanning.
I know you're quick.
I believe there's no swears, no bad language. So
Awesome.
don't you worry. You make it sound like my place some sort of like really rude.
I know, right? I'm sorry.
It's not. And obviously, like, it's nice for me to do this because obviously Pricks the Play is no longer like I'm no longer doing the play. I'm waiting for the guy who's editing it just to finish some bits, but I will be putting it online. I think probably I was originally going to go down the Amazon Prime route, but it's so I think I'm probably going to be putting it on somewhere like YouTube or something in the near future. Where people can watch the play if they want to, because I'm no longer doing it live. So, so just so you know, that's the plan. But yeah, these bits I chose, which I'm fairly certain have no swears in whatsoever. 2 different points of play. So this is scene 14 in Pricks. So at this point, we've got 24,112 pricks written on the board. And it changes actually partway through this scene. I changed the amount of pricks. Maybe that could be a little game actually. Guess the moment in the scene where I changed the amount of pricks. It's probably quite obvious now when you hear the scene. But anyway, so this is a bit where I don't need to tell you much because it tells you in the scene. So I'm just going to say the lines from the show. Say the lines. I'm going to act them. I'll perform them. I won't just read them like boringly to you. So here we go. So I'm in year 11 at school and the back page of my planner is basically plastered with this. And this is a whiteboard and it says Jade for Sloaney. So it says Jade for Sloaney on it. Sloaney is James Sloan and he's in year 10. I'm one of his house captains. They told us it was a draw between me and Anna Kegel, but I'm not daft like. I know I didn't get as many votes as her. She's tanned, blonde, and she's got boobs. Mrs. Ord just thought I'd be better for the job. She's always had a soft spot for me. We live in her old house, the one with the weird wall. Sloaney doesn't have a clue that I fancy him, but I always smile and I say hi. But he has a girlfriend called Sally, and let's face it, she's got boobs too. I found out today that Mrs. Ord has nominated me for a Positive Young People's Award for all of my work in the arts, like passing my grade 8 ballet despite dealing with type 1 diabetes. Get this, it's really exciting. I get to go to an awards ceremony and they're like going to talk about me on stage and then I get to go up and get my award. But get this is the best bit. It is so exciting. The Northern Echo are doing a whole article on just me. They're sending a photographer and everything to take a photo. I think I'm finally gonna be famous. I mean, I was born to be. This is my time. 2 months later, everyone's forgotten about me Positive Young People's Award, and all of the Sloaneys in my planner are crossed out and replaced with Ben. Ben's in year 9. Yeah, I know it seems wrong, me being in year 11 and that, but he's completely gorgeous. And everyone's talking about me again, and I quite like it. I think I'm falling completely in love. And that's the end of scene 14. So I'm just going to put I can't see you again. I can't see who's online. There we go. There we go. Got my screen up. So that's scene 14. Then later in the show, if you want me to carry on, later in the show, I'm just going to check it for swears as well at the same time.
Amazing, Jade. Thank
Scene
you.
20 comes, and I love scene 20. Scene 20 is literally my favourite one. Now, this is where I wish I was doing, like, I was on video, because I could show you the moves that I do and stuff in it as well, because there's some interesting dancing going on. But there's definitely no swears, I've just checked. So, we've had a few scenes in between. Where we move along the story, what have we got? I'm trying to remember what happens in between. We have one which I call Many Pricks, which is where I keep saying it's about testing my blood sugar, and it's constantly people interjecting, going, what are you doing that for? What are you doing that for? What are you doing that for? And I'm going, because of this, because of that, because there's so many bloody reasons. Oh, sorry, I didn't, is that a swear word? I don't know. There's so many reasons. There's so many reasons for checking. So that's happened. And then we move on a bit in the story where I go and study musical theatre. and there's this girl that potentially is diabetic. And then we move on to, there's another bit in the story where I'm in a nightclub and have a hypo. And then we hear Dave's story, his funny story, which is not appropriate for this. And then we have another scene where it's, people constantly ask me, how come my blood sugar's low? And it's like, well, because it's that time of the month. I think it's because of the heat. I think it's the excitement. I think it's this. I think it's that. Because there's a million reasons why your blood sugar could be low. So this scene comes after that. This is scene 20, and it says 39,412 pricks on the board at this point. So we've moved on quite a bit, because what were we on before? Was it 20 something? I've forgotten now. 24,000. And oh yeah, I didn't let you answer the question. Where do I change it? Never mind. It's before I say 2 months later. Go and change it to just signify we've moved on 2 months. Anyway. We're at 39,412 pricks, and this is scene 20 from the show. It's the 8th of April 2007, and I've met a boy. Well, I haven't only just met him, I've known him a few years. My sister's best friends with his sister. This boy is Sloaney. So 6 years after I crossed his name out in my school planner, I'm at his sister's wedding. And I'm just chatting to my mum when I feel a tap on my right shoulder, and I turn round and there's Sloaney looking very nervous. He says to me, because I'm a groomsman and that, and that means I have to be one of the first people to, like, you know, get up to dance. And I just wondered, would you mind dancing with me, please? Of course I will, I say, probably a little bit too enthusiastically. I turn to my mum, gobsmacked at what's just happened, and I say, I haven't even tried to pull him yet. I spend the entire night obviously flirting with him. Like, I couldn't make it any more obvious if I tried. But he really isn't picking up any of my signals. I think if I grabbed him and snogged his face so hard it fell on the floor, he still wouldn't realise I fancy him. He doesn't ask me for my number. But I'm not one to give up that easily, so I do some Facebook stalking, and I realise that the numpty has his phone number on his Facebook profile. So I text him. My dad always says shy Ben's getting out. The text says, hi, it's Jade. I hope you don't mind, but I found your phone number on Facebook. I just wanted to say I really, really fancy you. Kiss, kiss, kiss. And I waited for the reply. And that's the end of scene 20. And I leave the audience in suspense for the rest of the show, the rest of the whole show, to find out whether he ever did text me back. And you think, as a thanks, Natalie, I can see you clapping, thank you. As an audience member, you're thinking, oh my gosh, he doesn't get back in touch with her. But actually, what you don't know is in scene 26, it's actually James's voice reading the poem, because there's some poems in the show, and it's his voice reading the poem. But the audience doesn't really know that, and it's not till the very, very end where you see me draw our wedding scene on the board, and I write slowly next to the drawing of him, that you realise that yes, he did text me back, and we did get married, and we lived happily ever after. So, but I thought they were most interesting because they flowed into each other. The two scenes, well, they don't flow into each other, but they link the story together, and I thought they'd work good on here. So thank you for the opportunity for me to share that. I wondered, Tom, what do you think? Do you think people might like to hear some of the poems from the show? From the different recorded? Okay.
Yeah.
So there's one that's really, really, like, it's the most special one to me in the show. Because this poem is read, now where does it come? I can't think where it comes actually, let me just check.
So have these been wrote by other people?
No, the poems are written by me, but they're all performed by people in my life. So this one, yeah, so the first poem in the show is performed by, it's my dad that reads it. And it's about, in fact, I'll put his on first. I'll do that one first. So my dad performs it. He once tried to claim he wrote it as well. I very quickly corrected him. I was like, Dad, I wrote that poem. So this is my dad's poem. first. And then the really special one I want to share is by my mum. It's not by my mum, it's performed by my mum. Sorry, it's by me, but it's performed by my mum. So let me do my dad's one first. Just open.
Fast asleep, resting your head. Across the landing there's a demon in bed. You awake to that noise that only you know. It's your little girl, she's having a hypo. The deep, gravelly sound of a monster's moan. Absolutely possessed, she groans and she groans. What to do first? Get the drink or go hug her? Focus and realise you really need sugar. I must fix my baby, I must fix her quick. She's so terrified as she struggles and kicks. Pinning her down, opening her lips, just pouring it in as she won't take a sip. Cuddling tightly, stroking her cheek. She's so small and fragile, so tired and weak. Her hot little body all damp with the sweat, totally floppy. It's not working yet. Some of the Lucozade spills down her chin. It's almost empty, but some has gone in. 10 minutes wait, feels like forever. And then the colour returns to my delicate feather.
That's my dad's. That's the poem my dad reads, which is obviously about hypo.
That's incredible.
And then this is the poem, which a lot of this is a tearjerker. This poem, especially. This is very stereotypical, maybe even sexist me say, but especially for women in the audience because it's from the mum's perspective. But I think for any parent, it's quite kind of hard hitting this poem. There's always people when I do the show, when this is playing, it's always people that I hear then sniffling and like getting a tissue out and things like that after this one. So this one. So I don't know, I think most people in the type 1 community, because I do talk very openly about it, know that I lost my mum in 2019 to leukemia. So this was really, and I wrote the show I first started performing the show in 2018. So this was obviously recorded early 2018, ready for me performing the show. And I then went on to continue to perform the show with my mum's voice still in it, even once she'd passed away. So this is why this one's really special to me, because it's my mum's voice and she's no longer here. So I'm going to play that one now.
It's not easy. It never is. A constant worry, getting myself in the tears. What will happen when I'm not there? Who will look after her? Who will care? The worry is constant, it never ever stops. Like a song on repeat off top of the pops. You can't pause or stop it, rewind or delete. It's always there playing, it repeats and repeats. You imagine the worst, the most horrendously horrific, the what-ifs and maybes, blocking out the specifics. Will she be able to cope? By herself at home? Can she even have kids? A family of her own? Can she go off and study, have her own career? Have the same opportunities as her friends and peers? Can she mentally cope with all of the strains? Will she deal with it all without going insane? If that's all okay, and she does settle down, where will that be? In my hometown? Who will be with her when I'm retired? Who will love her like me when I'm no longer required?
And that's my mum's poem. Oh, kind of makes me feel sad. It makes me feel so like, I think I hadn't until I started writing Pricks and working with, so I did a lot of research. I met with so many different people with type 1 and parents of kids with type 1. I went to this charity in the northeast of England called Type 1 Kids. And they, I say they're a charity. There might be a community interest. Anyway, they run these sessions, monthly sessions in different areas of the northeast. There's quite a few different ones now. And I went and did a couple of workshops with parents there. And it wasn't until I did the workshop with parents that I'd ever really, as a kind of almost selfish type 1, realised how much it affects our parents and how, like, and I was like, oh my gosh, I haven't included the parent perspective enough already. It was in draft stage at the moment. So that was, I went away from that workshop and added all of this stuff into the show, which actually is so super important to the story. And yeah, so yeah, I felt like I had to kind of honour our parents who go through as much as we go through almost as well.
It seems almost worse as a parent of a newly diagnosed diabetic.
Yeah.
I'm just always scared. He was in ICU for 6 days. I had no idea about diabetes. But as a parent, like, I feel like he's taking diabetes very well, but that's because I'm his pancreas right now. Mama's going to take care of everything. So there's so much stress on parents, especially when you don't have it in your family. You don't know, I thought diabetes was just eating too much sugar. No, not at all. And now it's, thank God for the CGM, but I'm always watching his blood sugar, even if he's at school. He just turned 9. It's just overwhelming as a parent.
You're being an organ for your child, and then at some point that child has to take over and be the organ themselves once they grow up. It's not an easy job. Not an easy job.
It's not, because he knows he's supposed to keep his receiver. He knows he's supposed to pre-bolus, but yet I'm trying to tell him, like, buddy, I'm not going to be around one day. You're going to have to do this yourself.
I've just noticed one of our listeners who's tuned in at the moment is Debbie Marsden, who runs the JDRF Promise Ball in Leeds. And her daughter, I noticed the other day on social media, has just bought her own house. I'd be really interested, Debbie, if you wouldn't mind. She'll be like, Jade, I'm going to kill you. If you could request to be a speaker. Has she just disappeared? I think she's just disappeared as soon as I've said that. I was going to say it'd be really interesting to hear her perspective on how it's been for her daughter Ella growing up, and then just getting her first home, buying her first home for the first time. But she's gone now. Never mind. They've got me for a few more minutes, guys. Please fire any questions you have at me. I'm happy to answer anything.
Jade, can I just say thank you honestly for coming on today, and we've just had like the best fun hour. What we in now? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 hours in today. We've had 5 amazing hours, all very different, but it's just been full of different emotions. This chat, we started very energy and laughing and smiling and joking. Then we heard your amazing plays and then them poems by your dad and your mum, really highlighting living with diabetes, and it was incredible. And it's nice to hear the voices and for us to share your pricks play with our community, because like you say, you're no longer doing it now, so it's been an honor to do that. Can I ask a question? We've got 5 minutes left before we head to our next hour. I wanted to ask the film, how's it coming along?
So that's a really good question. I was just thinking, maybe I should email inbox. So it should be. I am screening it so the sponsorship I got for the film came from Insulet and Abbott. Although they have no kind of control over the content of the film or anything at all, they financially made the film happen. So I'm going to Insulet headquarters on Monday to screen it to their staff, and then doing it virtually on Teams for the Abbott staff after that. So it is, as far as I am aware, it is going to be absolutely tickety-boo done for Monday. Having said that, I've not received it yet, so I need to. There might be some notes that have to go back, but it is pretty much, it's pretty much done. The plan is I've got a whole kind of schedule for sending it to festivals over this next year. So there's lots of different festivals, and what we're doing is we're going to the highest, putting it into the highest caliber kind of festivals, like, for example, Cannes, Tribeca, Berlin International Film Festival. So we're entering it to big festivals in the hope that then that finds a home for it. So the plan is that then we'll find a home with, be that Netflix, be that Amazon Prime, be that YouTube if it has to be, right? And then it'll be accessible for everyone. A little bit of inside info is, I believe, I'm waiting for 100% confirmation on that, but Partha said it is. I believe it will be at TAD this year, as part of yes. I'm probably going to get told up from Partha for saying that. Don't tweet that, anyone. Don't let him know that I said that.
Secret.
Yeah, I just realised I shouldn't have said that. Never mind. Too late.
Amazing. I won't ask anymore. Amazing, Jade. It's been absolutely tremendous having you here and Natalie as your guest speaker. And congratulations for everything, Natalie.
Thank you so much.
You're welcome. It's been great connecting with you, and well done on becoming the Britain's alternative Prime Minister. Go check it out, guys.
Thank you.
Natalie,
if you didn't catch it, it is available to stream on all 4 if you're in the UK, so you can just binge watch the whole series.
Brilliant. We love a bit of a binge watch, don't we? I will drop you a DM, Natalie. Hopefully next week when I've recovered from life. After today's 24-hour space, but I'd love to connect with you in the future and have you as a guest speaker for our weekly diabetes chats. It'd be amazing for sure.
I would be honoured. Thank you. Absolutely.
You're welcome. We've got Joe. You got your hand up.
Yeah, I just want to say that I had fun. It's evening here, but I'm having giggles. And Jade, you're such a pro, and Natalie, thanks for sharing your insights.
Oh, thanks, Joe. Thank you so much.
Amazing. And we'll be catching up with Joe tomorrow morning at 6 a.m. UK time. So yeah, looking forward to that tomorrow. But again, Jade, thank you so much. Where can people go check out you and the website and all that jazz and your books and everything? Where can people go?
The best place is social media. So Twitter, Instagram, Facebook, Pricks Official on all of them. Yeah, that's the best place because I'll be honest, I've got 2 kids with a lot of additional needs and SEN needs. So I don't always find time to update my website. So the most up-to-date place is my social media. So yeah. You can find at Pricks Official.
Are you still doing your shop and stuff with all your gear?
Pricks products. Yes. Thank you for reminding me to plug that. Yeah, I've got a sale on this weekend. It goes up to midnight on World Diabetes Day. 20% off everything. So Pricks products. If you just search it on Etsy and click on Pricks Products Shop, you'll see everything. You'll find my children's book, Daisy Donald. You'll find a script for the play. You'll find T-shirts, sweaters, mugs, bags, you name it. There's lots of diabetes merch on there. So yeah, Pricks products on Etsy. And it goes worldwide. I send it worldwide. So you can buy it anywhere.
Brilliant. Yes, great. Again, Jade, thanks, Natalie.
Thank you so much for having me.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Care, guys. Thanks.
Cheers. Take care.
Bye.
There you go, guys. Another fantastic hour on our 24-hour marathon here for raising awareness for World Diabetes Day. You can get involved by tweeting along, #DiabetesChat. You can request the mic like Sarah has, like Joe has, like Alison's on the panel, and you can come talk to our guest speakers throughout the 24 hours, but tweet along as well so we can see, like, retweet. Let's raise awareness for diabetes. On the profile, the Diabetes Chat profile, you can click on that, and from there you can see more information, how to get involved, and you can also see us on our YouTube stream as well. We've got that up as well, and also on there we are fundraising for JDRF. I've chosen JDRF as our charity for this event. There's so many amazing charities out there, but I've gone for this one for this event. And basically, we're here for 24 hours from 10 a.m. today till 10 a.m. tomorrow. Throughout the day, we've got guest speakers coming on from all over the world, connecting with communities from literally India, Pakistan, the Philippines, UK, America, everywhere, Australia, and it's going to be a great day for us to connect and talk and share. And throughout the day, we'll have open forum sessions where you guys can come talk and share and all sorts. So please go check that out. And if you feel that you can contribute to the fundraising, however amount you can, that's great and appreciative. I think every penny will count, £1 or whatever. It will make the difference. We've set a target at £500, and we'll see how far we can get over the course of the day. And we've had £120 so far, so amazing under a couple of hours that it's been up. And we'll read some of the comments that are coming through as well, because that will be nice to share them comments with you guys, and it'll keep us going throughout the night. So if you can help with that, please, if you can. But also if you can help in other ways, like retweeting it or promoting this amazing 24 hours, please do. Whatever way you can help, or even just talking, tweeting, just getting involved, it makes a difference to raise awareness for diabetes. And if you can donate, then that's great. Anyway, we are now up for a quiz. We've had an amazing hour talking to Jade and Natalie, and had such a great performance with her pricks, playing some lovely poems, and the game show with Natalie and the gang. But now we have Alex, who is representing GBDoc, and we are going to do a GBDoc quiz with you guys. So Alex, hello.
Well, hello, Tom. How are you?
I'm good. How are you?
Well, not too bad. Not too bad.
Good. It's nice to hear you here. It's really good, isn't it?
Oh, thank you. Yeah.
You made it.
Absolutely. Absolutely.
So,
yeah.
So Alex, you're here representing GBDoc. So thank you for coming on, and you're going to read the quiz and host the quiz. You are our quiz master. And Louise and Jules and the team behind the scenes, I can see them in the chat, are going to tweet the rounds also on the GBDoc quiz Twitter page. So that's at GBDoc quiz. So you can have a look there throughout the day into the next couple of weeks, whatever. But as far as it goes here, all we need, Alex, right, is just a pen, a piece of paper, and Alex is going to read the questions, and we'll go through the rounds, and then at the end we'll go through the answers. And then if anyone wants to share their answers, you can tweet it, DiabetesChat, and tag in the GBDoc quiz guys into it, and we'll go through the answers, see what everyone got, and just have a bit of fun. And if anyone wants to come on the speaker panel and they go through their answers at that section, we can have a bit of fun, can't we? And say, oh, what did you put? What did I put? That sort of thing. But Alex, I'm just going to hand over to you, and I'm just going to get my piece of paper and pen, and I'm ready to go when you are.
Excellent, excellent. Well, hello, everybody. Good afternoon. Bonjour, if there are some francophones listening to us as well. Right, so without further ado, we're going to go into the quiz. There are different rounds. There's no scoring system because, you know, we're just doing it for the fun of it. But please have your piece of paper and pen ready, and let's get started. So for round one, it is about general knowledge. So let's go. Question one. What country has the highest life expectancy? What country has the highest life expectancy? Question two. How many ghosts chase Pac-Man at the start of each game? How many ghosts chase Pac-Man at the start of each game?
That's a good question.
Question three. What company was originally called Cadabra? What company was originally called Cadabra? Question 4. Which planet in the Milky Way is the hottest? Which planet in the Milky Way is the hottest? Question 5. What art form is described as decorative handwriting or unwritten lettering? What art form is described as decorative handwriting or unwritten lettering? Question 6. What is the most common surname in the United States? What is the most common surname in the United States? Question 7. Which is the only body part that is fully grown from birth? Which is the only body part that is fully grown from birth? Question 8. What is the only continent with land in all 4 hemispheres? Actually, I think this question is phrased wrongly. But I'm sure you get the meaning of it. I repeat it. What is the only continent with land in all 4 hemispheres? Question 9. What is acrophobia a fear of? What is acrophobia a fear of? And number 10. Where is the strongest human muscle located? Where is the strongest human muscle located? So that's it for round 1 about general knowledge.
Oh, that was a good round. I'm trying to guess how many I've got. 2? What about you, Alison? You're on the line, Joe's on the line, and Sarah, are you guys joining in? And what do you think you've got, if you've either jotted them down or in your head? How many do you think you've got? They're all quietly just thinking. They're thinking, oh. Jules is coming on. Let's have a listen. See what Jules thinks. And Jade. Hello, hello, Jade. Hello, hello, Jules.
Hi. I think I've got a whopping 2.
Yay!
I'm reckoning about that, maybe. And that might be generous, you know.
Yeah. I've realised that my general knowledge is rubbish.
Yeah, same.
My general knowledge is shocking. I'm awful at quizzes, but I felt like that wasn't like one of those quizzes where you sit there and you just feel stupid. I feel like that round, I thought, oh, I could have a good guess at this. Wait.
Oh, I
No, I
sat
think
there and felt stupid, Jade.
I feel like I might have got maybe like 4 or 5. I'm thinking like it might not be that dreadful.
Oh.
But maybe not. I don't know. I'm probably going to be like crying in a minute, aren't I?
Maybe just
Okay.
two. I'm guessing calligraphy. I'm not sure if it's correct.
We'll find out. Yeah. So, are you guys ready for round 2?
Yes,
Yep.
please.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. So this one it might be a bit easier. I mean, depending about your knowledge, it's about TV and film. So perhaps will be easier. We'll see. We'll see. Let's get cracking. So, question 1: what character has both Robert Downey Jr. and Benedict Cumberbatch played? What character has both Robert Downey Jr. and Benedict Cumberbatch played? I give you a clue. Henry Cavill also did that character. Question 2: what Netflix show had the most streaming views in 2021? What Netflix show had the most streaming views in 2021? Question 3: who has won the most total Academy Awards? Who has won the most total Academy Awards during their career? Question 4: in which 2016 science fiction romance film did characters portrayed by Chris Pratt and Jennifer Lawrence become the only 2 people to be awakened early on a spaceship full of individuals in hibernation pods? I repeat that. In which 2016 science film did characters portrayed by Chris Pratt and Jennifer Lawrence become the only 2 people to be awakened early on a spaceship full of individuals in hibernation pods? Question 5: name 3 people who have played Spider-Man in live-action films. Name 3 people who have played Spider-Man in live-action films. So there were 5 questions in round 2 about TV and film. Let me know if you have any comments before we go into round 3.
Interesting. So 5 questions. Ooh, I reckon I've got 1. I'm not doing good.
I can see the faces of Spider-Man without his mask on. I can see like the faces of the actors, but I can't get their names for the life of me.
Jules, that's hilarious. I love the fact you had to clarify when he hasn't got his mask.
As I was saying it, I sort of had this mental image of Spider-Man's face as I was saying it, and it suddenly like, oh, he's always got a mask on, yeah.
I've done shockingly bad in that round, and given that I work in TV and film. That's really
Yeah.
helpful.
I got Toby. Should we say him now?
No, I don't think so. I think she's going to give the
Okay.
answers.
Yeah, I'll finish the quiz and then we go back and do the answers. And then obviously, if you would like to let us know what your answers are, I think we can have all a good giggle, I guess, for some of them.
Absolutely, yeah.
Yeah.
And guys, we are tweeting along as well. So the GBDoc quiz guys are tweeting the questions as well, and we're retweeting them as well. So you can check them out as well if you've missed any, or if you just jumped in right now, you can join partway through and let's have some fun. I reckon if you joined partway through, you probably still get more than I've got with me being here for the entire quiz. But there you go.
Don't sell yourself too short. You might be surprised.
No.
Right, we've got 2 more rounds to go. So another short one about sport and a longer one about music. So round 3, sport. Is it round 3 or 4? I'm losing it. It is 3. Sorry. Right. So perhaps you'll score higher, being a gentleman. Question 1. What country has won the most World Cups? What country has won the most World Cups? And I'm assuming it's in footy.
Oh, I've got 2 countries in mind.
Aha.
50-50. I might have to flip a coin for that one.
Question 2. What is the national sport of Japan? What is the national sport of Japan? Question 3. What sporting event has a strict dress code of all white? What sporting event has a strict dress code of all white? Question 4. What height is the regulation NBA basket? What height is the regulation NBA basket? Sorry. Sometimes English is so complicated. I was discussing earlier on with my husband why you don't say peer and you say pair, because you say fear, you say tears. Couldn't explain it to me.
There's no reasoning, Alex. There are so many words like that, and there's no reasoning.
And it's so bloody difficult when you're a foreigner. Sorry, Tom. I shouldn't have used that word. You don't have to edit me out. I'm sorry.
It's all good. Are we? What system are
I've
we
got
doing
one.
this in? Are we doing this in feet, meters, or like, I don't know? Centimeters?
Sorry, I believe the answer is in feet. Let me just quickly double check.
I guess we can always convert it, can't we?
Well, we actually the 2 so feet and meters are given. So whatever works best for yeah, that would be fine.
Super.
And last question on that round. In 2022, who won the UEFA Women's Euro Championship? In 2022, who won the UEFA Women's Euro Championship? So these 5 questions were about round 3 sport. And we are going to go into round 4, which is a 10 questions round, and it's all about music.
Ooh. I think I prefer quizzes when you're with friends. I can bounce off their ideas.
You mean in a team, like a
Yeah,
pub quiz
team,
or
yeah.
something? Yeah.
Yeah.
It's easier, isn't it?
Oh, yes.
Because you can piggyback on somebody else.
I think I contribute like once and maybe get it right. The rest of the time, like, no, I'm not good at quizzes.
We're doing it for
But
the fun of it anyway.
But
so-
it's the fun, isn't it? Yeah.
Exactly. Okay, music. Last round. 10 question. Question 1. Which Kate Bush song received fresh attention in 2022 after featuring in the hit drama Stranger Things? Which Kate Bush song, whoops, I can't say that properly, excuse me. Which Kate Bush song received fresh attention in 2022 after featuring in the hit drama Stranger Things?
Alex, I know that I've got that one right. I'm really confident. I'm going to go for a nap now. Okay.
Okay. Speak later. Bye. Question 2. Which country won the 2022 Eurovision Song Contest? Which country won the 2022 Eurovision Song Contest? Question 3. In which year Cyndi Lauper had a hit with Girls Just Wanna Have Fun? Was it A, 1983, B, 1985, or C, 1987? In which year Cyndi Lauper had a hit with Girls Just Wanna Have Fun? Was it A, 1983, B, 1985, or C, 1987? Question 4. Cliff Richard topped the 1988 Christmas charts with which single? Cliff Richard tops the 1988 Christmas charts with which single? Question 5. Which Canadian artist released Man, I Feel Like a Woman in 1999? Which Canadian artist released Man, I Feel Like a Woman in 1999? Question 6. In June, who headlined the Pyramid Stage at Glastonbury 2022, becoming the youngest act ever to have done so? In June, who headlines the pyramid stage at Glastonbury 2022, becoming the youngest act ever to have done so. Question 7. The February #1, We Don't Talk About Bruno, was taken from which Disney film by Lin-Manuel Miranda?
We don't talk about Bruno. No.
No.
Who was that?
I love that film.
Yeah.
Was that you, Jade?
It was, yeah.
Brilliant.
Okay. Number 8. The debut single of which English band contains the lyrics "Dancing to Electropop Like a Robot" from 1984? The debut single of which English band contains the lyrics "Dancing to Electropop Like a Robot" from 1984? Question 9. Which American hip-hop duo had a 1986 hit with "Push It"? Which American hip-hop duo had 1986 hit with "Push It"? And last question of the quiz, number 10. Every Picture Tells a Story was the title of an album released by which artist in 1971? Every Picture Tells a Story was the title of an album released by which artist in 1971? That's it. That's the end of the quiz. Well done for bearing with me through it. And do I need to repeat anything before we go into the answers, or give you some break so you can have a...
No.
Thank you, Alex, for that. My wife's just come in and she's forming a team here, and I think I've got 1 or 2 extra points potentially.
Yay!
Yay! And Harry's here as well. Indeed. So hopefully a few extra points on the score sheet there. But if anyone wants to see, you can also see the questions on the GBDoc quiz page, and we've also tweeted it, the Diabetes Chat page as well. So how did everyone get on? Jade, what did you reckon? Like before we go through the answers.
Well, I'm awful at quizzes, so I don't have high expectations, but I don't think I did dreadful, just a little bit dreadful. Not great, I'm going to be honest.
Okay,
I definitely got the Bruno one, though. I definitely got that right.
Oh, that's good.
Yeah, I got the Bruno one, yeah. I'm right. So what's the quiz out of, Alex?
Sorry, what?
How many points has the quiz got? Is it 10, 15?
There's not
20,
really
30?
points. Yeah, that's the number of questions there is. So I guess if we do 1 point per question, does that help?
Yeah. So I reckon I've got about 10. If that.
Well, you know, 1/3. It's not too bad.
1/3.
You know.
Not too
Yeah.
bad. No. Yeah. What about
If
you,
I
Alison? Oh, sorry, Jules. Go on.
No, I was just going to say, if I get into double figures, I'll be happy.
Yeah, I get that. Yeah.
No, 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 no.
And what about you, Alison?
No, no.
Alison?
Just had to go for a lie down. It was that difficult, Alex.
Sarah's here as well. Sarah, did you join in with it?
Yes.
I'm trying. I think I did okay.
Excellent. That's what we like to hear. There's no right, there's no wrong. It's just a bit of fun. So.
Indeed. So, guys, if you want to tweet your answer sheet now or at the end, or you don't have to at all, or just you can tweet DiabetesChat and GBDoc quiz later on with your sheet of paper or how many you got, and we can see what everyone got, really. But yeah, whenever you're ready, guys, Alex, I'm happy for you to go through the answers.
Yeah,
and people can share, maybe people can share their answers if you want. We got
I think that
27 minutes, so.
Yeah, I think that would be great if people can comment and say what they have, and yeah, that would be more interactive, and it would be good. Okay, so the first question was, what country has the highest life expectancy? And the answer is Hong Kong. So how did you fare on that one, guys?
Failed.
I got it wrong.
What did you put?
I put Denmark.
Okay.
I put Italy. Gosh.
Okay, I'm sure you'll do better at question 2, Tom. So how many ghosts chase Pac-Man at the start of each game? The answer is 4. I think there's 1 blue, 1 green, 1 red, and 1 yellow.
Oh no, I put 5. So close. So close.
Oh, no, actually, there shouldn't be. It's a white ghost, isn't it? Yeah.
Yeah.
Because Pac-Man is yellow, so they wouldn't have a yellow ghost. Yeah.
Yeah, I was counting them all. Never mind.
Okay. So question 3 was, what company was originally called Cadabra? What's your answer, Tom?
Why did I put Cadbury's down? I have no idea. What am I on about? I'm 6 hours into this diabetes chat space.
That's
I'm
probably
already
why.
going crazy.
And you're just thinking about chocolate. Is it time
I
for your
was.
snack?
Yes, I think so. I'm sure Jade and the rest of the gang got a bit closer than me.
So what did you put, Jade?
Oh no, because I wrote this down, and then I was like, that's not a brand. That's not a brand or anything. Like, I wrote Sooty and Sweep because I was thinking abracadabra magic.
Yeah. Well, it is a bit of magic because the answer is Amazon, actually. So I guess, you know.
Jade, that answer was just class. I love that.
Thanks.
What did you have, Jules?
I put Google.
Oh, close. Yeah. Big names, you know. Sorry, I apologize. I can't see anymore. My phone screen is completely blank. So I can't see who's on the chat right now. So I think there was Alison as well. Alison, what did you put? No, we lost her. Okay, never mind. So question 4 was, which planet in the Milky Way is the hottest? The answer is Venus.
I put Saturn, and my wife put Mercury.
I put Mercury as well. I put Mercury because I was thinking of heat and temperature, and isn't Mercury in a thermometer? That was my thinking.
Yes, yeah. You know, it could also have been Mars because it's the Milky Way and Mars. You know, you're thinking about confectionery, chocolate again. So, but...
Yeah, I'm surprised that Tom didn't put that, to be honest, knowing the way his mind's going.
Oh. Okie doke. Question 5 was, what art form is described as decorative handwriting or handwritten lettering? And the answer is, of course, calligraphy, which is what I believe somebody said early on. So
Finally got one right.
Yes.
What was that one?
Calligraphy.
There we go. Yes. My
Finally
wife gave me that point.
Excellent. That's good. So question 6 was, what is the most common surname in the United States? What have you got?
So I went. Oh, sorry. What did you say, Sarah?
Sorry. Smith. I'm in the United States, so it's Smith or Johnson.
Oh, I was trying to be clever. I thought it would be something Hispanic. I went with
With what, Jade?
Rodriguez.
Ah.
Oh,
I put,
I was good thinking.
I put Jones.
Well, it's Mr. and Mrs. Smith.
Ah, of course it is. Of course it is.
Okay. Question 7 was, which is the only body part that is fully grown from birth?
My wife is saying, go on, wife. Go on. Oh, she don't want to speak. She's saying eyes.
That is correct.
There we go. She's jumping up and down.
I missed that answer. What was it?
Eyes.
Yeah. The question was the only body part that is fully grown at home.
I was so close.
What did you put?
Eyelash.
I put eyelashes as well.
Do you get a point for that one?
Yeah, go on.
Well done.
Well, there is eye and eyelash, isn't it? So.
And Marcus is joining in, guys, via the GBDoc quiz account and diabetes chat. And he put eyes as well. So good on you, Marcus.
Excellent. Question 8. So what is the only continent with land in all 4 hemispheres? The answer is Africa.
I almost know Africa as well, but I put Asia.
Start with an A. Finish with an A. Wait, the other one.
I did the same thing, Jade. It was between Africa and Asia, and I went for Asia.
Same with that one.
Okay. Question 9. What is acrophobia a fear of? So, how's your Latin, guys?
I thought it was the outside or open spaces.
Spiders.
I put
Marcus
outdoors.
Marcus also says big spaces. I put diving. What's
Well,
going on with me?
it's flying, actually.
Ooh, diving from a plane. That's what I meant.
Hoping you will fly, yes. Okay, moving on. Question 10. Where is the strongest human muscle located? It's in the jaw.
Ooh. What happens if you put mouth?
Yeah, it's part of it, isn't it?
Say again, Alex.
It's part of it, you got it.
Yeah. Well, my wife got it.
Okay, moving on to the round 2 TV and film. So, what characters both Robert Downey Jr. and Benedict Cumberbatch played? And I also mentioned Henry Cavill, if you've been watching Enola Holmes, because it is Sherlock Holmes.
Woo!
Did you get that right?
Yay!
Excellent.
I put
Question
Indiana
2.
Jones.
Oh, Indiana Jones. What? Really?
Oh my gosh.
Okay. What Netflix show had the most streaming views in 2021?
The Crown.
No.
Squid Game.
Squid Game, yes!
Oh.
What's that noise? That's me, darling. Sorry.
That's Jade Byrne.
Now, who has won the most total Academy Awards? That was Walt Disney. Any of you got it?
What did you say it was? Sorry.
Walt Disney.
Oh, of course. I put Spielberg.
Question 4. In which 2016 science fiction film did characters portrayed by Chris Pratt and Jennifer Lawrence become the only 2 people to be awakened early on a spaceship full of individuals in hibernation pods? And the answer is Passengers. And question 5, name 3 people who have played as Spider-Man. Obviously, as Jules pointed out, you need to see Spider-Man without his mask on. That's easier to identify the actors.
Thank you.
So there was Nicholas Hammond, Tobey Maguire, Andrew Garfield, and Tom Holland. So if you have any 3 of those 4.
I got as far as Tom. I couldn't think of his surname. I wrote down Tom and Peter Parker.
So Peter Parker is Spider-Man name. So
but he kind of plays Spider-Man, kind of.
Half a point.
Yeah, true. He's acting like one. Yes, I guess so. Yeah.
Thank you. Half point. Thank you.
Definitely.
I got 2 out of the full.
What did you get?
Tom Holland and Andrew Garfield.
I can't forget about Tobey Maguire. So I had Tobey Maguire, Andrew Garfield, and Tom Holland.
Wow, full score. Well done.
And Marcus on tweet says Tony Maguire, Andrew Garfield, and Tom Holland. So full score for him.
Ah, great. Thanks, Marcus. Well done. Right, let's move to sport. So, Tom, that would be for you to answer first. What country has won the most World Cups? Brazil, yes.
Yes. I did put Brazil.
Who did you hesitated with? You said
you
were.
You know what? I put Brazil/France, and because I said to you, didn't I? I said it's between one of them, and I said I'd flip a coin, and I didn't, but I still put Brazil/France down. I forgot to get rid of one. Do I get a point?
Yes, you do. Because you use the right order.
Yes.
Okay. So question 2 was, what is the national sport of Japan? That is sumo wrestling.
Ooh. I put taekwondo. Don't know if that was.
I put table tennis.
Ooh.
Sumo.
It's a big
Marcus
guy
put
wearing
sumo
a kind
wrestling
of
as
a thong.
Marcus put sumo wrestling. He's doing pretty good.
Oh, well, yes, it seems to be. Yeah. Okie doke. Question 3. What sporting event has a strict dress code of all white?
Rugby.
Wimbledon.
No. Tennis.
Yeah, Wimbledon. I don't know who said so. Someone did it. So
I thought it was cricket.
I found Wimbledon.
Well, at the same time, you could say judo or karate is the same, because it's just a belt that is changing, I guess. But, yeah. The answer we have is Wimbledon, so that's the one we will go with. Question 4 was the height of the regulatory NBA basket for basketball. So the answer is 10 feet or 3 meters and 2 centimeters. So 302.
That's high to jump, isn't it?
Yep.
10 feet, blimey.
Most of those players are over 6 feet tall, though.
Yeah, see, I put 8'6" because I thought you can jump 2 foot and be all right. Because sometimes they hang on the hoop thing, but it's no.
I
put 8 foot.
I thought it was shorter too, Jules.
I feel better now.
I have 10 feet.
Marcus put 2.3. Did you say 3.2?
Yeah, 3.02. Yeah.
Nearly. All the way around.
Yeah, because otherwise I think, 2 meters free. It's nearly for them just a question of putting it in. They don't need to throw. Yeah. Okay, question 5. In 2022, who won the UEFA Women's Euro Championship? And the answer is England.
I would have felt very bad if I got that one wrong.
Even I got that one.
England, Alicia Russo.
Sorry, say that again.
I have England, Alicia Russo.
Well, we don't know for the name of the player, but England is correct, yes. moving on to music. So the first question was, which Kate Bush song received fresh attention in 2022 after featuring the hit drama Stranger Things? And I'm sure all of you knew it. It's Running Up That Hill.
I had no idea.
Oh,
I don't watch Stranger Things, though. Maybe I need to watch it.
That was the only one that I was 100% sure on.
Okay, question 2. Which country won the 2022 Eurovision Song Contest?
Ukraine.
It is Ukraine, yes.
Yay!
Yay.
So some people will have said it was the UK, but it started with the same letters. So but it's Ukraine, yeah. Question 3. In which year Cyndi Lauper had a hit with Girls Just Wanna Have Fun? Was it 83, 85, or 87?
83.
It was 83, yes. I'm going to show my age. I remember when it was coming on, it was called MTV television at the time, I think. First music channel ever.
You have to sing it, Alex.
No. Look, currently I have a beautiful sky in Birmingham. I don't want it to change. Thank you. Question 4 was about Cliff Richard and his top single for the 1988 Christmas charts. What have you got, Tom?
Tell me the question again, because I didn't actually put an answer down.
Cliff Richard tops the 1988 Christmas charts with which single?
I think
Mistletoe and Wine.
I put Mistletoe and Wine.
Yes, that's correct.
I wouldn't have said
that. Question 5. Which Canadian artist released Man, I Feel Like a Woman?
Shania Twain.
Shania Twain, yes. Some
Thank you,
people know their classics.
My wife knew that one. Thank you, Kat.
Question 6. In June, who headlines the Pyramid Stage at Glastonbury 2022, becoming the youngest act ever to have done so? And the answer is Billie Eilish.
I put George Ezra. I guess that was a random guess.
I almost put her, and then I changed my mind and put Taylor Swift. I'm annoyed. Because I thought it's normally old people on that stage, so it could be anyone young. But
but don't worry, Jade. I'm sure you have question 7 right.
Definitely. Can I do it? Can I do it?
Please do.
It's Encanto.
Yes.
Yay.
We don't talk about Bruno. No. I love it.
Question 8. The debut single of which English band contains the lyric "Dancing to Electropop Like a Robot" from 1984? That was the Arctic Monkeys.
Oh, that's a good one.
They were around then. Well, there you go.
It's not in 1984 that they sung it. It's just what they mention in the song.
Oh. I was thinking what bands were around in 1984. Right, sorry.
Okay. Question 9 was which American hip hop duo had a 1986 hit with Push It?
Salt and Pepper.
Absolutely.
I was going to say that too. Good old Salt and Pepper.
And the last question was Every Picture Tells a Story was the title of an album released by which artist in 1971? And the answer is Rod Stewart.
I put Bob Dylan because that was obviously way before my time.
I put Billy Joel. I went Billy Joel, but it's not him.
No, but I didn't know, and I would have gone for one of those, to be honest. Yeah.
Just one of the oldies. It could have been anyone, couldn't it?
Absolutely. For all we know, it could have been, I don't know, Paul McCartney.
Yeah.
Okay, well, that's it. That's the end of the quiz. I hope you all have a real good time. Do you want to share your scores just to kind of know roughly how you did? So there were about 30 questions, if I'm not wrong. So
I hit my
didn't
double
do
figures.
well.
I got double figures, which is what I wanted. I got 14.5.
Excellent. That's good.
I got 12.
Okay.
I got 19.
Oh,
woo! Do we
Well
know how
done.
much Marcus got?
I will have to. Let me just double check.
I'll
have to come back. I'll have to come back to it. Yeah.
You'll be
And what about you, Tom?
7. Ridiculous. But
And
yeah.
how many of those were answered from your wife?
7.
One. Let me count it. 1. 2, 3. 3.
So it's
yeah.
a 50-50 win then, okay.
Yeah, team effort there for a good old 7. But my wife, let me just count my wife's stats. She was half joining in between sorting Harry out. She got 4 out of 10 on round 1. So if she would have carried on, she would have beat me easily.
Yeah. I want to know what Sarah got because Sarah knew quite a lot of the difficult ones.
yeah, I think Sarah's going to have done really well.
Yeah.
I think I got 12. I'm trying to add them up, and I'm treating a low right now for my son. Sorry.
Oh.
Bless her.
Well, thank you so much, Alex, for hosting a fantastic quiz. And
Well, big thanks to Louise, to be honest, because she put those questions together. So
amazing, thank you, Louise.
Yeah. I was just
Yeah,
a
sorry.
voice and not the best of them.
A very good host. Thank you so much. It was great fun, and
It
thank you.
was just great to be here. So thank you, and be able to share those moments with you guys. So
And it was perfectly timed. Look at that.
It is
59.
59, dead on 4 o'clock. Well done. And we are 6 hours into the 24-hour space. We're a quarter way through. Happy days. But honestly, thank you again, Alex, for hosting, Louise, and Jules for coordinating the quiz, preparing the questions, and all the work behind the scenes, and setting up the quiz questions, making the quiz, and posting it on Twitter. And yes, thank you so much. It's been a bit of fun. Really good. And it's nice to we mentioned it earlier on, didn't we, about how relentless diabetes can be, and it's 24/7. And we talked, Jules, about the things GBDoc do with like the stitching club and the fancy football and the quiz and things like that. And actually, for that hour, I just kind of forgot about diabetes for a minute, and it was just nice to have a bit of fun and not think about it all the time. So it was great fun. Thank you so much.
You're very welcome, and that's what it is all for. The community. It's just to be able to be yourself with people that are like-minded, that get it, and try to and this community gives you so much. So it's very nice to put time and commitment into it, because they give it back to you so many more. I'm very pleased to have found it and to be an active member of it. So Thank you for asking me to be there today. Really appreciate it. It makes my day, so thank you.
Brilliant. And if you do want to do the solo singing, Alex, you're more than welcome to.
Ooh.
We do have tonight, though. We do have tonight at 7:45. So just before our tweet chat with GBDoc, we do have Alex Allison, who will be singing live for us. We've got 15 minutes with Alex, and Norman, who's on the line now, will vouch for me. Last night we did a sort of test run to make sure everything's working, sound quality and all that, and it was really good. And we've got 3 amazing songs with Alex later on this evening. A bit of entertainment to get us ready, get us warmed up for the tweet chat. But yeah, thoroughly enjoyed. Thank you, Alex. Thank you, Jules and the gang, and Louise and everyone at GBDoc. And yeah, great fun. And a well-respected number 7 out of 30, I think, from my behalf.